The Wrong Question by Hester. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either products of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, or to actual events, is purely coincidental. No part of this audiobook may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form, or by any means without prior written permission from the author or publisher, except for brief quotations used in reviews or critical articles. Prologue. February 27, 2005, 3:12 a.m. The snow on Hester Street had turned to gray slush, reflecting the amber streetlights and dirty pools that reminded Sarah Hartley of old bruises. Her breath came out in sharp white puffs, each exhalation a small rebellion against the cold air that burned her lungs. She faced the young man with the silver revolver and understood, with a clarity that surprised her, that this was the moment everything had been leading to. Behind her, Paul pressed his hand to the gash above his eye. Blood seeped between his fingers, black in the streetlight. Emma pressed against a security gate, trembling, her breath coming in short gasps that sounded like small animals dying. Jake stood frozen, watching, his mind already fleeing even if his body hadn't yet. The gun was heavy in Ryan Fleming's hand, heavier than it had been an hour ago when he'd spun the chamber for his friends, showing off, pretending he was someone who mattered. The woman in front of him was a stranger. 10 seconds ago, she'd been just another drunk yuppie laughing in the street, another person living a life he'd never have. Now she stood facing him, unafraid, and he couldn't understand why. "You got what you wanted," she said. Her voice carried a Minnesota accent that cut through the cold air like something clean and foreign. She wasn't begging. She was stating a fact. 7 figures behind him shifted in the shadows. Ashley's voice, sharp with anticipation. "Do it!" The taste of cheap liquor and weed still thick in his mouth, turning his spit sour. The crew pressing closer, waiting for him to prove something. Prove he was serious. Prove he wasn't weak. Prove he could pull a trigger. "What are you going to do?" The stranger's voice was steady, almost curious. Her eyes locked on his with a recognition he didn't understand. "Shoot us?" Ryan lifted the gun. The weight of it felt different now. Not heavy, final. In the second before everything changed, Sarah Hartley thought about her father in Minnesota, about the play that would open tomorrow night, about the stolen money from Mrs. Weinstein's room, about all the small choices that had led her to this corner at this moment. She thought about how she'd stopped being afraid after Boston, how she'd decided fear would never make her small again. Ryan Fleming thought about his brother Patrick's funeral, about the psychiatric ward where his mother had disappeared into herself, about the apartment he'd returned to that smelled like failure, about how he'd put the gun to his own head just hours ago and hadn't pulled the trigger because he'd been too afraid, and now this woman wasn't afraid at all. 2 strangers, facing each other on a February night in the Lower East Side. They had never met before. They would never meet again. The sound of the gunshot echoed off the buildings, bouncing between brick walls, traveling up fire escapes, entering windows where people slept or didn't sleep, where lives continued or stopped continuing, where the city kept breathing because cities always do. Chapter 1. Sarah, 6 weeks before. January 15, 2005. The sirens woke Sarah Hartley at 4:17 a.m. She knew the exact time because she'd been checking her phone every 20 minutes since 2 a.m., unable to sleep, her body humming with an anxiety she couldn't name. The police cars screamed past her window on East 4th Street, their red and blue lights painting her ceiling in colors that reminded her of carnival rides and crime scenes. She got out of bed without waking Paul, padding to the window in bare feet, the floor cold enough to hurt. On the street below, a small crowd had gathered on the corner. Yellow tape was already going up, the 3rd shooting this month. Sarah pressed her forehead against the glass, the cold seeping into her skin, and watched the way people stood in small clusters, not too close to the tape but close enough to see. Everyone pretending they weren't afraid while being very, very afraid. Paul shifted in bed behind her. "Come back to sleep," he murmured, half-conscious. Can't, she said, but didn't turn around. She could see her reflection in the dark window, superimposed over the scene below. 24 years old, blonde hair pulled back in a messy bun, Minnesota transplant who'd been in New York for 8 months and still jumped at loud noises. Still checked locks twice. Still saw danger in every shadow because once you'd been hurt, you understood that danger wasn't something that announced itself. It just happened, and then you lived with it. At 7, she made coffee and dressed for work. Paul watched her from the bed, his expression concerned in the way that meant he wanted to help but didn't know how. You should talk to someone, he said gently. I talk to you. I mean a professional. Sarah pulled on her coat, a thrift store find that still smelled like someone else's cigarettes. I'm fine. You haven't been sleeping. The city's loud. Sarah. I'm late for work. She kissed him quickly, tasting coffee and concern, and left before he could say more. The stairwell smelled like urine and cooking grease. Someone had spray-painted, dye-yuppie scum on the 3rd-floor landing. Sarah touched the letters as she passed, the paint still tacky, probably done last night while she'd been lying awake, listening to sirens. Outside, the yellow tape was still up, but the body was gone. A dark stain spread across the sidewalk. People walked around it without looking down, a choreography everyone in the city knew by heart. Step over the blood. Don't make eye contact. Keep moving. The L train was delayed. Sarah stood on the platform, surrounded by other commuters, all of them avoiding each other's eyes, all of them checking their phones, pretending they were somewhere else. A man in a suit stood too close to her. She could smell his cologne, something expensive that didn't cover the underlying scent of sweat and desperation. She moved away. He moved closer. Excuse me, she said, her voice sharp. He looked at her with a mixture of surprise and annoyance, as if she'd done something wrong by objecting to his proximity. Then he moved, just a few inches, just enough to maintain plausible deniability. Sarah gripped the strap of her bag tighter and thought about the pepper spray Paul had bought her, sitting unused in her bedside drawer because carrying it felt like admitting defeat. Riverside Senior Center occupied the ground floor of a pre-war building on the Lower East Side. Sarah had been working there for 3 months, officially as an activities coordinator, but really as everything else: nurse's aide, social worker, janitor, therapist. She made $11 an hour and spent most of her paycheck on rent for the tiny apartment she shared with Paul. Diana, her supervisor, was already there when Sarah arrived, sitting in her office with the door open, eating a bagel and reading the Post. She looked up as Sarah passed. You're late. Train was delayed. There was another shooting last night. I know, I heard the sirens. Diana went back to her newspaper. This neighborhood's going to hell. All these young people moving in, thinking they're pioneers. Don't know the first thing about respect. Sarah bit back a response and went to sign in. The residents would be waking soon, needing help with breakfast, with medications, with getting dressed, with staying alive for one more day in a city that had forgotten them. Mrs. Ruth Weinstein was already awake when Sarah checked on her. She was 82 years old, 4 feet 11 inches tall, and had survived Auschwitz by hiding in a woodpile for 6 months. She was also the sharpest person Sarah had ever met. You look tired, Mrs. Weinstein said, studying Sarah with eyes that saw too much. Couldn't sleep. The sirens? Yeah. Mrs. Weinstein nodded slowly. This city has always been violent. The difference is now you notice. Sarah helped her out of bed, supporting her weight as they walked to the small bathroom. The routine was familiar, comforting in its predictability. But something was off. Sarah felt it in the way Mrs. Weinstein kept glancing at the door, in the tension in her thin shoulders. Everything okay? Sarah asked. Someone was in my room last night. Sarah's hands stilled. What do you mean? After lights out, I heard them, going through my things. Did you call for help? Who would come? Mrs. Weinstein's voice was bitter. Diana thinks I'm senile. The night staff thinks I'm paranoid. Maybe I am, but my money's gone. What money? The cash I keep in my drawer. $300. For emergencies, it's gone. Sarah felt something cold settle in her stomach. This wasn't the first time. Over the past month, several residents had reported missing items. Small amounts of cash, jewelry, personal effects. Diana had dismissed each complaint, noting dementia, confusion, family members who must have taken things during visits. But Mrs. Weinstein didn't have dementia. Her mind was sharp as broken glass. "I'll talk to Diana," Sarah said. "Don't bother, she won't listen." "I'll make her listen." Mrs. Weinstein gripped Sarah's hand with surprising strength. "Be careful, Shana Maddle. When you start looking for answers, sometimes you find more than you wanted." Sarah spent the rest of the morning distracted, her mind circling back to Mrs. Weinstein's words. During lunch break, she approached Diana in her office. "Mrs. Weinstein says someone took money from her room." Diana didn't look up from her computer. "Mrs. Weinstein is confused." "She's not confused. She's the least confused person here. She's 82. That doesn't make her senile." Diana finally looked at her, her expression tired and irritated in equal measure. "Sarah, I know you care about the residents. But you need to understand that memory issues are part of aging. Mrs. Weinstein probably moved her money and forgot where she put it. Or one of her nephews took it during his last visit. These things happen. It's not just Mrs. Weinstein. Mr. Chen said his watch is missing. Mrs. Rodriguez can't find her wedding ring. Mrs. Park." "Enough." Diana's voice was sharp. "I don't have time for this. We're understaffed, underfunded, and I've got health inspectors coming next week. If you want to keep working here, I suggest you focus on your actual job instead of playing detective." Sarah wanted to argue, wanted to push, but she saw the warning in Diana's eyes. She needed this job, needed the money. Needed something to do during the day that wasn't bartending or waiting tables or any of the other degrading ways transplants survived in this city. "Understood," she said, and left before her anger could make her do something stupid. That evening, she had rehearsal with Raw Space, the theater company she'd co-founded with 3 other Emerson graduates who'd been crazy enough to follow her to New York. They'd rented a basement space in a building that smelled like mold and broken dreams, with exposed pipes and heating that only worked half the time. The play they were working on was Sarah's own, a one-act about a woman in prison for killing her abuser. Dark, violent, uncomfortably honest. The actors kept wanting to soften it, to find redemption or hope or some kind of meaning in the violence. Sarah kept pushing them to go darker. "No," she said, stopping rehearsal for the 4th time. "You're performing trauma. You're making it clean. It's not clean." Mark, playing the abuser, wiped sweat from his forehead. "I just don't understand what you want from me. I want you to stop making it about him. Stop trying to explain why he hurts her. He hurts her because he can. Because hurting people is what he does. There's no psychology, no backstory that makes it okay or understandable. It just is." "That's not very theatrical," Meredith said from where she sat in the front row. She was Sarah's best friend, her co-founder, the person who understood her best. If there's no psychology, where's the tension? The tension is in whether she'll fight back. Whether she'll become what he made her. And does she? Sarah thought about the gun, about the moment of decision, about all the times she'd imagined violence against the man in Boston who'd raped her in that parking lot. "Yes," she said, "she does. And she's not sorry." The rehearsal continued, but Sarah could feel the discomfort in the room. She was pushing too hard, demanding too much vulnerability, asking her actors to go to places they didn't want to go. Meredith caught her after, as they were locking up. "You okay?" Meredith asked. "Why does everyone keep asking me that?" "Because you're not sleeping, because you're throwing yourself into this play like you're drowning, and it's the only thing keeping you afloat. Because I'm worried about you." Sarah locked the door and turned to face her friend. In the dim streetlight, Meredith's face was all concern and love, and the kind of friendship Sarah didn't deserve. "I'm fine," Sarah said, which was the lie everyone in New York told constantly. "Just want the play to be good." It's more than good. It's brutal and brilliant, and it's going to destroy anyone who sees it. But you can't destroy yourself making it. They walked to the subway together, not talking, just being present in the way old friends can be. At the platform, Meredith hugged her hard. "Call me if you need anything, day or night." "I will. Liar." Sarah smiled, and it almost felt real. She rode the L train back to East 4th Street, standing even though there were seats available, holding the overhead bar, watching her reflection in the dark window as the train rocked through the tunnel. The woman looking back at her looked tired and determined and a little bit dangerous. Back at the apartment, Paul was asleep. Sarah stood in the doorway watching him. This kind man who loved her, who'd followed her to this violent city, who believed she'd heal if she just had enough time. She wanted to wake him, to tell him about Mrs. Weinstein, about Diana's dismissal, about the feeling that something bad was building under the surface of her carefully constructed life. Instead, she went to her desk and opened her journal. The pages were full of her small, tight handwriting, observations about the city, about the residents at the center, about the way violence felt when you saw it coming but couldn't move out of the way. She wrote, "This city has teeth. I can feel them even when I can't see them. Mrs. Weinstein says someone was in her room. Diana says she's confused. But I know the difference between confusion and truth. Someone is stealing from these people. Someone thinks they can get away with it because who believes an old woman? Who believes anyone who doesn't have power? I keep thinking about Boston, about the man in the parking lot, about the way no one believed me at first because I'd been drinking, because I'd gone with him willingly, because I didn't fight hard enough or scream loud enough or leave marks on his face. About the way the detective looked at me like I was a problem to be managed rather than a crime to be solved. I won't let that happen again. Not to me. Not to Mrs. Weinstein. Not to anyone. The play opens in 6 weeks. I need it to be perfect. Need it to say everything I can't say in real life. Need it to prove that I'm not just a victim playing at being an artist. That I'm actually worth something. Paul keeps asking if I'm okay. I don't know how to tell him that I'm never going to be okay. That okay isn't the point. Survival is the point. Making something meaningful out of the damage is the point. Something's coming. I can feel it. Like standing on train tracks, feeling the vibration before you see the light. She closed the journal and went to bed. Paul didn't wake when she slipped in beside him. She lay there in the dark, listening to sirens in the distance, feeling the city breathe around her like a living thing with teeth and intentions. Chapter 2. Ryan 6 weeks before. Ryan Fleming woke to the sound of his own screaming. The nightmare was always the same. The shower room at Rikers, the smell of bleach and blood, the way the floor was always wet, always slippery, always painted red by the time they were done with you. He sat up in the narrow bed, his heart hammering, his hands shaking, the taste of fear metallic in his mouth. The apartment was quiet. Victor was already gone, off to whatever business he conducted in the early morning hours. Probably something illegal. Definitely something Ryan didn't want to know about. He checked his phone. 6:47 a.m. He had to be at the parole office by 9. Had to prove he was employed. Had to provide documentation. Had to smile and nod and pretend he was grateful for the chance to be free, when freedom felt like just another kind of cage. The Tompkins houses loomed outside his window, 14 floors of gray concrete that had been depressing when they'd been built in the 60s, and had only gotten worse. Ryan had been living here for 6 months, since his release from Rikers. Before that, he'd bounced between foster homes, juvenile detention, his mother's apartment before she'd had her breakdown. The projects were the closest thing to stability he'd ever known, which was a depressing thought. He showered in the tiny bathroom, the water taking 5 minutes to heat up, running rust-colored before turning clear. The mirror was cracked diagonally, bisecting his face. Ryan looked at his reflection and saw his father, who'd been murdered when Ryan was 8. Saw his brother Patrick, who'd been killed in a robbery gone wrong. Saw his brother Sean, doing 25 to life for attempted murder. Saw his brother Tommy in and out of prison for assault. The Fleming family curse. Violence breeding violence, breeding more violence until there was nothing left but bodies and court records. At Victor's kitchen table, Ryan ate cereal straight from the box, no milk because Victor never remembered to buy milk. His godfather wasn't really his godfather, just an old friend of his mother's who'd taken Ryan in when there was nowhere else to go. Victor ran low-level scams, mostly insurance fraud and minor theft. Nothing too ambitious because ambition got you caught. "You look like shit," Victor said, appearing in the doorway. He was 62 years old, originally from Moscow, with the kind of face that made people cross the street to avoid him. Didn't sleep well. Still the nightmares? Yeah? Victor poured himself coffee, the only thing he kept the apartment consistently stocked with. "You should see someone, a doctor. For your head." "Can't afford it. The city has programs." "The city doesn't give a shit about ex-cons with mental problems." Victor didn't argue because they both knew it was true. In the hierarchy of people the city cared about, Ryan was somewhere below rats and slightly above trash. "You have your parole meeting today?" "Yeah." "You need documentation?" "Yeah." Victor pulled an envelope from his jacket pocket and tossed it on the table. Inside were pay stubs from a construction company Ryan had never worked for, documenting employment he'd never had, proving a legitimacy that was entirely fictional. "Victor. Take them. Show your parole officer. Keep him happy. Keep yourself out of prison." Ryan looked at the envelope, understanding that by accepting it, he was stepping deeper into Victor's world. But what choice did he have? Who hired ex-cons with learning disabilities and violent pasts? Who gave second chances to people like him? "Thanks," he said, and hated himself for meaning it. At 8:30, he left the apartment. The January morning was bitter cold, the kind that found every gap in your clothes and burrowed into your bones. Ryan walked to the subway, head down, hands in pockets, making himself small. You learned that in prison: how to take up less space, how to not attract attention, how to survive by being invisible. The bodega on the corner had a new girl working behind the counter. Asian, early 20s, pretty in a way that made Ryan uncomfortable because pretty girls didn't usually look at guys like him. She was reading a fashion magazine, her fingernails painted black, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. Ryan grabbed a coffee and brought it to the counter. The girl looked up, her expression transforming from bored to interested so quickly it made him suspicious. "You live around here?" she asked. "Tompkins Houses. I'm Ashley, Ashley Chen." "Ryan. Ryan what?" "Fleming." She typed something into her phone, and Ryan realized with a sinking feeling that she was looking him up. His criminal record was public. Anyone could find it if they knew where to look. "Says here you did time at Rikers," Ashley said, not bothering to hide what she was doing. "That's not your business. I'm just making conversation. Make it about something else." Ashley smiled, and there was something sharp in it. Something that reminded Ryan of the inmates who started fights just to see what would happen. "Don't be sensitive, I think it's interesting. Most guys around here are boring. You've actually done something." "I hurt people. That's not interesting, it's just sad." "Depends on who you hurt." Ryan paid for his coffee and left before the conversation could go anywhere worse. Outside, he could feel Ashley watching him through the bodega window. He didn't turn around. The parole office was in a building that smelled like failure and industrial cleaner. Ryan sat in the waiting room with a dozen other ex-cons, all of them wearing the same expression of resigned dread. They called his name 40 minutes late. His parole officer was named Grayson, a middle-aged white guy who'd probably been doing this job for 20 years and had stopped caring somewhere around year 3. He barely looked at the fake pay stubs, just initialed them and added them to Ryan's file. "Staying out of trouble?" Grayson asked. "Yes, sir." "Staying away from known associates?" "Yes, sir." "Taking your medications?" Ryan didn't have medications, couldn't afford them. The depression that had been diagnosed during his evaluation went untreated because treatment cost money and Ryan didn't have money. "Yes, sir." Grayson finally looked up, his eyes tired and knowing. "Look, Fleming, you're young. You've got a chance to make something of yourself. Don't screw it up. One mistake and you're back inside. Understand?" I understand. Good. See you next month. Outside, Ryan stood on the sidewalk and tried to figure out where to go. He had no job to get to, no appointments to keep, no obligations except to stay out of prison. 8 hours stretched in front of him like a desert. He walked. The Lower East Side was changing, gentrifying, filling up with young white people who treated the neighborhood like an amusement park. Coffee shops with minimalist design. Vintage clothing stores. Bars that served artisanal cocktails. All of it built on top of the old neighborhood, covering it but not erasing it. Ryan saw the divide everywhere. The new people in their expensive casual clothes, laughing, confident, taking up space like they owned it. The old people, the projects people, the people like him, moving around them like water around rocks. He ended up back at the bodega. Ashley was still there, still reading her magazine, still painting her nails black. She looked up when he entered, her smile immediate and calculating. "Couldn't stay away," she asked. "Need cigarettes?" "You don't smoke." "How would you know?" "No smell on you. No yellowing on your fingers. You're just here to see me." Ryan wanted to deny it, wanted to turn around and leave, but there was something magnetic about Ashley's attention. After 6 months of being invisible, someone was actually seeing him. "Maybe," he admitted. "Buy me dinner and we'll call it a date." "I don't have money for dinner." "Buy me deli sandwiches and we'll eat them on the roof of your building." "Why?" "Because you're interesting. Because I'm bored. Because we both know you're going to say yes." Ryan looked at her, this girl with black fingernails and a smile that suggested she knew all his secrets, and realized she was right. He was going to say yes. He was going to do whatever she wanted because she was the first person in 6 months who'd looked at him like he was something other than a problem. "Okay," he said. Ashley's smile widened. "Pick me up at 8, and Ryan? Don't disappoint me." He left the bodega with a sick feeling in his stomach, the same feeling he'd had before every bad decision he'd ever made. But he'd be there at 8. They both knew it. Back at the apartment, Victor was conducting business. 3 men Ryan didn't recognize sat at the kitchen table, speaking in Russian. They looked up when Ryan entered, their expressions evaluating, measuring, deciding whether he was a threat or an opportunity. "My nephew," Victor said, which was the lie they used to explain Ryan's presence. "Ryan, these are business associates. Go to your room." Ryan went, understanding that what he didn't know couldn't hurt him, except that wasn't true. Ignorance was never protection. It was just delayed consequences. He lay on his bed and stared at the ceiling, listening to the murmur of voices from the kitchen, the occasional burst of laughter. He thought about Ashley, about the way she'd looked at him like his past was interesting instead of damning. He thought about his parole officer's warning, "One mistake and you're back inside." He thought about the gun he'd seen last week in Victor's closet, wrapped in an oily cloth, waiting for someone to use it. At 7:30, Ryan showered and changed clothes. Victor didn't ask where he was going. Victor never asked. The men were gone from the kitchen, leaving behind cigarette smoke and the smell of vodka. Ryan walked back to the bodega. Ashley was waiting outside, wearing a leather jacket that looked expensive and probably was. She smiled when she saw him. "Punctual, I like that. Where do you want to eat?" "Surprise me." They got sandwiches from a deli, not talking much, just walking. Ashley kept looking at him sideways, like she was solving a puzzle. They climbed to the roof of the Tompkins houses, 14 floors up, the city spreading out below them like a map of everywhere Ryan couldn't go. They sat on the edge, legs dangling, eating sandwiches that tasted like cardboard and possibility. "Tell me about prison," Ashley said. "No." "Why not?" "Because it's not a story. It's just bad things that happened." "I like bad things." Ryan looked at her, at the way she leaned toward danger instead of away from it, and recognized something familiar. She was like him, damaged in a way that made her dangerous. "What about you?" he asked. "What's your story?" "Parents died when I was 12. Car accident. Went to live with my aunt in Chinatown. She didn't want me. Made sure I knew it. Got emancipated at 16. Been on my own ever since. That's rough. It's fine. I'm a survivor. They finished eating in silence, watching the city lights come on, watching planes pass overhead, watching the world continue without caring that they existed. You should kiss me, Ashley said. I should? Yeah, if you don't, I'm going to think you're not interested. I'm interested. Then prove it. Ryan kissed her, tasting cigarettes and ambition, and something darker underneath. When they pulled apart, Ashley was smiling. We're going to be good together, she said. Ryan didn't know what she meant, didn't know what she saw when she looked at him, but he felt it too. The pull of mutual destruction. The inevitability of two broken things finding each other and making something worse. Later, walking Ashley home, Ryan felt something he hadn't felt in months. Hope. It was a dangerous feeling. Hope made you careless. Made you believe things could get better. Made you forget that the universe didn't care about ex-cons with dead brothers and nightmares that wouldn't end. At her aunt's building, Ashley kissed him again, harder this time, like she was claiming him. Same time tomorrow, she asked. I'll be here. Don't disappoint me, Ryan. I won't. But as he walked back to the projects, Ryan knew he would. Eventually, everyone disappointed everyone. That was just how the world worked. In the apartment, Victor was still awake, drinking vodka and watching Russian television. He looked up when Ryan entered. The girl from the bodega? Yeah. Be careful. Girls like that want things you can't give them. She's just bored. No such thing as just bored. Everyone wants something. You figure out what before she takes it from you. Ryan went to his room without answering. He lay in bed thinking about Ashley's smile, about the way she looked at him like he was interesting instead of broken. He fell asleep thinking about hope, and woke up screaming about blood in the shower room at Rikers. Chapter 3. Sarah, the Minnesota Girl. January 16th. Sarah's phone rang at 7:15 a.m., her father's name lighting up the screen. She considered not answering, but Tom Hartley was persistent. If she didn't pick up now, he'd call back every 20 minutes until she did. Hi, Dad. Sarah, how are you? Fine, just waking up. It's 9:15 here. I've been up for 3 hours. This was how all their conversations started. Tom Hartley, self-made real estate developer, up at dawn, running his empire, disappointed in his daughter who slept past 7 and made no money, and lived in a dangerous city with a man he'd never approved of. What can I do for you, Dad? I saw the news about another shooting in your neighborhood. This is the 3rd one this month. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're living in a war zone. Come home, Sarah. Your mother and I miss you. You can stay in the guest house, work for me in the office. Something stable, something safe. Sarah closed her eyes, pressing the phone to her ear, and saw Wayzata, Minnesota spread out in her mind. The big house on Lake Minnetonka. The private schools. The country club memberships. The expectation that she'd marry someone appropriate and produce grandchildren, and live a life that looked successful from the outside, even if it felt hollow on the inside. I can't come home, Dad. Can't or won't? Both. She heard his sigh, the familiar sound of Tom Hartley dealing with his disappointing daughter. The money I'm sending you, it's enabling this fantasy. If I cut you off, you'd have to come home? Then cut me off. Sarah. I mean it, Dad. Cut me off. I don't want your money if it comes with strings. You can barely pay your rent. Then I'll find a cheaper place. I'll get a second job. I'll make it work. Why are you doing this? Why are you punishing yourself? Sarah opened her eyes, looking at Paul asleep beside her, at the small apartment that cost too much and was never quiet, at the life she'd chosen that looked like failure to everyone except her. I'm not punishing myself. I'm finding out who I am without your money and your expectations and your disappointment. I'm not disappointed in you. Yes, you are. You have been since I refused to go to Williams. Since I chose Emerson. Since I moved to New York instead of coming back to work for you. Since I started making art instead of money. Tom was quiet for a moment. Sarah could picture him in his office, sitting behind his mahogany desk, looking out at Lake Minnetonka, trying to understand how his daughter had turned out so differently from what he'd planned. "Your mother worries," he said finally. "Mom understands. Linda encourages this. She always has. She thinks being an artist is romantic." "Mom is an artist. Your mother paints watercolors as a hobby. You're trying to make a living in theater in the most expensive city in the country. It's not the same thing." Sarah got out of bed, carrying the phone to the window. Outside, the city was waking up. People heading to work, to school, to wherever they needed to be. Living their lives without permission from anyone. "I have a play opening in 6 weeks," Sarah said. "My own work, my own company. We've sold out 3 preview performances. The Times might even review us." "How much will you make from that?" "Nothing. We're donating all proceeds to a women's shelter." "Sarah, I don't need to make money from everything I do, Dad. Some things matter more than profit." Spoken like someone who's never worried about money. The criticism landed cleanly. Sarah felt it settle in her chest alongside all the other ways she'd disappointed her father. "You're right," she said quietly. "I've been privileged. I've had advantages most people don't, but that doesn't mean I can't try to do something meaningful with those advantages." Moving to the most dangerous neighborhood in New York and working for poverty wages while your boyfriend supports you isn't meaningful. It's self-indulgent. "Paul doesn't support me. We support each other." "He's a waiter, Sarah." "He's a writer. He waits tables so he can afford to write." "And how's that working out for him?" Sarah's hand tightened on the phone. She wanted to hang up, wanted to scream, wanted to tell her father exactly what she thought of his values and his money, and his definition of success. Instead, she took a breath. "I need to get ready for work," she said. "Sarah, I'm saying these things because I love you. Because I want better for you than struggle and poverty and danger. I know, Dad, but this is my life, my choice, and I'm asking you to respect that. I'll call you next week. Okay. Be safe." "I will." She hung up and stood at the window, her anger and love and guilt mixing together in a way that made her chest hurt. Behind her, Paul stirred. "Your dad?" "Yeah." "How'd it go?" "Same as always. He thinks I'm wasting my life. He's probably right." Paul got out of bed and came to stand behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "You're not wasting your life, you're living it. There's a difference." Sarah leaned back against him, grateful for his solidity, his belief in her even when she didn't believe in herself. "He wants to cut me off financially." "Would he actually do it?" "I don't know. Maybe. Would it be so bad if he did?" "We'd have to find a cheaper place. You'd need to pick up more shifts. But we'd manage." "You always think we'll manage." "Because we always do." Sarah turned in his arms to face him. Paul looked rumpled and kind, his hair sticking up in the back, his eyes still sleepy. She'd met him at an Emerson cast party 3 years ago. He'd been playing a minor role in Hamlet, and she'd been directing a student production of The Vagina Monologues. They'd bonded over their shared conviction that theater could change the world, or at least change the people watching it. "Why do you stay with me?" she asked. "When I'm difficult and damaged and constantly making things harder than they need to be? Because you're also brilliant and brave, and you make me want to be better than I am." "That's a lot of pressure." "You asked?" She kissed him, tasting coffee and honesty, and felt some of her anger drain away. Whatever else was uncertain in her life, Paul was solid. Paul was steady. Paul loved her even when she didn't deserve it. They showered together in the tiny bathroom, the water barely warm, the space so small they had to take turns under the spray. Sarah watched water run down Paul's back and thought about Minnesota, about the guest house her father had mentioned, about how easy it would be to go home and be safe, and let her father's money cushion her from the rough edges of the world. But she'd tried safety. She'd tried letting other people protect her. After Boston, after the rape, her parents had begged her to come home, to drop out of Emerson, to hide until the trauma faded, or at least became manageable. She'd refused, had done her show. had faced down the whispers and the pity and the way people looked at her like she was something broken. Had turned her trauma into art, into Shattered, a one-woman show about survival that had won awards and attention and made her feel, for the first time since that parking lot, like she had power. "What are you thinking about?" Paul asked. "Boston, the show I did after." "That was brave." "It was terrifying." "That's what makes it brave." Sarah finished showering and dressed for work. Jeans, sweater, the thrift store coat that smelled like cigarettes. She looked at herself in the cracked mirror and saw someone who was trying very hard to be stronger than she felt. At the senior center, Mrs. Weinstein was waiting for her, agitated and upset. Someone had been in her room again. This time they'd gone through her photo albums, left them scattered across the bed. Nothing was taken, but the violation was worse than theft. "They're sending me a message," Mrs. Weinstein said, her accent thicker when she was upset. "They want me to know they can get to me anytime they want." "Who's they?" Sarah asked. "I don't know, but someone is targeting the residents. The ones who don't have family. The ones no one would believe." Sarah helped Mrs. Weinstein put the photos back in order. Images of a life lived. A young woman in 1940s, Poland. A wedding picture, children, grandchildren. A survival that had taken everything and given back so little. "I'm going to figure out who's doing this," Sarah said. "Be careful, Shayna. People who steal from old women aren't the kind who stop when they're caught. They're the kind who hurt you for looking." "I'm not afraid." "You should be. Fear keeps you alive." Sarah left Mrs. Weinstein's room and went to find Diana. Her supervisor was in the break room, eating lunch, scrolling through her phone with the exhausted expression of someone who'd stopped caring about their job years ago. "We need to talk about the thefts," Sarah said. Diana didn't look up. "We already talked about the thefts. There are no thefts. There's confusion and misplaced items and family members who aren't being honest about what they take." Mrs. Weinstein's photos were scattered across her bed. She didn't do that. Someone came into her room and went through her things. Maybe the night staff was looking for something. Why would the night staff need to go through her photo albums? Diana finally looked up, her expression hard. "Sarah, I'm going to say this once. Drop it. Whatever you think is happening, you're wrong. And even if you're right, it's not your problem. Your job is to keep the residents happy and healthy until they die. That's it. You're not a detective. You're not a social worker. You're an activities coordinator making $11 an hour. Act like it." Sarah felt something cold settle in her chest, the same feeling she'd had in Boston when the detective had implied she'd been asking for it, when the university had suggested she transfer to avoid awkwardness, when everyone had told her to just move on and stop making trouble. "Understood," she said, and left before she could say something that would get her fired. That evening, at Raw Space rehearsal, Sarah channeled her anger into the play. She pushed her actors harder, demanding more vulnerability, more violence, more truth. The play was getting darker with each rehearsal, straying further from the script she'd written, becoming something rawer and more dangerous. "This isn't what we agreed to," Mark said after she'd made him redo his entrance for the 10th time. "The play's evolving. It's changing completely. My character wasn't this violent in the original script. Your character beats and rapes a woman for 3 years. How much more violent can he get? But we talked about showing his humanity, his reasons." "He doesn't need reasons. Predators don't need reasons, they just need opportunity." Meredith pulled Sarah aside during a break. "What's going on with you? You're not usually this intense." "I want the play to matter." "It already matters, but you're scaring the actors." "Good, they should be scared. Violence is scary. Trauma is scary, we shouldn't be making it comfortable." "Sarah." "I need to get back to rehearsal." Sarah walked away before Meredith could push further. She knew she was being unreasonable, knew she was letting her anger at Diana bleed into her art, but she couldn't stop. The play had become the only place she could safely express her rage, the only place she could show the violence that lived inside her without consequences. After rehearsal, she walked home alone. Paul had the late shift at his restaurant. The streets were dark, the neighborhood caught between day and night, between the old residents heading home from work and the new residents heading out to bars. Sarah walked fast, keys between her fingers the way she'd learned after Boston. Aware of everyone around her, aware of the way danger could come from anywhere, could look like anyone, could happen even when you did everything right. At a bodega on Avenue A, she stopped to buy milk. A young Asian woman stood behind the counter, painting her nails black, reading a magazine. She looked up when Sarah entered, her expression evaluating. "You live around here?" the woman asked. "East 4th. That's a rough block." "It's fine. Another shooting last night." "I heard." The woman went back to her nails. "People keep moving here thinking it's safe because there are coffee shops now. But it's still the same neighborhood underneath. Still the same violence, just better hidden." Sarah paid for the milk and left without responding. Outside, she stood on the sidewalk and looked at the city around her. The woman was right. The gentrification was just a mask, a thin layer of boutiques and restaurants covering the old neighborhood that was still there, still struggling, still violent. But Sarah wasn't going to leave. Wasn't going to run home to Minnesota and let her father protect her from the rough edges of the world. She'd made that decision after Boston. She'd decided that being afraid was worse than being hurt. Back at the apartment, she opened her journal and wrote, "Dad wants me to come home. Says I'm punishing myself. Maybe I am. Maybe choosing to stay in a dangerous place is just another form of self-harm. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it's refusing to let fear make me small." Mrs. Weinstein's photos were scattered across her bed. Someone is targeting the residents. Diana won't listen. Won't even look. I'm going to figure out who's doing this even if I have to do it alone. The play is getting darker. The actors are scared. Good, they should be. Art should scare us. Should make us look at things we want to avoid. Paul thinks I'm brave. I'm not brave. I'm just tired of being afraid. 6 weeks until opening night. 6 weeks to make something that matters. 6 weeks to prove I'm more than just a rich girl playing at poverty. That I'm actually worth something. She closed the journal and went to bed. But sleep didn't come. She lay there listening to sirens, feeling the city breathe around her, wondering if her father was right. If she was just punishing herself. If staying here was courage or just another form of self-destruction. At 3 a.m., she gave up on sleep and went to the window. The street below was empty except for a figure standing on the corner, smoking a cigarette, watching her building. Sarah watched back, wondering if this was paranoia or instinct, if she was seeing danger or creating it. The figure finished their cigarette and walked away, disappearing into the darkness. Sarah stayed at the window until dawn, watching the city wake up, watching people head to work, watching life continue with or without her permission. Chapter 4. Ryan, the Projects. January 16th. Ryan woke to his phone buzzing. A text from Ashley. "Come to the bodega. Now." He checked the time. 3:30 p.m. He'd slept through most of the day, the nightmares exhausting him even when he managed to escape them. Victor's apartment was empty, which meant his godfather was out conducting whatever business kept them both fed and housed. Ryan dressed and walked to the bodega. The January afternoon was gray and cold, the kind of weather that made you feel like summer was a lie you'd told yourself. Ashley was behind the counter, alone, no customers in the store. "Lock the door," she said. "What?" "Lock it. Turn the sign to closed. We need to talk." Ryan did as she asked, feeling uneasy. Ashley came around the counter, standing too close, looking up at him with an intensity that made him want to step back. "Tell me about your family," she said. "Why?" "Because I want to know who you are, the real you, not the version you show the world." Ryan thought about deflecting, about lying, about keeping his past where it belonged, buried and forgotten. But Ashley was looking at him like she already knew, like she'd done research, like she was just giving him the chance to tell his own story. "My father was murdered when I was 8, Ryan said. "Shot in a bodega robbery. Wrong place, wrong time. My mother never recovered. 4 sons, all of us ended up violent. Patrick got killed in a robbery. Sean's doing 25 to life for attempted murder. Tommy's in and out for assault. And me. And you? 3 years in Coxsackie for pulling a gun on truancy officers when I was 16? Why'd you do it? I wanted them to kill me. I was tired of everything. Tired of foster homes. Tired of my brothers ending up dead or in prison. Tired of being angry all the time. Ashley nodded slowly, like this made sense to her. And now? Now I'm on parole. Living with Victor, trying to stay clean. Trying not to end up like my brothers. But you will. What? End up like your brothers. Because that's how it works, right? The cycle. Violence breeding violence. You know you're going to fail. That's why you look so sad all the time. Ryan felt something crack inside him, some wall he'd been holding up since his release from Rikers. Ashley saw it, saw him breaking, and smiled. Don't be sad, she said, moving closer. I like that you're broken. Broken things are more interesting than whole things. I don't want to be interesting. I want to be normal. Normal is boring. Normal people don't do anything worth remembering. Ryan thought about his brother Patrick's funeral, about the way his mother had stood at the graveside without crying, her face blank, her mind already leaving her body. He thought about Sean in maximum security, about the dead look in his eyes, about the way prison had hollowed him out, until there was nothing left but routine and violence. What do you want from me? Ryan asked. I don't know yet, but I'll figure it out. Ashley unlocked the door and went back behind the counter. Ryan stood there, feeling like something fundamental had shifted, like he'd agreed to something without knowing what it was. That evening, back at the apartment, Ryan tried to watch television but couldn't focus. Victor came home late, bringing with him the smell of cigarettes and cold air and something darker underneath. We need to talk, Victor said. About what? About your future. About what you're going to do with your life now that you're out. I'm looking for work. No one's going to hire you. You know that. I know that. So we need to talk about alternatives. Ryan felt something cold settle in his stomach. What kind of alternatives? Victor sat down across from him, his expression serious. I have business opportunities, nothing violent. Just standing around, looking intimidating, collecting money from people who owe it. Easy work, good pay. Under the table so your parole officer doesn't need to know. That's still illegal. Legal, illegal. These are just words. What matters is survival. What matters is not ending up back in prison because you can't prove employment. Ryan thought about the fake pay stubs, about the documentation he'd already accepted, about how he'd already stepped into Victor's world without meaning to. I'll think about it, he said. Don't think too long. Opportunities don't wait for people like us. That night, Ryan couldn't sleep. He lay in bed thinking about his father, about the bodega robbery that had killed him, about how random violence had set off a chain reaction that had destroyed his entire family. Patrick, dead in a robbery. Sean, in prison for attempted murder. Tommy, in and out for assault. And Ryan, trying so hard not to follow them but knowing, deep down, that he would. At 2 a.m., he gave up on sleep and went to the roof. The city spread out below him, lights and darkness, millions of people living their lives without knowing he existed. Ryan wondered what it would feel like to jump, to fall, to finally stop fighting against the inevitability of his own destruction. His phone buzzed. A text from Ashley. You awake? Yeah. Come to my aunt's building. 4th floor, I'll leave the door unlocked. Ryan knew he shouldn't go. Knew that Ashley was dangerous in ways he didn't yet understand. But he went anyway, because what else was there? Sitting alone on a roof, thinking about jumping? That was just slow-motion suicide. Ashley's aunt's building was in Chinatown, a walk-up that smelled like cooking and incense, and lives being lived too close together. The door to her apartment was unlocked as promised. Ashley was waiting in a tiny bedroom, sitting on the bed, smoking a cigarette even though smoking wasn't allowed. You came, she said. You asked me to. Most guys wouldn't, they'd be scared. Maybe I should be. Ashley stubbed out her cigarette and moved over, making room for him on the bed. Ryan sat, keeping distance between them, trying to figure out what she wanted. "Tell me about Coxsackie," she said. "Why do you want to know about prison?" "Because that's where you learned who you really are. That's where the performance stops." Ryan thought about the 3 years he'd spent in juvenile detention. The violence, the rapes, the way you had to hurt people first before they hurt you. The way kindness was seen as weakness, and weakness was death. "I learned how to survive," he said finally. "That's all, just survival." "Did you hurt people?" "Yes. Did you enjoy it?" Ryan wanted to lie, wanted to tell her he'd hated every moment, that he'd been a victim of circumstances beyond his control. But Ashley was looking at him with those sharp eyes, seeing through every defense he tried to construct. "Sometimes," he admitted, "when I was so angry I couldn't breathe, and hurting someone else was the only way to let it out. Yeah, sometimes I enjoyed it." Ashley smiled, and it was genuine this time, not calculating or manipulative. "Thank you for being honest." "Why does it matter?" "Because I need to know if you're capable of doing what needs to be done." "What needs to be done?" "I don't know yet, but when I figure it out, I'll tell you." They lay on the bed together, not touching, just existing in the same space. Ryan stared at the ceiling and tried to understand what was happening, how he'd gone from trying to stay out of trouble to lying in bed with a girl who seemed actively interested in creating it. "My parents died when I was 12, Ashley said suddenly. "Car accident. Everyone said it was tragic. No one said it was a relief." "Why was it a relief?" "Because my father was hitting my mother, had been for years, and my mother was hitting me. Passing down the abuse because that's what broken people do. When they died, I finally got to breathe." Ryan turned to look at her. Ashley stared at the ceiling, her expression blank, telling her trauma like it was someone else's story. "Your aunt took you in?" he asked. "Had to, no one else would. But she didn't want me, made sure I knew it every day. So I left as soon as I could. Got emancipated, been on my own ever since." "That's rough." "It's fine, made me strong. Made me understand that no one's going to save you. You have to save yourself." They lay in silence for a while, two broken people finding comfort in mutual damage. Ryan knew he should leave, should go back to Victor's apartment, should stay away from Ashley and whatever darkness she was planning. But he didn't move. Eventually, Ashley turned toward him, her hand finding his in the dark. "We're going to do something together," she said. "I don't know what yet, but it's going to matter. It's going to prove we're not just victims of our circumstances, that we can choose our own path. What if our path leads nowhere good? Then at least it's ours." Ryan stayed until dawn, lying next to Ashley, holding her hand, feeling like he'd made a choice he couldn't take back. When he left, the city was waking up, people heading to work, living their normal lives, completely unaware that on the 4th floor of a building in Chinatown, two damaged people had found each other and decided to see what would happen if they stopped trying to be good. Chapter 5. January 17th. Sarah woke from the nightmare drenched in sweat, her heart racing, Paul's concerned face hovering over her in the dim morning light. "You were screaming," he said gently. "Boston," she managed, though her throat felt raw, like she'd actually been screaming for hours instead of just in her sleep. Paul didn't ask for details. He'd heard the story, knew what had happened in that parking lot outside a bar near Emerson, knew that some nights Sarah woke up back there, reliving it frame by frame, unable to escape even in sleep. She got out of bed and went to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face, avoiding her reflection in the mirror. She didn't want to see the version of herself that still lived in that parking lot, the one who'd frozen instead of fighting, who'd said no, but not loud enough, not violently enough to make it count. It had been her junior year at Emerson. March, spring break just ending, everyone coming back to campus with tans and stories about beaches and freedom. Sarah had gone to a cast party for The Crucible, a production she wasn't in but friends were. She'd been drinking, not drunk, just loose enough to feel confident, to talk to strangers, to accept when a guy from the lighting crew offered to walk her to her car. His name had been Eric, or Aaron. She could never remember, had blocked it out along with everything else except the essential facts. They'd talked about theater, about their plans after graduation, about nothing that mattered. In the parking lot, he'd kissed her. She'd kissed back. Then he'd pushed her against her car, his hands under her shirt, his body pressing hers into the cold metal, and she'd said, no. Not loudly, not aggressively, just, no, I don't want to, said quietly like a polite person, like someone who didn't want to make a scene. And he'd kept going, kept pushing, kept taking until there was nothing left to take. Sarah had reported it. That part she was proud of. She'd gone to the police, to the university, to the dean. She'd told her story over and over, each retelling making it less real and more real simultaneously. The detective had been sympathetic but skeptical. She'd been drinking. She'd gone with him willingly. She'd kissed him. These weren't accusations, just facts that undermined her credibility. The university had offered counseling, offered to let her transfer, offered everything except belief. Eric or Aaron or whatever his name was, had been suspended for 1 semester, then allowed back with a warning about respecting boundaries. Sarah's parents had begged her to come home, to drop out, to heal, to hide until the shame faded. And Sarah had said no, had stayed at Emerson, had written Shattered, a one-woman show about surviving sexual assault, about refusing to be a victim, about taking back the narrative of your own trauma. The show had won awards, had gotten attention from theater companies in New York and LA, had proved to everyone, including herself, that she could turn damage into art, could make meaning from meaninglessness. But it hadn't stopped the nightmares. Paul found her in the kitchen, making coffee with shaking hands. He didn't try to hug her, didn't offer empty platitudes. Just stood nearby, solid and present, letting her know she wasn't alone. I have rehearsal tonight, Sarah said, focusing on the mundane details of her day. Then I might pick up a shift at the bar Meredith works at. We need the money. I got my check yesterday. We're okay for this month. We're always just okay. I want to be more than okay. What would more than okay look like? Sarah poured coffee, the bitter smell grounding her in the present. Having enough money that we don't count every dollar. Living somewhere without sirens every night. Not having my father's financial support hanging over my head like a threat. We could move to Brooklyn. Brooklyn's just as expensive. Queens then, or Jersey. I'm not leaving Manhattan. I'm not running anymore. Paul nodded, understanding that this wasn't about geography. It was about refusing to let fear dictate her choices, about staying in the fight even when the fight was killing her. At the senior center, Mrs. Weinstein was waiting for her, more agitated than Sarah had ever seen her. They came back, Mrs. Weinstein said without preamble. Last night, I woke up and someone was standing at the foot of my bed. Just standing there, watching me. Sarah felt something cold settle in her chest. Did you see who it was? Too dark, but I could feel them. Could hear them breathing. Did you call for help? Who would come? The night staff sleeps through everything. And Diana thinks I'm senile. Sarah helped Mrs. Weinstein sit down, noting how the old woman's hands shook, how her breath came short and fast. This wasn't confusion, this was terror. I'm going to figure out who's doing this, Sarah said. I promise. Don't make promises you can't keep, Shayna. This city eats promises for breakfast. Sarah spent her lunch break walking through the building, noting exits and entrances, security cameras that didn't work, doors that didn't lock properly. The senior center was a fortress with holes in it, a place meant to keep elderly people safe, that instead made them vulnerable. She found herself thinking about Boston, about the way institutions failed to protect people, about how being believed was often the first battle you lost. Mrs. Weinstein was right. Diana would never listen, would never investigate, would keep dismissing complaints until something catastrophic happened, and even then might find a way to blame the victims. Sarah pulled out her phone and started taking notes. Times, dates, patterns. If Diana wouldn't investigate, Sarah would do it herself. She'd document everything, build a case no one could dismiss. That evening at rehearsal, Sarah pushed her actors harder than ever. The play had evolved significantly from her original script, becoming darker, more violent, less redemptive. Her protagonist no longer found peace or healing or any kind of closure. She just survived. And sometimes survival looked like violence. "I'm not comfortable with this scene," Jessica said. She was playing the protagonist, a woman who finally fights back against her abuser. "The violence feels gratuitous." "It's not gratuitous. It's truthful." "Truthful to what?" "Your protagonist becomes as bad as the man who hurt her." "No, she becomes strong enough to hurt him back. That's different." "Is it?" Sarah stopped, looking at her actress, at the discomfort and fear in Jessica's eyes. When someone hurts you, really hurts you, they take something from you that you can never get back. They take your safety, your trust, your belief that the world is basically good. And sometimes, the only way to reclaim any of that is to prove to yourself that you can hurt them too. That you're not helpless, that you have power. But at what cost? At any cost. The room went quiet. Sarah could feel everyone looking at her, understanding that she wasn't talking about the play anymore. She was talking about Boston, about the parking lot. About the man whose name she could never remember and face she could never forget. "Let's take 5, Meredith said quietly. Outside, smoking cigarettes they'd all supposedly quit, Meredith put her hand on Sarah's shoulder. "You need to talk to someone. A therapist. Someone who can help you process what happened." "I processed it. I wrote a whole play about it." "Art isn't therapy. It's better than therapy. Therapy is private. Art is public. Art makes people see what they don't want to see." "Art is also destroying you right now. You're not sleeping. You're pushing everyone away. You're turning this play into something scary and violent and real. I'm making it real." "Sarah? I need to get back to rehearsal." Sarah went back inside before Meredith could say more. She knew her friend was right. Knew she was spiraling, but she didn't know how to stop. The only time she felt in control was when she was working on the play, making actors uncomfortable, making audiences face violence they'd rather ignore. After rehearsal, Sarah walked home alone. The streets were dark, the neighborhood caught between dinner hour and bar hour, when everything felt suspended and dangerous. She walked with her keys between her fingers, aware of every person around her, every shadow that moved. A group of men stood on a corner, drinking from paper bags, their laughter loud and aggressive. Sarah crossed the street to avoid them. One of them called out to her, something crude and sexual. She didn't respond, just kept walking, feeling their eyes on her back until she turned the corner. Back at the apartment, Paul was working on his novel, the one he'd been writing for 2 years, the one that was going to prove he was more than just a waiter. He looked up when she entered, his expression hopeful and anxious. "How was rehearsal?" "Fine." "Just fine?" "Jessica's uncomfortable with the violence. Meredith thinks I need therapy. Everyone wants me to make the play softer, safer, less true." Paul saved his document and turned to face her. "Maybe they have a point. You too? I'm not saying make it softer. I'm saying maybe you're using the play to avoid dealing with what happened in Boston." Sarah felt something crack inside her, some last wall between her and the anger she'd been holding back. "I'm not avoiding anything, I'm facing it. I'm putting it on stage for everyone to see." "How is that avoidance?" "Because you're controlling the narrative. You're deciding how the story goes, how it ends, what it means. But real trauma isn't controlled, it just is. So what am I supposed to do? Just accept that it happened and move on? No, but maybe accept that you're still hurting. That you're allowed to hurt, that you don't have to turn everything into art before you're ready." Sarah wanted to argue, wanted to explain that art was the only thing that made sense anymore, the only place she felt powerful instead of powerless. But she was suddenly exhausted, the weight of the day pressing down on her like something physical. "I'm going to bed," she said. "Sarah?" I can't do this right now, Paul. I just can't. She went to bed without eating, without showering, without even brushing her teeth. Paul didn't follow. She lay in the dark, listening to the sounds of him moving around the apartment, making dinner, washing dishes, living his life, while she tried to figure out how to keep living hers. At some point, she must have fallen asleep because she woke to the nightmare again. The parking lot. The cold metal of her car. Eric or Aaron or whatever his name was, taking and taking until there was nothing left to take. This time, Paul didn't wake her. She lay there, sweating and shaking, letting the nightmare run its course. When it finally released her, dawn was breaking outside the window, painting the sky in colors that reminded her of bruises. She got up and went to her journal, writing while Paul slept. The nightmares are getting worse. I thought making art about what happened would help. Thought turning trauma into something meaningful would heal me. But I'm not healing. I'm just reliving it differently. Mrs. Weinstein says someone stood at the foot of her bed watching her. I believe her. I know what it's like to be violated. To have your safety taken away. To understand that the world isn't safe and never was, you just didn't know it yet. Paul says I'm using the play to avoid dealing with Boston. Maybe he's right. Maybe control is just another form of avoidance. But what's the alternative? Falling apart? Letting the trauma win? The play opens in 5 weeks. I need it to be perfect. Need it to say everything I can't say. Need it to prove that I survived. That I'm more than what happened to me. But most nights, I don't feel like a survivor. I just feel like someone who hasn't died yet. She closed the journal and watched the sun rise, thinking about parallel lives, about how different her life might have been if she'd made different choices that night in Boston. If she'd gone straight to her car. If she'd said no louder. If she'd fought harder. But she hadn't, and this was the life she had now. Filled with nightmares and anger, and the constant effort of trying to be strong, when all she wanted to do was break. Chapter 6. Ryan. January 17th. Ryan's phone rang at 3 a.m. Ashley's name lit up the screen. He answered without thinking, his voice thick with sleep and dreams he was grateful to escape. I need you, Ashley said. No preamble, no explanation. Where are you? My aunt's building. Hurry. Ryan dressed quickly, quietly, not wanting to wake Victor. Outside, the January night was brutal, the kind of cold that found every gap in your clothes and settled into your bones. He walked fast, hands jammed in pockets, head down, making himself small. Ashley's aunt's building was dark except for one lit window on the 4th floor. The door was unlocked. Ryan climbed the stairs, his heart beating too fast, knowing something was wrong but not knowing what. Ashley answered the door before he could knock. Her face was blank, her eyes too wide, her breath coming short and fast. Behind her, Ryan could see furniture overturned, broken glass, signs of a violent struggle. What happened? He asked, stepping inside. My aunt's boyfriend. He tried. Ashley's voice broke. He came home drunk, started saying things. Touching me. I tried to leave and he grabbed me. We fought. I hit him with a lamp. Ryan looked past her into the tiny living room. A man lay on the floor, blood pooling around his head. Not moving. Is he? I don't know. I think so. I hit him and he fell and he's not moving. Ryan's mind went very calm, very clear. This was the moment. The choice. Call the police and let Ashley go to prison for defending herself. Or help her and become an accomplice to whatever this was. He went to the man and checked for a pulse. Found one, weak but steady. He's alive, Ryan said. We need to call an ambulance. No, Ashley's voice was sharp. We call anyone, they'll say I attacked him. They won't believe he tried to rape me. They never believe the girl. Ashley. You said you'd help me. Said we'd figure things out together. So figure this out. Ryan looked at the man on the floor, at the blood spreading across cheap linoleum, at Ashley standing in the doorway with that blank expression that meant she'd already left her body, already checked out of the situation. He thought about his father, murdered in a bodega robbery. About Patrick, killed doing something stupid. About Sean, in prison for attempted murder. About how violence ran in families, passed down like genetic material, inevitable as eye color or blood type. "Where's your aunt?" he asked. "Working the night shift at the hospital. Won't be home until 7. We need to clean this up. Make it look like he fell. You'll help me?" Ryan looked at Ashley, at this girl he barely knew. This girl who'd seen something in him that scared him, and understood that by saying yes, he was crossing a line he'd never be able to uncross. "Yeah," he said, "I'll help you." They worked quickly, efficiently. Moved the furniture back into place. Cleaned up the blood as best they could. Made it look like a drunk man had tripped and hit his head. Plausible deniability. Reasonable doubt. When they were done, Ashley's aunt's boyfriend was still unconscious but breathing. They left him on the couch, a bag of frozen peas wrapped in a towel pressed against the wound on his head. "You should call your aunt," Ryan said. "Tell her he came home drunk and fell. She'll find him when she gets home. Take him to the hospital if he doesn't wake up." "What if he remembers?" "He was drunk. Probably won't remember anything except falling." "What if he does?" "Then we deal with it." Ashley looked at him with something like gratitude, something like love, something like recognition that they were now bonded by blood and secrets. "Thank you," she said. "Don't thank me. We just became criminals. We were always criminals. We just made it official." They left the building separately. Ashley first, then Ryan 10 minutes later. Dawn was breaking as Ryan walked back to the projects, the sky turning from black to gray, the city waking up around him. He thought about the man on the couch, about the blood he'd cleaned, about the line he'd crossed. He'd been trying so hard to stay clean, to not end up like his brothers. And in one night, one choice, he'd thrown it all away. Back at the apartment, Victor was awake, drinking coffee, watching Russian news. He looked up when Ryan entered. "Where were you?" "Out." "Doing what?" "Helping a friend." Victor studied him, his expression knowing. "You're covered in blood." Ryan looked down. His shirt had spots of blood on it, dark against the fabric. He'd missed them in the cleanup. "It's not mine," Ryan said. "That's not better. I didn't hurt anyone, just helped clean up." "Cleaning up makes you an accomplice." "I know." Victor sighed, the sound of a man who'd seen this story play out too many times. "Go shower, burn those clothes. And Ryan? Whatever you're getting into with this girl, be careful. The ones who look most helpless are usually the most dangerous." Ryan showered, scrubbing his skin until it hurt, watching blood and water circle the drain. He thought about Ashley's face, about the way she'd looked at him when he'd agreed to help, about the recognition in her eyes that said, "You're like me. Damaged enough to make bad choices. Desperate enough to not care about consequences." He thought about his 16th birthday, about the truancy officers who'd cornered him in the park, about pulling a gun and begging them to kill him because he'd been so tired of everything. So tired of being angry, so tired of watching his family destroy themselves. So tired of knowing he'd end up the same way. The officers hadn't killed him. They'd talked him down, called backup, taken him into custody. 3 years in Coxsackie Correctional Facility. 3 years learning how to survive through violence, how to hurt people before they hurt you, how to make your face blank so no one knew you were screaming inside. He'd gotten out at 19. His mother was in a psychiatric ward by then, lost in her own mind, unable to function without medication and supervision. Patrick had been dead for 6 months, killed in a robbery that went wrong. Sean was upstate, serving 25 to life for trying to kill someone in a bar fight. Tommy was in and out, assault charges stacking up like evidence of genetic inevitability. Ryan had moved in with Victor because there was nowhere else to go. Had tried to find work, had failed, had taken the fake pay stubs and crossed the first line on his way to crossing all the others. His phone buzzed. "Ashley. Thank you for last night. I won't forget it." Ryan stared at the message, understanding that this was just the beginning. That Ashley had tested him and he'd passed. That now they were bonded by blood and secrets, and the mutual understanding that they were both capable of doing whatever needed to be done. He didn't respond. Just deleted the message and lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about his father in that bodega, about the random violence that had set everything in motion. About how choice and fate were impossible to separate once you were already falling. That afternoon, Ryan met Ashley at a park in Chinatown. She looked different in daylight, less vulnerable, more calculating. They sat on a bench and watched children play, their laughter sharp and pure and completely disconnected from the violence that lived just under the surface of everything. "He's in the hospital," Ashley said. "Concussion, fractured skull. They think he fell drunk." "Your aunt believed that?" "She doesn't care. Knows what kind of man he is. Probably glad someone finally hurt him back." "What if he remembers?" "He won't. And even if he does, who's going to believe him? He's a drunk with a history of violence. I'm a young girl defending herself. The story writes itself." Ryan looked at her, at the way she'd calculated all the angles, and understood that her helplessness last night had been at least partially performance. Not that the attack hadn't happened, he believed that. But Ashley had known exactly what to do afterward. Had known Ryan would help. Had known how to make the scene look like an accident. "Why did you call me?" he asked. "Because you understand what it's like to do violence and not regret it." "I regret everything I've ever done." "No, you regret getting caught. You regret the consequences. But the violence itself? The moment of power when you hurt someone. You don't regret that." Ryan wanted to deny it, wanted to tell her she was wrong. But they'd already established that they didn't lie to each other. That honesty, however brutal, was the foundation of whatever they were building. "Sometimes," he admitted, "when I'm so angry I can't breathe, and hurting someone is the only way to let it out. Yeah, sometimes I don't regret it." Ashley smiled. "See, we're the same." They sat in silence, watching children play, two damaged people finding comfort in mutual recognition of how broken they were. "What happens now?" Ryan asked. "Now we live our lives. I work at the bodega. You do whatever you do. And we wait." "For what?" "For the moment when we need each other again. Because we will. People like us always do." Ryan walked home as the sun set, the sky turning colors that reminded him of bruises and blood. He thought about the man in the hospital, about the blood he'd cleaned, about the line he'd crossed. He thought about his parole officer's warning, "One mistake and you're back inside." This wasn't a mistake. Mistakes were accidental. This was a choice. A deliberate decision to prioritize Ashley over staying clean, to value connection over freedom. And the worst part was he didn't regret it. Didn't even wish he'd made a different choice. Because for the first time since Rikers, he'd felt needed. Felt important. Felt like someone cared whether he lived or died. Even if that someone was just as damaged as him. Even if what they were building together would probably destroy them both. Even if he knew, with absolute certainty, that this path led nowhere good. At least it was his path. His choice. His life, even if he was choosing to throw it away. Back at the apartment, Victor was waiting for him. "We need to talk about your future," Victor said. "You already talked to me about that. And you said you'd think about it. I'm done waiting for you to think. I need an answer. Are you going to work for me or not?" Ryan thought about Ashley, about the blood he'd cleaned, about the line he'd already crossed. Thought about trying to stay clean when he was already dirty, trying to avoid violence when violence was coded into his DNA. "Yes," he said, "I'll work for you." Victor nodded slowly. "Good, we start tomorrow. Easy work. Just standing around, looking intimidating, collecting debts. Nothing violent unless it needs to be." "And if it needs to be? Then we handle it, together." Ryan went to his room and lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the path he was on, about the inevitability of ending up like his brothers. Patrick, dead in a robbery. Sean, in prison for attempted murder. Tommy, in and out for assault. And Ryan, who'd tried so hard to be different, to break the cycle, to prove that violence wasn't inevitable. Who'd failed in less than 6 months? Who'd crossed lines he'd sworn he'd never cross? Who was now exactly what everyone had always expected him to be? A criminal, a thug, a Fleming boy, following the family tradition of self-destruction. His phone buzzed. Ashley. Sleep well. Tomorrow's a new day. Ryan didn't sleep well. He lay awake thinking about blood and choices and the way damage perpetuated itself, generation after generation, until everyone involved was dead or in prison or both. Chapter 7. Sarah. January 18th. Sarah stood in the basement space that housed Raw Space Theater Company, breathing in the familiar smell of mold and fresh paint and artistic ambition. Around her, the space was transforming. What had been empty walls 2 months ago now held sets, lighting equipment, costumes, all the physical manifestation of their collective dream. Meredith appeared from behind a flat she was painting, her hair tied back, paint smearing her cheek. "What do you think?" Sarah looked at the set, a prison cell, gray and oppressive, with a cot and a barred window that let in no light. It was perfect, claustrophobic, hopeless, exactly what she'd envisioned. "It's great," Sarah said. "Great? That's all you've got?" "It's perfect, it's exactly right." Meredith wiped her hands on a rag, leaving more paint than she removed. "You know, when we graduated, I thought we'd be doing Shakespeare, classic theater. Maybe some Chekhov if we were feeling adventurous." "Is this a complaint?" "No, just an observation. Your play is dark, Sarah. Really dark. Are you sure you want your debut to be something this intense?" Sarah thought about Boston, about the parking lot, about turning trauma into art, because art was the only thing that made sense anymore. It needs to be this dark. Otherwise, what's the point? They'd co-founded Raw Space 6 months ago, along with 2 other Emerson graduates. The goal was simple: produce original work by emerging playwrights, with a focus on challenging, uncomfortable material. They'd signed a year lease on this basement space, negotiating rent they could barely afford, convincing the landlord that 4 24-year-olds fresh out of college knew what they were doing. The first 3 productions had been safe. Crowd pleasers, comedies and adaptations that filled seats and covered costs. But Sarah's play was different, darker, more personal, and Meredith wasn't the only one worried about it. "We've sold out all 3 preview performances," Meredith said. "But I'm getting calls from people asking for content warnings. Asking if the violence is simulated or if we're doing something experimental." "What are you telling them?" "That it's theater, that they should come prepared to be uncomfortable." "Good, Sarah." "What?" Meredith set down her paintbrush and came to stand beside her friend. "Are you okay? And don't say yes. Actually tell me." Sarah thought about lying. About saying she was fine, everything was fine. The play was just a play and not a public exorcism of private trauma. But Meredith had been there after Boston. Had held her while she cried. Had sat through the police interviews and the university hearings and the long nights when Sarah couldn't sleep. "I don't know," Sarah admitted. "Some days I think the play is helping me process what happened. Other days I think I'm just reliving it over and over, making it worse instead of better." "And which is today?" "I don't know yet." They stood together in the basement, surrounded by the physical manifestation of Sarah's trauma. And Sarah wondered if Meredith was right to be worried. If maybe this whole thing was a mistake. If she should have stayed in therapy instead of turning everything into art. But art was the only thing that made her feel powerful. The only time she felt in control. In her regular life, she was just a victim. Someone something bad had happened to. Someone people pitied or didn't believe or both. But on stage, she was the one controlling the narrative. She decided how the story went, what it meant, how it ended. That had to count for something. The other company members started arriving for rehearsal. Mark and Jessica, the leads. David and Karen, playing supporting roles. All of them talented, all of them willing to go to dark places for the sake of the work. But as rehearsal progressed, Sarah could feel the tension building. Her script changes were making everyone uncomfortable. The violence was getting more explicit. The language more brutal. The protagonist's transformation from victim to aggressor more complete. "Can we talk about this scene?" Mark asked after the third run-through. He was playing the abuser, a role that required him to simulate violence against Jessica every night. "I'm not comfortable with how physical it's gotten." "It needs to be physical to be truthful," Sarah said. "But Jessica and I aren't trained in stage combat. We're going to hurt each other if we keep adding more violence without proper choreography." Sarah knew he was right. Knew she was pushing too hard. But she couldn't stop. The play had become the only place she could safely express her rage, and she needed it to be as brutal as she felt inside. "We'll hire a fight choreographer," Sarah said. "I'll find the money somewhere." "It's not just about safety," Jessica added quietly. "It's about intent. My character starts fighting back in Act 2. But the violence she uses feels vengeful. Excessive, like she's becoming what he was." "She is, but why? Where's her journey? Where's her growth?" "There is no growth. There's just survival. And sometimes survival means becoming someone you never wanted to be." The rehearsal continued, but Sarah could feel everyone's unease. She was losing them. Pushing too hard, demanding too much, turning her artistic vision into something that felt more like punishment than collaboration. After rehearsal, Meredith cornered her in what passed for their office, a corner of the basement with a desk and filing cabinet. "We need to talk about money," Meredith said. "We don't have any." "Exactly. The preview performance is sold out, but we're donating all proceeds to the women's shelter. Which means we're going to be in debt after this production wraps. Art shouldn't be about profit. Art also shouldn't leave us unable to pay rent on this space. Sarah, I love what you're doing. But we need to be realistic. We need to find a balance between artistic integrity and financial survival." Sarah knew Meredith was right. Knew they couldn't keep producing work at a loss. Knew that idealism didn't pay bills or keep lights on. But she also knew that the moment they started making choices based on profit instead of art, they'd become just another theater company producing safe, forgettable work. "What if the reviews are good?" Sarah asked. "What if the Times comes and loves it? That kind of attention could carry us through the next year. And if they hate it, then we close. But at least we'll have tried something real." Meredith sighed, and Sarah could see all the worry and love and frustration in her friend's face. "Okay, we do it your way. But after this, we need to produce something that makes money. Deal?" "Deal." Sarah left rehearsal and walked to her day job at Riverside Senior Center. The January evening was bitter cold, the streets mostly empty, everyone who could be inside already there. Sarah walked fast, keys between her fingers, aware of her surroundings in the way that women in cities always were. At the center, Mrs. Weinstein was waiting for her, more agitated than Sarah had ever seen her. "They came back," Mrs. Weinstein said. "Last night, they took my photos." "What photos?" "The ones I showed you. Of my family. Of the camps. The only proof I have that any of them existed." Sarah felt something cold settle in her chest. This wasn't about money anymore. This was personal. Cruel. Someone was targeting Mrs. Weinstein specifically, taking things that mattered, things that couldn't be replaced. "Did you tell Diana?" Sarah asked, though she already knew the answer. "Diana says I misplaced them. Says maybe a cleaning person accidentally threw them away. But I know what I know. Someone is in my room at night. Someone is taking my things, and no one believes me." Sarah helped Mrs. Weinstein get ready for bed, noting how the old woman kept looking at her door, kept checking the locks, kept flinching at every sound. This was what trauma looked like. The constant vigilance. The inability to feel safe. The knowledge that danger could come from anywhere, could look like anyone. Sarah knew that feeling intimately. After Mrs. Weinstein was settled, Sarah went to Diana's office. Her supervisor was packing up for the day, clearly not interested in staying late to discuss resident concerns. "Mrs. Weinstein's photos are missing," Sarah said. "She probably misplaced them." "She didn't misplace them. Someone took them. Someone is systematically targeting residents, taking their belongings, and no one is doing anything about it. Diana looked up, her expression tired and annoyed. Sarah, I know you care, but you need to understand that elderly people get confused. They misplace things. They forget where they put items. It's not malicious, it's just aging. Mrs. Weinstein is not confused. She's sharp as a tack. And she says someone was in her room last night taking her photos. And I say she was dreaming. We have security. We have protocols. No one is breaking into resident rooms and stealing photos. Then how do you explain the missing items? Mrs. Weinstein's cash, Mr. Chen's watch, Mrs. Rodriguez's ring, Mrs. Park's jewelry. All gone. All from residents who don't have family who visit regularly. Diana stood up, gathering her coat and bag. You know what I think? I think you're projecting. I think something happened to you, something traumatic, and now you're seeing danger everywhere. Even where it doesn't exist. Sarah felt like she'd been slapped. That's not fair. Neither is accusing my staff of theft based on the confused recollections of elderly residents. Drop this, Sarah, I'm warning you. Focus on your actual job and stop playing detective. Sarah left before she could say something that would get her fired. Outside, she stood in the cold evening air and tried to calm the anger that was making her hands shake. Diana was wrong. Sarah wasn't projecting. She was paying attention. She was believing someone no one else would believe, because she knew what it felt like to not be believed. Walking home, Sarah thought about Mrs. Weinstein, about the trauma the old woman carried, about surviving the Holocaust only to be victimized again in a place that was supposed to be safe. About how predators always targeted the most vulnerable, the ones who couldn't fight back, the ones no one would believe. At home, Paul was working on his novel. He looked up when she entered, his expression hopeful. How was work? Frustrating. Diana's still dismissing Mrs. Weinstein's complaints. Maybe she has a point. Maybe the items really are just misplaced. Sarah felt something crack inside her. You too? You think I'm making this up? I think you're seeing patterns where there might not be any. I think you want to help Mrs. Weinstein, but maybe there's nothing to help with. Someone stood at the foot of her bed, Paul. Someone took her photos. This isn't confusion. This is real. Paul set aside his laptop and came to sit beside her. Okay, let's say you're right. Let's say someone is targeting residents. What are you going to do about it? Investigate. Document everything. Build a case. And then what? Take it to the police? They're not going to investigate missing photos from a senior center. You know that. So what? I should just do nothing. Just let whoever's doing this keep victimizing people? Paul was quiet for a moment, his expression concerned in the way that meant he was trying to help but didn't know how. I think you're using this as a distraction. From the play, from Boston, from dealing with everything you've been avoiding. I'm not avoiding anything. You're working 2 jobs, running a theater company, staying busy every second of every day so you don't have to stop and actually feel what you're feeling. And what's wrong with that? What's wrong with staying busy? Because eventually you're going to crash. And when you do, it's going to be bad. Sarah stood up, needing distance, needing space to breathe. I need to work on the play. Sarah. I need to work. She went to her desk and opened her laptop, pulling up the script, making more changes, pushing the violence further, making the protagonist darker, taking away any hint of redemption or hope. Paul didn't try to stop her. He went back to his novel, and they sat in the small apartment, 2 people working on art, trying to make meaning from chaos, trying to prove they were worth something. Sarah worked until 2 a.m., rewriting scenes, adding violence, taking away anything that felt false or easy or comforting. When she finally closed her laptop, Paul was asleep on the couch, his laptop still open beside him. She covered him with a blanket and went to the window, looking out at the city, at the lights and darkness, at the millions of people living parallel lives, all of them struggling in ways no one else could see. She thought about Mrs. Weinstein, about the photos that were gone, about the violation of having someone in your space, taking your things, making you feel unsafe in the place you're supposed to feel most protected. She thought about Boston, about the parking lot, about the man whose name she could never remember taking everything from her. She thought about the play, about putting her trauma on stage, about making audiences uncomfortable because discomfort was the point. And she thought about Paul's warning. Eventually, you're going to crash. And when you do, it's going to be bad. But crashing required stopping. And Sarah couldn't stop. Stopping meant feeling. And feeling meant falling apart. And falling apart meant letting the trauma win. So she'd keep going, keep working. Keep pushing, keep fighting, until something broke. Until something changed. Until the story she was telling finally made sense of the life she was living. Chapter 8, Ryan. January 18th. Ryan stood outside a warehouse in Red Hook, trying to look intimidating while Victor negotiated with a man who clearly didn't want to pay what he owed. The wind coming off the water was brutal, cutting through Ryan's jacket like it wasn't there at all. "Tell him," Victor said in Russian, nodding toward Ryan. "Tell him what happens when people don't pay." Ryan didn't speak Russian, but he understood his role. He stepped forward, making himself bigger, letting his face go blank the way he'd learned in Coxsackie. The man's eyes widened slightly. "Not much, just enough." "I can get you the money by Friday," the man said, his accent thick, Eastern European. "You said that last Friday," Victor replied in English now. "And the Friday before that. My patience has limits. Please, business is slow, the import taxes are not my problem. You borrowed money. You pay it back. Simple mathematics." The man looked at Ryan, calculating whether violence was coming. Ryan kept his face empty, kept his body still, letting the threat remain unspoken but present. It was easier than he'd expected. The man wanted to believe he'd pay. Wanted to believe he could avoid what came next. "Friday," the man said finally. "I swear on my mother." "Mothers are cheap," Victor said. "But I'll give you until Friday. And if you don't have it, my nephew here will be less pleasant." They left the warehouse. Victor was pleased, Ryan could tell. The collection had gone smoothly, no violence necessary. Just the threat of it, hanging in the air like smoke. "You're good at this," Victor said as they walked back to the car. "Better than I expected." "I didn't do anything." "Exactly. You just stood there and let him imagine what you might do. That's more effective than actually doing it." Ryan thought about Ashley, about the blood he'd cleaned, about how quickly he'd adapted to violence when it was necessary. Thought about how his parole officer had warned him, "One mistake and you're back inside." But this wasn't a mistake. This was deliberate. A choice to slide deeper into Victor's world because the alternative was what? Poverty? Homelessness? Going back to prison anyway when he couldn't prove employment? "How much do I get?" Ryan asked. 10% of what we collect. Today that's $200 for standing around for an hour, looking dangerous. More than Ryan made in a week doing legitimate work, if he could find legitimate work, which he couldn't. "When's the next one?" Ryan asked. Victor smiled, and it wasn't a kind smile. "Tomorrow, and this one might require more than just standing around." They drove back to the projects in silence. Ryan watched the city pass by the window, neighborhoods changing block by block, wealth and poverty existing side by side, separated by invisible lines everyone understood but no one talked about. His phone buzzed. "Ashley. How'd your first day go?" "Fine, made some money." "Doing what?" "Better if you don't know." "I like that you're getting your hands dirty. Makes you interesting." Ryan stared at the message, understanding that Ashley found his criminal activity attractive, that his slide into Victor's world was something she approved of, rather than something she'd try to stop. "Can I see you tonight?" he typed. "Can't, working late. Tomorrow?" "Yeah?" Back at the apartment, Ryan counted out the $200 Victor had given him. It felt different from regular money. Heavier, tainted by the threat of violence, even though no violence had occurred. He should feel guilty. Should feel like he was betraying the parole conditions he'd agreed to. Should feel like he was letting down everyone who'd ever believed he could be different from his brothers. But he didn't feel guilty. He felt relieved. Relieved to have money. Relieved to be useful. Relieved to stop pretending he could be something other than what his family had always been. Criminals surviving the only way they knew how. That evening, Ryan tried to find something to do with himself that didn't involve thinking about the choices he was making. He watched television without seeing it, scrolled through his phone without reading anything, paced the small apartment like a caged animal. Victor returned around 8, bringing food from a Russian restaurant. They ate in silence, the television playing news neither of them cared about. "Tomorrow's collection will be different," Victor said finally. "The man we're visiting, he's refused to pay for 3 months. Words won't work anymore." "What do you need me to do?" "Hurt him, not badly, just enough to make him understand we're serious." Ryan set down his fork, his appetite gone. "How much?" "Broken fingers, maybe a broken nose. Enough that he remembers. Not enough that he can't work and earn the money he owes." Ryan thought about prison, about the violence he'd learned there, about how easy it was to hurt someone when you stopped seeing them as human and started seeing them as a problem to be solved. "Okay," he said. Victor nodded, satisfied. "Get some sleep, we leave at noon." But Ryan didn't sleep. He lay in bed thinking about the man he'd hurt tomorrow, a stranger who'd made the mistake of borrowing money from Victor and then failing to pay it back. Thought about how this man probably had a family, had problems, had reasons for not being able to pay that were more complicated than simple refusal. Thought about how none of that would matter tomorrow when Ryan broke his fingers. Around midnight, his phone rang. Ashley's name lit up the screen. "I thought you were working late," Ryan said. "I lied. Come meet me." "Where?" "The park. The one with the basketball courts. 20 minutes. Ryan dressed and left the apartment, walking through streets that felt dangerous even when they were empty. The park was dark except for one flickering streetlight. Ashley sat on a swing, smoking a cigarette, watching him approach. "You look stressed," she said. "I have a job tomorrow. It requires violence. And you're afraid you'll like it." Ryan sat on the swing next to her. "How did you know?" "Because I know you. Because we're the same. Because we're both afraid of who we are when we stop pretending." They swung slowly, their feet dragging on the ground, two damaged people in a dark park in a dangerous neighborhood. "Tell me about your first time," Ashley said. "First time you really hurt someone." Ryan thought back to Coxsackie, to his 3rd week inside, to the older inmate who'd cornered him in the showers. Thought about how he'd fought back, had grabbed a homemade shank, had driven it into the man's side until blood pooled on the wet floor. "I was 16, Ryan said. "Someone tried to rape me in the showers. I stabbed him. They added 2 years to my sentence, but after that, people left me alone." "Did it feel good?" "Stabbing him?" "Having power, making someone else afraid." Ryan thought about it honestly, pushing past the shame and guilt to the truth underneath. Yes, in that moment, it felt good. It felt like I wasn't helpless anymore. Ashley nodded, like this was the answer she'd expected. "Tomorrow, when you hurt that man, it's going to feel good again. And you're going to hate yourself for feeling that way. But you shouldn't. Power isn't wrong. It's just power. Power that comes from hurting people is wrong." Says who? The people who already have power through other means? Money, connections, privilege? They get to feel powerful without violence, because the system's already rigged in their favor. For people like us, violence is the only power we have. Ryan wanted to argue, wanted to say that violence was never the answer, that there were other ways to have power, to matter, to be worth something. But Ashley was looking at him with those sharp eyes, seeing through every argument he could make. "You're going to be good at this," Ashley said. "At Victor's work. At being what you need to be to survive. And that scares you because you've been trying so hard to be different from your brothers. I don't want to end up like them." "Then don't get caught." They swung in silence for a while, the chains creaking, the city humming around them. Ryan thought about his father, murdered in a bodega, about Patrick, killed in a robbery, about Sean, in prison for attempted murder, About Tommy in and out for assault. About how violence ran in families like genetic code, inevitable as eye color, impossible to escape no matter how hard you tried. I should go, Ryan said. Need to sleep before tomorrow. Ashley stood up, stubbing out her cigarette. Ryan? Don't fight what you are. It just makes it worse. She kissed him, tasting like cigarettes and acceptance, and walked away into the darkness. Ryan watched her go, understanding that she was probably right, that fighting against his nature was just another form of self-destruction. Back at the apartment, he lay in bed and stared at the ceiling until dawn. Thinking about the man he'd hurt tomorrow. Thinking about Ashley's words, "Don't fight what you are." Thinking about how his whole life had been leading to this moment, this choice, this acceptance of who he really was underneath all the pretending. A Fleming boy, following the family tradition. Perpetuating the cycle of violence that had killed his father, destroyed his mother, imprisoned his brothers, and would eventually destroy him too. But at least he'd stop fighting. Stop pretending. Stop believing he could be anything other than what genetics and circumstance and bad choices had made him. At least there was relief in that. In accepting the inevitable. In letting go of the exhausting effort of trying to be good. Chapter 9, Sarah. January 19th. Sarah woke to Paul shaking her gently. She'd been dreaming about the parking lot again, about the man whose name she could never remember, about the cold metal of her car pressing into her back. You were crying in your sleep, Paul said. I'm fine. You're not fine. Sarah got out of bed before he could push further. In the bathroom, she splashed cold water on her face and looked at her reflection. Blonde hair pulled back, dark circles under her eyes, the look of someone who wasn't sleeping enough, wasn't eating enough, wasn't taking care of herself in any meaningful way. But self-care felt like a luxury she couldn't afford. There was too much to do. The play was in 4 weeks. Mrs. Weinstein needed help. The thefts were escalating. And Diana was actively working against her investigation instead of supporting it. At the senior center, Mrs. Weinstein was waiting for her, more upset than Sarah had ever seen her. The old woman's hands shook as she held out a piece of paper. I found this under my door this morning, Mrs. Weinstein said. Sarah took the paper. Written in block letters, obviously disguised. Stop talking to the girl or you'll regret it. Sarah felt something cold settle in her chest. This wasn't about random theft anymore. This was targeted, personal. Someone knew she was investigating and was threatening Mrs. Weinstein to make her stop. Have you shown this to Diana? Sarah asked, though she already knew the answer. She'll say I wrote it myself. She'll say I'm seeking attention. Did you see who left it? No, it was there when I woke up. Someone came into my room while I was sleeping and left a threat. Sarah helped Mrs. Weinstein sit down, noting how the old woman's breath came short and fast, how her skin had gone pale. This was what fear looked like. The kind that came from understanding you were vulnerable, that someone wanted to hurt you, that the people supposed to protect you didn't believe you. I'm going to figure out who's doing this, Sarah said. But you need to be careful. Don't investigate on your own. Don't confront anyone. Just document everything and tell me. You should stop too, Mrs. Weinstein said. Whoever wrote this, they're serious. They know you're asking questions. They might come after you next. Sarah thought about Boston, about the detective who'd implied she was asking for it, about the university that had suggested she transfer to avoid awkwardness. Thought about all the times she'd been told to stop making trouble, to stop asking questions, to just accept that bad things happened and move on. I'm not stopping, Sarah said. I'm not letting whoever's doing this get away with it. You sound like someone who hasn't learned that sometimes discretion is survival. Maybe I'm tired of surviving. Maybe I want to actually live. Sarah spent her lunch break documenting everything. She made a list of all the residents who'd reported missing items. Made notes on timing, patterns, what had been taken and when. Started building a timeline that showed the thefts accelerating over the past 2 months. More importantly, she noted that all the victims were residents without regular family visits. People who were isolated, people no one would believe. People who were easy targets. She was so focused on her notes that she didn't notice Diana standing behind her until her supervisor spoke. "What are you doing?" Sarah turned, hiding the notebook. "Just writing." "Let me see." "It's personal." Diana held out her hand, her expression hard. "Let me see the notebook, Sarah." Sarah knew she should refuse, should claim privacy, should stand her ground. But Diana was her supervisor, and Sarah needed this job. She handed over the notebook. Diana read through the pages, her expression growing darker with each entry. When she finished, she closed the notebook and looked at Sarah with something like pity. "You're documenting the thefts, after I specifically told you to drop it. Mrs. Weinstein received a threat this morning. Someone slipped a note under her door telling her to stop talking to me." "Did you see this note?" "Yes, she showed it to me." "Where is it now?" "She has it in her room." Diana sighed, the sound of someone dealing with a particularly stubborn child. "Sarah, I'm going to say this one last time. There are no thefts. There are no threats. There's a confused elderly woman who may have early dementia, and a young employee who's projecting her own trauma onto a situation that doesn't exist." "That's not what's happening." "Then prove it. Show me evidence. Not notes about missing items that probably weren't missing in the first place. Not threats that I haven't seen. Real evidence." Sarah wanted to argue, wanted to defend herself, wanted to make Diana see what was so obvious to her. But Diana's expression was closed, her mind made up. Nothing Sarah said would change it. "Can I have my notebook back?" Sarah asked. "No, I'm keeping this as evidence of your insubordination. If you continue to pursue this investigation, I'll have no choice but to let you go. Do you understand?" Sarah understood perfectly. Diana was either part of the problem or so invested in denying it that she'd become an obstacle. Either way, Sarah was on her own. "I understand," Sarah said. "Good. Now get back to work." Sarah spent the rest of the day helping residents, doing her actual job, pretending she'd dropped the investigation. But her mind was working, planning, figuring out how to continue without Diana knowing. After her shift, Sarah walked to raw space for rehearsal. The January evening was bitter cold, the sky already dark, the streets filled with people heading home from work or heading out to bars. Sarah walked fast, keys between her fingers, aware of her surroundings in the way that had become second nature. At rehearsal, the tension from previous sessions had intensified. Mark and Jessica were barely speaking to her. David and Karen kept exchanging glances when Sarah gave notes. Even Meredith seemed distant, worried in a way she wouldn't directly address. "Can we talk about the ending?" Jessica asked after their first run-through. "My character kills her abuser, fine. But then she just sits there? She doesn't call the police, doesn't try to run, just sits with the body? It doesn't make sense." "It makes perfect sense," Sarah said. "She's in shock. She's just killed someone. She needs time to process what she's done." "For how long? The play just ends with her sitting there. No resolution, no consequences, no aftermath. Because life doesn't have resolution. Trauma doesn't end, it just continues." Jessica looked at Mark, then back at Sarah. "I think we need to talk about where this play is coming from. About whether you're using it to process something personal." Sarah felt something crack inside her. "My personal life has nothing to do with the play." "Doesn't it? Because it feels like you're working through something very specific. And maybe that's not healthy, for you or for us. Are you asking to leave the production? I'm asking you to consider whether this play is helping you or hurting you." Sarah looked around the basement space, at the sets Meredith had painted, at the lights they'd carefully positioned, at all the physical manifestation of her artistic vision. Looked at the actors who'd agreed to go to dark places with her, but who were now questioning whether the darkness served the art or just served her damage. "If you want to leave, leave," Sarah said. "But the play is staying as is. This is the story I'm telling. If it makes you uncomfortable, that's the point." Jessica and Mark exchanged another look. Some silent communication passing between them. Then Jessica nodded. Okay, we'll do it your way. But after this production, I think you should talk to someone. A professional. I don't need therapy, I need actors who trust me. Rehearsal continued, but the atmosphere had changed. Everyone was going through the motions, hitting their marks, saying their lines, but the energy was wrong. The vulnerability was gone. They were performing at her instead of with her. After rehearsal, Meredith pulled Sarah aside. You're losing them, Meredith said. And if you're not careful, you're going to lose me too. Are you threatening to leave? I'm warning you that you're pushing everyone away. Paul's worried. Your actors are worried. I'm worried. And you won't listen to any of us. Because none of you understand what I'm trying to do. Then explain it to us. Help us understand. Sarah wanted to explain. Wanted to tell Meredith about Mrs. Weinstein, about the threats, about how the world was full of predators who targeted the vulnerable, and everyone looked away because it was easier than acknowledging the violence that existed everywhere, all the time, just under the surface of normal life. But the words wouldn't come. Her throat felt tight, her chest constricted, her body holding all the emotions she refused to feel. I need to go, Sarah said. Sarah? I'll see you tomorrow. Sarah left before Meredith could stop her. Outside, the temperature had dropped even further. The wind coming off the East River felt like it was made of knives. Sarah walked without direction, just moving, trying to outpace the feelings that were catching up to her. She found herself at a bodega on Avenue A, the same one from before. The Asian girl with black fingernails was behind the counter, reading a magazine. You look like you're having a bad day, the girl said. I'm fine. Nobody who says they're fine is actually fine. Sarah bought a bottle of water she didn't want, just to have something to do with her hands. The girl rang her up, studying her with an intensity that felt invasive. You live in this neighborhood? The girl asked. East 4th. I've seen you around. You walk like you're expecting someone to attack you. Sarah felt defensive, exposed. I'm just aware of my surroundings. There's aware and then there's paranoid. You're paranoid. Maybe I have reasons to be. The girl nodded slowly. Yeah, I can see that. Something happened to you. Something bad. And now you see danger everywhere. Sarah took her water and left without responding. Outside, she stood on the sidewalk and tried to calm her breathing. The girl was wrong. Sarah wasn't paranoid. She was realistic. She understood that danger was real, was everywhere, was always waiting for a moment of inattention. Walking home, Sarah noticed someone following her. Or thought she did. A figure staying half a block back, matching her pace, turning when she turned. She walked faster. The figure kept pace. She turned onto a side street. The figure followed. Sarah's heart raced. She pulled out her phone, ready to call 911, her keys between her fingers, her body flooding with adrenaline. She turned suddenly, confronting her pursuer. It was a woman in her 30s, wearing running gear, earbuds in, completely oblivious to Sarah's presence. She jogged past without looking at her, disappearing around the next corner. Sarah stood there, breathing hard, feeling foolish and frightened in equal measure. Jessica was right. The bodega girl was right. She was seeing danger where it didn't exist. But how was she supposed to know the difference? How was anyone supposed to know which shadows were empty and which ones held threat? Back at the apartment, Paul was working on his novel. He looked up when she entered, his expression shifting from focused to concerned. You okay? Fine. You're shaking. Sarah looked down at her hands. He was right. They were trembling, had been since she'd confronted the jogger who wasn't following her at all. I thought someone was following me, but I was wrong. Paul set aside his laptop and came to her, wrapping his arms around her in a hug that felt like safety and pressure simultaneously. Maybe it's time to talk to someone. About Boston. About everything. I don't need therapy. I need sleep. Sarah? Please, Paul. I just need sleep. She went to bed without eating, without showering, without doing anything except lying down and closing her eyes and praying for unconsciousness. But sleep wouldn't come. She lay there thinking about Mrs. Weinstein's threat, about Diana's ultimatum, about her actor's concerns, about Paul's worry, about the jogger she'd thought was following her. Thinking about how the world was divided into people who understood that danger was real and people who still believed they were safe. And how once you understood, once you really saw the violence that existed everywhere, you could never unsee it. Could never go back to believing in safety. At 3 a.m., she gave up on sleep and opened her journal. Everyone thinks I'm paranoid. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm seeing patterns where there aren't any. Maybe Mrs. Weinstein's just confused. Maybe Diana's right that I'm projecting. But I don't think so. I think something bad is happening at the senior center. I think Mrs. Weinstein is being targeted. I think the threat was real. And even if I'm wrong, even if I'm seeing danger where it doesn't exist, isn't that better than the alternative? Isn't it better to be vigilant than to be caught unaware? After Boston, I promised myself I'd never be a victim again. That I'd see danger coming and move out of the way. But now everyone thinks that promise has made me paranoid. Has made me unable to distinguish between real threats and imagined ones. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'm broken in a way that can't be fixed. Maybe surviving means becoming someone who can't relax, can't trust, can't ever feel safe again. The play opens in 4 weeks. I need it to be perfect. Need it to say everything I can't say. Need it to justify all the damage I'm doing to myself and everyone around me. But I'm losing people. Paul, Meredith, my actors, even myself. I don't recognize who I'm becoming. Don't know if the person I'm turning into is stronger or just more scared. Don't know if there's a difference. Chapter 10, Ryan. January 19th. Ryan woke to voices in the kitchen. Victor and someone else speaking Russian, their tone urgent. Ryan got out of bed and went to investigate, finding his godfather sitting at the table with Alexei, Victor's nephew. Alexei was younger than Ryan, maybe 22, with the kind of face that would have been handsome if it wasn't always twisted into a sneer. He nodded at Ryan when he entered, a gesture of acknowledgement but not respect. On the table between them lay a silver revolver. .357 Magnum. Polished and deadly and completely illegal for Ryan to be near, given his parole conditions. "This is not good," Ryan said in English. Victor waved his hand dismissively. "Relax. Alexei needs somewhere to keep it for a few days. His apartment's being watched. Keep it somewhere else, not here. If my parole officer finds a gun in this apartment..." "Your parole officer isn't going to search the apartment. Relax." But Ryan couldn't relax. The gun sat on the table like a physical manifestation of every bad decision he'd ever made. Heavy, deadly, inevitable. Alexei picked up the gun, spinning the chamber, checking the mechanism. "Beautiful, yes? Just bought it. Want to try?" "No. Come on, one shot. Feel the power." Ryan thought about the man he'd hurt yesterday. Victor's collection job had gone exactly as planned. Ryan had broken the man's fingers while Victor watched. The man had screamed, had begged, had promised to pay everything he owed. Ryan had felt exactly what Ashley had predicted: powerful, alive, disgusted with himself for enjoying it. "I don't need to try it," Ryan said. Alexei shrugged and set the gun back on the table. Victor wrapped it in an oily cloth and took it to his room. When he returned, his expression was serious. "We have another job today, different client. This one might be more difficult." "How difficult?" "He's a fighter, ex-military. Won't go down easy. I need you to be prepared." Ryan understood what Victor wasn't saying. This wouldn't be like yesterday. This would be real violence, not just breaking fingers. This would be the kind of fight that could go wrong, could escalate, could end with someone dead or seriously hurt. "Maybe we should wait," Ryan said. "Bring more people." "We bring more people, we split the money more ways. It's just the two of us. You can handle it." Ryan wasn't sure he could handle it. Wasn't sure he wanted to. But Victor was already moving, already planning, already assuming Ryan's cooperation. They left at noon. The collection was in Queens, a warehouse district that felt abandoned even during business hours. The man they were visiting was named Sergei, which was confusing because Victor's nephew was also named Sergei, but apparently it was a common name. This Sergei was massive. 6'4", maybe 250 pounds, with the build of someone who'd spent years doing physical labor. He didn't look scared when Victor and Ryan entered his office. He looked ready. "Viktor Kozlov," Sergei said in Russian, then switched to English. "I was wondering when you'd come. You know why we're here? I know you think I owe you money. I disagree with that assessment. The money was borrowed. It needs to be returned. Simple mathematics. The money was borrowed under false pretenses. You said it was a loan. It was actually an investment in a business you knew was going to fail. That's called fraud." Victor's expression didn't change, but Ryan could feel the tension in the room shift. "This wasn't going to end peacefully. Whether you call it a loan or an investment, the money needs to be returned," Victor said. "Today? Or what? You'll hurt me? Kill me? I've survived worse than you. I was in Chechnya. I've seen real violence. You think you scare me?" Victor glanced at Ryan. The signal was clear. This was Ryan's moment. His test. His opportunity to prove he could do what needed to be done. Ryan stepped forward, trying to look confident even though his heart was racing. Sergei looked at him and laughed. "This is your muscle? This kid?" Ryan didn't respond. Just moved closer, getting into range, planning his approach. Sergei was bigger, stronger, more experienced. But Ryan had learned in prison that size didn't matter as much as speed and willingness to do damage. Sergei threw the first punch. Ryan barely dodged it, feeling the wind from the man's fist passing inches from his face. He responded with a hit to Sergei's ribs, putting his weight behind it, aiming for the floating ribs that would hurt most. Sergei grunted but didn't go down. He grabbed Ryan by the jacket and threw him against the wall. Ryan's head hit the concrete, stars exploding behind his eyes. He slid down, dazed, trying to recover. Victor pulled the revolver from his jacket. Not Alexei's gun, a different one. Older, just as deadly. "Enough," Victor said, pointing the gun at Sergei. "You have the money or you don't. But either way, this ends now." Sergei looked at the gun, at Victor's steady hand, at Ryan struggling to stand. Something shifted in his expression. The calculation changing. The risk assessment updating. "I have some of it," Sergei said. "Not all, but some." "How much?" 3,000. It's in the safe." "Get it." Sergei opened a safe behind his desk, counting out cash with steady hands. He gave it to Victor, who counted it twice before nodding. "The rest by next week. Or we come back. And next time I won't stop my nephew from finishing what he started." Outside, Ryan leaned against the car, his head pounding, his ribs aching. Victor handed him a wad of cash. "Your share? 300? I lost. You survived. That's what matters. Next time, go for the knees first. Take away his mobility, then you can take your time." Ryan pocketed the money and got in the car. They drove back to Manhattan in silence. Ryan's head throbbed where it had hit the wall. His pride hurt worse than his body. He'd failed his first real test. Had been thrown around by a man who was bigger and meaner and more experienced. "Don't feel bad," Victor said, reading his thoughts. "Everyone loses their first real fight. What matters is whether you get back up." "I got back up." "Then you passed the test." Back at the apartment, Ryan took painkillers and lay on his bed. His phone buzzed. "Ashley, can I see you tonight?" Ryan wanted to say no. Wanted to be alone with his failure and his pain. But he also wanted to see her. Wanted someone who understood what it felt like to do violence, and not be sure how you felt about it. "Yeah, where?" "My place, 8 o'clock. Ryan spent the afternoon icing his head and thinking about the fight. About how Sergei had thrown him around like he weighed nothing. About how Victor had pulled a gun to save him. About how close he'd come to serious injury or worse. About how his parole officer had warned him, "One mistake and you're back inside." But this wasn't a mistake. This was a choice. A series of choices, each one taking him further from the person he'd been trying to be and closer to the person everyone expected him to become. At 8, Ryan walked to Ashley's aunt's building. The January night was brutal, the kind of cold that made you question why anyone lived in this city. Ashley answered the door wearing sweatpants and a hoodie, her hair pulled back, her face bare of makeup. "You look like shit," she said. "Got into a fight today, lost. Did you at least hurt him?" "A little, not enough." Ashley led him to her tiny bedroom. They lay on the bed together, not touching, just existing in the same space. Ryan's head throbbed, his ribs ached. His pride was in pieces. "Tell me about the fight," Ashley said. Ryan described the collection, the warehouse, Sergei's size and confidence. Described being thrown against the wall, failing his first real test, Victor having to pull a gun to save him. "He was bigger than you," Ashley said when he finished. "Stronger, more experienced. You were always going to lose that fight." "Then why did Victor make me do it?" "To see if you'd try, to see if you'd get back up. That's all that matters, not winning. Just trying." Ryan thought about his brothers. Patrick, killed trying to rob a store. Sean in prison for attempting murder after a bar fight. Tommy in and out for assault. None of them winners. All of them trying. All of them getting back up until they couldn't anymore. "I don't want to end up like them," Ryan said. "But I don't know how to be anything else." "Then stop fighting it. Stop trying to be different. Just be what you are." "And what am I?" "Someone who does what needs to be done to survive. Someone who isn't afraid of violence when violence is necessary. Someone who understands that the world is brutal and pretending otherwise is just lying to yourself." Ashley moved closer, her hand finding his in the dark. "I like that you lost today. It means you're still human. Still vulnerable. If you'd won easily, it would mean you were becoming something else. Something scary." "I think I am becoming something else. Something scary." "Good. Scary is powerful. Scary is respected. Scary is what keeps you alive in this city." They lay together until Ryan's head stopped pounding and his ribs stopped aching, and the pain became something he could live with, instead of something that overwhelmed him. "Victor has a gun in the apartment," Ryan said. "His nephew's. Needs to hide it for a few days." "Have you held it?" "No." "Why not?" "Because if I hold it, I might use it. And if I use it, I'm done. No more chances, no more pretending I'm trying to stay clean." Ashley sat up, looking down at him. "You're already done, Ryan. You crossed that line when you helped me clean up my aunt's boyfriend's blood. You crossed it again when you started working for Victor. You crossed it again today when you broke that man's fingers. The gun doesn't change anything. It's just making official what's already true." Ryan knew she was right. Knew he'd been lying to himself about being clean, about staying out of trouble, about trying to be different from his brothers. Knew that every choice he'd made since his release had been leading him to this moment, this acceptance, this understanding that he was exactly what everyone had always said he was. A criminal, a thug, a Fleming boy following the family tradition of violence and self-destruction. "I should go," Ryan said. "Stay, please." So he stayed. Lay there with Ashley in the dark, two broken people finding comfort in mutual recognition of how damaged they were. Finding peace in accepting the inevitable. Finding relief in stopping the exhausting effort of trying to be good. Around midnight, Ashley fell asleep. Ryan lay awake, listening to her breathe, thinking about the gun wrapped in oily cloth in Victor's room. Thinking about how heavy it would feel in his hand. How powerful, how final. Thinking about his brother Patrick, killed in a robbery. Thinking about how Patrick had probably held a gun just like that one. Had probably felt powerful right up until the moment he'd been shot. Had probably thought he was in control right up until he wasn't. Ryan carefully extracted himself from Ashley's bed and left her apartment. Walked through freezing streets back to the projects. Climbed 14 flights because the elevator was broken again. let himself into the apartment quietly so he wouldn't wake Victor. But Victor was awake, sitting at the kitchen table, the silver revolver disassembled in front of him, cleaning it with practiced efficiency. "Can't sleep?" Victor asked. "Head hurts. You did well today. Not many people would have gotten back up after being thrown like that. I lost. You survived. That's all that matters." Ryan sat down across from Victor, watching him clean the gun. The movements were meditative, practiced, the ritual of someone who'd been around weapons his whole life. "When did you first use a gun?" Ryan asked. "I was 14. Back in Moscow, different world, different rules. But the same basic truth. Power comes from willingness to do violence when violence is necessary." "Did you kill anyone?" Victor looked up, his expression neutral. "Some questions don't have good answers." Ryan understood. Some things were better left unspoken. Some truths were too heavy to share. "Can I hold it?" Ryan asked. Victor reassembled the gun, checked the safety, and handed it across the table. Ryan took it, feeling the weight of it, the cool metal, the potential for destruction contained in such a small object. It felt right in his hand. Like something he'd been missing without knowing it. Like coming home. "Don't get attached," Victor said. "It's not yours, it's Alexi's. You can't keep it." "I know." But as Ryan held the gun, feeling its weight, its power, its promise of control in a world that felt increasingly chaotic, he understood something fundamental. He wanted one. Wanted the power it represented. Wanted the illusion of control it provided. Wanted to feel like he mattered. Like he could protect himself. Like he could finally stop being afraid. He handed the gun back to Victor and went to bed. But he didn't sleep. Just lay there thinking about weight and power and the inevitable conclusion of every choice he'd made since his release. Thinking about how close he was to the edge. How little it would take to push him over. How ready he was to stop fighting and just fall. Chapter 11. Sarah. January 20th. Sarah stood outside the Velvet Room, the new music venue on Ludlow Street, trying to decide if this was a good idea or just another way to avoid sleeping. Meredith had recommended her for a bartending job here, and the owner, Sal, wanted to meet her for a training shift. Inside, the space was dark and intimate, with a small stage and a bar that ran the length of the room. Exposed brick walls covered in band posters. Dim lighting that made everything feel slightly dangerous. The kind of place that would be packed on weekends and empty during the week. Sal was behind the bar, a man in his 50s with tattoos covering both arms, and a face that had seen everything at least twice. He looked up when Sarah entered. "You're Meredith's friend, the theater girl." "Sarah Hartley. Sal Romano. You know how to bartend?" "I worked at a bar in Boston during college." "This isn't Boston. This neighborhood, the customers can be rough. You know how to handle trouble?" Sarah thought about Boston, about the parking lot, about learning to handle trouble by surviving it. "I can handle myself." Sal studied her for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, let's see what you've got." He spent the next 2 hours teaching her the bar layout, the drink recipes, the system for tabs and payments. Sarah absorbed it quickly, grateful for something concrete to focus on. Something that didn't require emotional vulnerability or artistic interpretation. "You're good," Sal said when they finished. "Fast hands, pay attention, don't get flustered. When can you start?" "Whenever you need me." "How about next Saturday? We have 3 bands playing. Should be a full house, trial by fire." "Sounds good." Sal wiped down the bar, his expression thoughtful. "Meredith says you're going through some stuff. Says you might need a distraction." "I'm fine." "Everyone who says they're fine is lying. But that's your business. Just don't bring drama to my bar. I've got enough problems without employees falling apart on shift." "I won't fall apart." "Good. Because this neighborhood's changing fast. Not everyone's happy about it. We're getting yuppies moving in. Artists like you opening venues. Boutiques replacing bodegas. The old-timers don't like it. Had someone throw a brick through my window last week. Keep your eyes open." Sarah thought about the graffiti she'd seen, Die yuppie scum. Thought about the violence simmering under the surface of the neighborhood's gentrification. Thought about how she was part of the problem, a Minnesota transplant taking up space in a neighborhood that didn't want her. I'll be careful, Sarah said. Walking home, Sarah felt something shift inside her. A small sense of accomplishment that she desperately needed. She'd gotten a job on her own merit, without her father's connections or money. She'd proven she could do something practical, something that would earn money, something that didn't require her to bleed emotionally. It wasn't much, but it was hers. At the apartment, Paul was cooking dinner. Something simple, pasta and sauce from a jar, but the effort mattered. He looked up when she entered, his expression hopeful. How'd it go? Got the job. Start Saturday. That's great. How do you feel? Tired, relieved, like maybe I can do something right. Paul hugged her, and for a moment, Sarah let herself relax into it. Let herself feel safe. Let herself believe that maybe things would get better. I'm proud of you, Paul said. For getting a bartending job? For trying. For not giving up. For keeping going even when everything feels impossible. Sarah wanted to tell him that keeping going wasn't courage. It was just momentum. That she didn't know how to stop, didn't know what would happen if she did. But the words wouldn't come. Her throat felt tight, her chest constricted, her body holding all the emotions she refused to feel. I need to work on the play, she said, pulling away. Can we eat first? I made dinner. I'm not hungry. Sarah. I need to work. She went to her desk and opened her laptop, pulling up the script, making more changes, pushing the violence further, taking away any remaining hint of redemption or hope. The protagonist no longer found peace. She no longer healed, she just survived. And survival meant becoming someone she didn't recognize. Paul didn't try to stop her. He ate dinner alone, then went back to his novel. They sat in the small apartment, two people working on art, trying to make meaning from chaos, growing further apart with each passing day. Around midnight, Sarah's phone rang. Meredith's name lit up the screen. Sal called me, Meredith said without preamble. Said you got the job? Yeah, thanks for the recommendation. Are you sure this is a good idea? Adding another job when you're already overwhelmed? I need the money. You need sleep. You need therapy. You need to stop running from everything you're feeling. Sarah wanted to hang up. Wanted to turn off her phone. Wanted to avoid this conversation the way she'd been avoiding everything that required emotional honesty. I'm fine, she said. No, you're not. And I'm worried that you're going to crash, and when you do, it's going to be bad. Paul said the same thing. Because we both love you and we're both watching you destroy yourself. I'm not destroying myself, I'm just busy. Sarah, listen to me. You're working 2 jobs, running a theater company, investigating a theft that might not exist, pushing everyone away, not sleeping, probably not eating. This isn't sustainable. Something's going to give. Then let it give. I'm tired of trying to hold everything together. Meredith was quiet for a moment. Sarah could hear her breathing on the other end of the line, could feel her friend's worry radiating through the phone. Okay, Meredith said finally. But when you're ready to fall apart, call me. Don't try to do it alone. I will. Liar. They hung up. Sarah stared at her laptop screen, at the script she'd been rewriting, at the words that were supposed to mean something but increasingly felt hollow. She opened her journal and wrote, Got a bartending job at the Velvet Room. Start Saturday. Sal says the neighborhood's changing, that not everyone's happy about it. I'm part of the problem. A yuppie taking up space in a neighborhood that doesn't want me. But where else am I supposed to go? Back to Minnesota? Back to my father's house, his money, his expectations. Back to being the version of myself that everyone wanted me to be before I learned that safety was an illusion? Meredith says I'm destroying myself. Paul says I'm going to crash. My actors think I'm using the play to avoid dealing with Boston. Diana thinks I'm projecting trauma onto situations that don't exist. Maybe they're all right. Maybe I am destroying myself. Maybe I am projecting. Maybe the investigation is just another way to avoid feeling what I don't want to feel. But what's the alternative? Stop working? Stop fighting? Stop trying to make something meaningful out of the damage? After Boston, I promised myself I'd never be powerless again. That I'd see danger coming and move out of the way. That I'd turn my trauma into something that mattered. But now I'm so busy moving that I've forgotten where I'm going. So busy seeing danger that I can't see anything else. So busy turning trauma into art that I've forgotten how to just live. The play opens in 3 weeks. I need it to be perfect. Need it to justify everything I've sacrificed. Need it to prove I'm more than just a victim playing at being an artist. But I'm scared. Scared that when the play is over, when the reviews are in, when the audience has gone home, I'll be left with just myself. And I don't know if I like who that is anymore. Don't know if I ever did. Chapter 12. Ryan. January 20th. Ryan woke to Ashley sitting on his bed, watching him sleep. He bolted upright, heart racing, not knowing how she'd gotten into the apartment or how long she'd been there. "How did you get in?" he asked. "Victor let me in. Said I could wait for you to wake up." "What time is it?" "Noon. You've been asleep for 12 hours. Ryan's head still hurt from being thrown against the wall yesterday. His ribs ached. His pride was in pieces. He wanted to go back to sleep and not wake up for another 12 hours. "Why are you here?" he asked. Ashley's expression was strange, excited and nervous simultaneously. "I need to tell you something, but you have to promise not to freak out." "What?" "Promise first." "Ashley." "Promise." "Fine, I promise. What is it?" Ashley took a breath, held it, then released it slowly. "I'm pregnant." Ryan felt like he'd been thrown against that wall again. The world tilted, his vision narrowing, his breath coming short and fast. "What?" "I'm pregnant. We're going to have a baby." "Are you sure?" "I took 3 tests. All positive." Ryan tried to process this information. Tried to figure out how this was possible, how this had happened, how his life had just gotten exponentially more complicated. "But we've only been together a few weeks," Ryan said. "It only takes once." Ryan got out of bed, pacing the small room, trying to think. A baby. Ashley was pregnant. He was going to be a father. He was 22 years old, on parole, working illegally for Victor, living in a 1-bedroom apartment with his godfather. Had no legitimate income, no prospects, no future. A baby. "What do you want to do?" Ryan asked. "I want to keep it. I want us to raise it together. I want to have a family. Ashley, I can't support a baby. I can barely support myself." "Then we'll figure it out, together. People have babies with less than we have." Ryan thought about his own childhood. His father murdered when he was 8. His mother breaking down, disappearing into psychiatric care. His brothers dead or in prison. The foster homes, the juvenile detention. The violence that had been his inheritance, passed down generation after generation. "I can't bring a baby into this," Ryan said. "Into my life, into my family's curse." "It's not a curse, it's just circumstances. And circumstances can change." "They don't change. They just repeat. My father was violent. His father was violent. All my brothers ended up violent. I'm violent, it's in our blood. I can't pass that on to a kid." Ashley stood up, her expression hardening. "So what, you want me to get rid of it? Just erase this problem?" "I don't know. I need time to think." "Well, I don't have time. I'm keeping this baby with or without you. I thought you'd want to be part of it. I thought you'd see this as a chance to be different from your family. But if you can't..." "Give me time, Ashley. Please, just give me time to process this." She left without saying goodbye. Ryan heard the apartment door slam, heard Victor say something in Russian, heard the silence that followed. Ryan went to the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. Looked at his reflection in the cracked mirror. 22 years old, face bruised from yesterday's fight. Eyes showing damage that went deeper than physical violence. A baby. He was going to be a father. Or Ashley was going to be a mother with or without him. He thought about his own father, about the stories he'd heard about the man who'd been murdered when Ryan was 8. Not a good man, not a bad man. Just a man trying to survive in a city that didn't care whether he lived or died. A man who'd made mistakes, who'd passed down violence and trauma and bad choices to his sons. Ryan didn't want to be that man, didn't want to pass down his damage to another generation. But he also didn't want to abandon Ashley, didn't want to be the kind of man who walked away from responsibility. He got dressed and found Victor in the kitchen, drinking coffee, reading a Russian newspaper. "Your girlfriend seems upset," Victor said. "She says she's pregnant." Victor set down his newspaper, his expression unreadable. "Is it yours?" "She says it is." "What are you going to do?" "I don't know." Victor poured Ryan a cup of coffee and pushed it across the table. "In my experience, these situations rarely end well. Either she's lying to trap you or she's telling the truth and you're trapped anyway. That's not helpful." "I'm not here to be helpful. I'm here to be honest. A baby requires money, stability, a place to live that's not my apartment. You have none of those things. You're on parole, working illegally, one mistake away from going back to prison. How are you going to support a child?" "I'll figure it out." "How? By working more collections for me? By getting deeper into business that could get you killed or arrested? That's not a future for a child." Ryan knew Victor was right. Knew that everything about his current life made him unfit to be a father. But Ashley's words echoed in his mind. This is a chance to be different from your family. Maybe she was right. Maybe this was his opportunity to break the cycle. To be better than his father, better than his brothers, better than the violence that had defined his family for generations. Or maybe he was delusional. Maybe violence and poverty and bad choices were too deeply coded into his DNA to overcome. Maybe he'd just passed down his damage to another generation, perpetuating the cycle one more time. Ryan's phone buzzed. A text from his younger friends, Sergei and Dmitry, 2 brothers from the building who'd started looking up to him since his release. They wanted to hang out, wanted Ryan to come to the apartment where everyone gathered to drink and smoke, and pretend their lives weren't going nowhere. Ryan ignored the text. He didn't want to be around anyone right now. Didn't want to pretend everything was fine when his entire life was falling apart. But his phone kept buzzing. More texts. More invitations. Finally, Ryan responded, "Fine, I'll come by tonight." At Victor's insistence, Ryan went out to make collections. They had 3 stops, all easy. Just standing around looking intimidating while people handed over money they owed. No violence necessary, just the threat of it. Ryan performed his role mechanically, his mind elsewhere. Thinking about Ashley. About the baby. About what kind of father he'd be if he couldn't even figure out how to be a functioning adult. "You're distracted," Victor said after the 3rd collection. "That's dangerous." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. And when you're not fine, you make mistakes. And mistakes in this business get people hurt or killed or arrested." "What do you want me to do? Just forget about it." "I want you to decide. Either you're in this business or you're not. Either you're going to be a father or you're not. But you can't be halfway. Halfway gets you killed." Ryan thought about his brother Sean doing 25 to life for attempted murder. Thought about how Sean had been halfway trying to stay clean, halfway involved in crime, halfway committed to change. And halfway had led him to that bar fight, to that moment of violence, to that life sentence. "I'll decide," Ryan said. "I just need time. Time is a luxury people like us don't have." That evening, Ryan went to the apartment where Sergei and Dmitry lived with their mother. It was smaller than Victor's place, more crowded, filled with people Ryan had grown up with. People who'd watched him go to juvenile detention and come back harder, who'd watched his brothers die or go to prison, who expected nothing from him except more of the same. The apartment was full of smoke and noise and cheap liquor. Sergei and Dmitry were there, along with Carlos, a 15-year-old kid who was already following in everyone's footsteps. His girlfriend Tatiana, 14, trying to look older, trying to fit in. And Ashley, She'd shown up unannounced, looking at Ryan with an expression he couldn't read. "We need to talk," she said. They went to the roof, the same place they'd eaten sandwiches that first night. The city spread out below them, lights and darkness, millions of people living their lives without knowing Ryan existed, or cared that he was falling apart. "I'm not pregnant," Ashley said. Ryan felt the world shift again. "What?" "I'm not pregnant, I lied. I wanted to see if you'd step up. If you'd be different from every other guy I've known." Ryan didn't know whether to feel relieved or angry. "Why would you do that?" "Because I needed to know if you were serious. If this thing between us was real or just you using me as a distraction." "You lied about being pregnant to test me?" "Yes, that's insane." "Maybe, but now I know. You were willing to try, willing to figure it out. Willing to be different, that matters." Ryan wanted to yell at her. Wanted to tell her how messed up it was to lie about something like that. Wanted to walk away and never look back. But he also understood why she'd done it. Ashley was as damaged as him. As desperate for connection. As willing to do whatever it took to feel like she mattered to someone. "Don't lie to me again," Ryan said. "I won't, I promise." "I mean it, Ashley. I can handle a lot, but I can't handle lies." "I know, I'm sorry." They sat on the roof for a long time, not talking, just being present. Two broken people trying to figure out how to be less broken together. Two people who understood that connection required honesty even when honesty hurt. Eventually, they went back to the apartment. The party had intensified. More people had arrived. More alcohol, more weed. The music was too loud, the space too crowded, the energy too chaotic. Sergei had Alexei's silver revolver, the one that had been in Victor's apartment. Someone had brought it to show off, to prove they were serious, to feel powerful in a world that made them powerless. Everyone wanted to hold it. Everyone wanted to feel its weight. Everyone wanted to point it at the wall and pretend to shoot, feeling like they had control over something when their lives were spinning out of control. Ryan watched them play with the gun and felt sick. These were kids. Sergei was 19, Dmitri was 17. Carlos was 15. Tatiana was 14. All of them playing with death like it was a toy. All of them trying to feel powerful when they were just scared. "Put it away," Ryan said. "Come on, Ryan." "It's not even loaded," Sergei said. "I don't care, put it away." Sergei spun the chamber, laughing. "Look, Russian roulette, but no bullets, see? Safe." Ryan took the gun from Sergei, checked the chamber, and set it on a high shelf where the kids couldn't reach it. "This isn't a game, guns aren't toys." "You're no fun," Dmitri said. "I'm trying to keep you alive." But Ryan knew it didn't matter. These kids were on the same path he'd been on, the same path his brothers had been on. The path that led to prison or death or both. And nothing he said would stop them. Nothing he did would change their trajectory. They were all just falling at different speeds toward the same inevitable conclusion. Ashley found him later, standing alone on the fire escape, looking out at the city. "You okay?" she asked. "No, but I don't know how to fix it." "Maybe you can't fix it. Maybe you just have to survive it." Ryan thought about his father, murdered in a bodega. About Patrick, killed in a robbery. About Sean, in prison for attempted murder. About how survival in his family meant lasting longer than your brothers, but ultimately ending up the same place. "I don't want to just survive," Ryan said. "I want to actually live." "Then figure out how, because I can't do it for you, and neither can anyone else." Ashley left him alone on the fire escape. Ryan stood there until the party wound down, until people started leaving, until it was just him and the city and the understanding that tomorrow he'd wake up and make more choices that took him further from the person he wanted to be and closer to the person everyone expected him to become. Back at Victor's apartment, the silver revolver was back in its hiding place. Ryan looked at it, wrapped in oily cloth, waiting for someone to use it. Waiting for violence that was inevitable as gravity. He went to bed thinking about babies that didn't exist, about lies told to test love, About kids playing with guns like they were toys. Thinking about how his whole life had been leading to some moment he couldn't see yet but could feel coming. Like standing on train tracks, feeling the vibration before you see the light. Chapter 13, Sarah. January 21st. Sarah walked to work through streets that felt increasingly hostile. Someone had spray-painted, "Die Yuppie Scum" on 3 more buildings overnight. A bodega on Avenue C had yellow tape around it. Another robbery, another shooting, another reminder that the neighborhood's gentrification hadn't erased the violence underneath. At the senior center, Mrs. Weinstein was in her room, sitting in her chair, staring at the wall. She didn't look up when Sarah entered. "Mrs. Weinstein." No response. "Ruth?" The old woman finally turned, and Sarah saw tears on her cheeks. In 3 months of working here, she'd never seen Mrs. Weinstein cry. Had never seen her vulnerable. Had always seen her as sharp and strong and unbreakable. "What happened?" Sarah asked, sitting beside her. "They came back, last night. Stood at the foot of my bed again. This time they left something." Mrs. Weinstein held out a photograph. It showed her as a young woman, maybe 20, standing outside a building Sarah didn't recognize. Someone had drawn a red X across her face. "This was taken in 1945, Mrs. Weinstein said. "Right after liberation. I thought I'd lost this photo years ago. But they had it. They've had my things this whole time." Sarah felt something cold settle in her chest. This wasn't just theft anymore. This was psychological warfare. Someone was deliberately terrorizing Mrs. Weinstein, using her own belongings against her, making her feel unsafe in the one place she should feel protected. "I'm calling the police," Sarah said. "They won't care. An old woman's complaints about missing photos? They have real crimes to investigate. This is a real crime." "Is it? What crime exactly?" "Someone returned my photo?" "That's not a crime, that's just cruelty." Sarah helped Mrs. Weinstein get ready for the day, noting how the old woman's hands shook, how she kept looking at her door, how she flinched at every sound. This was trauma. Real, devastating trauma that would never fully heal. After Mrs. Weinstein was settled, Sarah went to Diana's office. Her supervisor was on the phone, arguing with someone about budget cuts. She held up one finger, signaling Sarah to wait. Sarah waited, her anger building. Diana finally hung up and looked at her with undisguised annoyance. "What now?" Mrs. Weinstein received a threatening photo. Someone had her missing photograph, defaced it, and left it in her room. "Did she see who left it?" "No, but..." "Then we don't know who did it, or even if it actually happened the way she described." "Diana, someone is terrorizing her. Someone has access to her room at night. Someone is using her belongings to psychologically torture her. Or she found an old photo, got confused, and created a narrative that makes her feel like a victim." Sarah felt something snap inside her. "You don't believe her because she's old. You're dismissing her trauma because she's vulnerable. You're complicit in whatever's happening here." Diana stood up, her face going red. "Get out of my office, right now. I'm going to figure out who's doing this. With or without your help. If you continue to pursue this investigation, I will fire you. Do you understand?" "I understand perfectly. You'd rather protect whoever's doing this than protect the people in your care." Sarah left before Diana could respond. She knew she'd crossed a line, knew she'd probably just lost her job, but she didn't care. Some things were more important than employment. Some things required standing up, even when it cost you everything. That evening, at Raw Space rehearsal, Sarah pushed her actors harder than ever. The violence in the play had escalated to the point where Jessica and Mark were genuinely uncomfortable. "I can't do this scene anymore," Jessica said after the 3rd run-through. "It's too much, too violent, too personal." "It's supposed to be personal. That's the point. But whose personal is it? Mine or yours?" The room went quiet. Everyone looked at Sarah, waiting for her response. Meredith stood in the back, her expression worried. "It's the characters," Sarah said. "Everything is the characters." "No, it's not," Jessica said. This whole play is about you, about Boston, about your trauma. And you're making us perform it for you because you're too afraid to actually deal with it. Sarah felt exposed, vulnerable, like Jessica had reached inside her and pulled out everything she'd been trying to hide. That's not fair. Neither is what you're doing to us. We signed up to perform a play, not to be your therapists. Mark nodded in agreement. Sarah, we care about you, but this play has become something different from what we agreed to. It's darker, more violent, more about vengeance than survival. And we're not comfortable with it anymore. Sarah looked around the basement space, at the sets Meredith had painted, at the lights they'd carefully positioned, at all the physical manifestation of her artistic vision. Looked at the actors who'd agreed to go to dark places with her but who were now refusing to go any further. Fine, Sarah said. If you want to leave, leave, but I'm not changing the play. This is the story I need to tell. Jessica and Mark exchanged a look. Then Jessica nodded. Okay, we're leaving. I'm sorry, Sarah, but this isn't healthy. For any of us. They gathered their things and left. David and Karen followed, apologizing but not changing their minds. Within 5 minutes, Sarah and Meredith were alone in the basement space. Well, Meredith said, that happened. They're wrong. Are they? Sarah felt tears burning behind her eyes but refused to let them fall. The play opens in 2 weeks. We've sold tickets, we've advertised, we've committed to this. We can cancel, we can reschedule, we can regroup. No, we're doing this. I'll find new actors. I'll perform it myself if I have to. But we're not canceling. Meredith came to stand beside her friend. Sarah, I love you. But Jessica's right. This play has become about your trauma, not about art. And I don't think performing it is going to help you heal. I think it's going to make everything worse. Then it makes everything worse. At least I'll have tried. Tried what? To self-destruct publicly? To prove you can turn your damage into art even if it kills you. What's the goal here? Sarah didn't have an answer. Didn't know what she was trying to prove anymore. Didn't know if the play was helping her process Boston or just making her relive it over and over, making the trauma fresh instead of letting it fade. I need to go, Sarah said. Sarah, I need to be alone. She left the basement space and walked through the Lower East Side, not heading anywhere specific, just moving. The January night was brutal, the kind of cold that made you question why anyone chose to live in this city. She passed the bodega with yellow tape around it, past buildings with "Die Yuppie Scum" spray painted on them, past groups of people who looked at her with hostility because she represented change they didn't want, gentrification they resented, a future that didn't include them. At a corner store, Sarah bought a bottle of water and stood outside, trying to figure out what to do next. Her actors had quit. Her play was falling apart. Her investigation at the senior center had gotten her threatened with firing. Her relationship with Paul was strained. Her friendship with Meredith was fraying. Everything she'd been trying to hold together was coming apart. A man approached her, maybe 30, wearing a leather jacket, looking at her with an expression she couldn't read. You got a cigarette? I don't smoke. You look like you should, look stressed. I'm fine. Nobody who says they're fine is actually fine. Sarah remembered the bodega girl saying the same thing. Wondered if "I'm fine" was the most obvious lie in the city, the thing everyone said and no one believed. I need to go, Sarah said. The man didn't move, just kept looking at her with that unreadable expression. You live around here? That's not your business. Just making conversation, neighborhood's changing. All these new people moving in. Driving up rent, driving out people who've been here forever. You're part of that. Sarah felt defensive and guilty simultaneously. I'm just trying to live my life. On top of other people's lives. That's how gentrification works. You get to feel artsy and urban, and we get displaced. I'm not displacing anyone. Sure you are. Every yuppie who moves here displaces someone who can't afford the rent anymore. You're colonizing a neighborhood that doesn't want you. Sarah wanted to argue, wanted to defend herself, wanted to say she was different. But she knew he was right. She was part of the problem. A Minnesota transplant with family money and privilege, playing at poverty in a neighborhood that had real poverty, real violence, real problems she could walk away from whenever she wanted. "I'm sorry," she said. The man laughed, but it wasn't a kind sound. "Sorry doesn't change anything, but at least you're honest about it." He walked away, leaving Sarah standing on the corner, feeling like everything she'd been trying to do, make art, help Mrs. Weinstein, survive in this city, was just another form of colonization. Just another privileged person taking up space that wasn't hers. She walked home slowly, thinking about the man's words. Thinking about Mrs. Weinstein's defaced photograph. Thinking about her actors quitting. Thinking about how everything was falling apart, and she didn't know how to stop it. Back at the apartment, Paul was waiting up for her. He took one look at her face and stood up. "What happened?" "My actors quit. The play's falling apart. Everything's falling apart." Paul wrapped his arms around her, and this time Sarah didn't pull away. She let herself collapse against him. Let herself feel the weight of everything she'd been carrying. Let herself admit that maybe everyone was right. Maybe she was self-destructing. Maybe the play was a bad idea. Maybe investigating the thefts was projection. Maybe she needed help. "I don't know how to do this anymore," Sarah said into Paul's chest. "I don't know how to keep going." "Then stop. Just for tonight, stop. Rest, we'll figure out tomorrow when tomorrow comes." Sarah let Paul lead her to bed. Let him help her out of her clothes. Let him hold her while she cried for the first time since Boston, letting out all the pain and fear and rage she'd been holding inside for so long. Eventually, she fell asleep, exhausted and empty. She dreamed about the parking lot, about the man whose name she could never remember, about cold metal and violation, and the moment when everything changed. But this time, in the dream, she fought back. This time, she hurt him before he could hurt her. This time, she was powerful instead of powerless. She woke up feeling guilty for the violence she'd imagined. Guilty for wanting it. Guilty for understanding, finally, why her play had gotten so dark. Because sometimes survival meant imagining violence. Sometimes healing meant fantasizing about hurting back. Sometimes the only way to process trauma was to give yourself the power you didn't have when it mattered. And maybe that was okay. Maybe that was healthy. Maybe the play wasn't self-destruction, but self-preservation. Or maybe she was just rationalizing. Maybe she was too broken to tell the difference anymore. Sarah got out of bed and went to her journal. "My actors quit. They say the play's too dark, too violent, too personal. They say I'm using them to process trauma instead of actually dealing with it. They might be right. Met a man tonight who said I'm colonizing the neighborhood. He's right too. I'm part of the problem. A yuppie with privilege playing at poverty in a place that has real poverty. Everything I'm trying to do, make art, help Mrs. Weinstein, survive in this city, might just be another form of self-indulgence. Another privileged person making everything about herself. But I don't know what else to do. Don't know how to be in this world without trying to make meaning from the chaos. Don't know how to exist without fighting back against the violence that's everywhere. The play opens in 2 weeks. Or it doesn't. Either way, I'm out of actors, out of energy, out of answers. Maybe everyone's right. Maybe I should stop. Maybe I should go home to Minnesota, let my father protect me, except that I'm not strong enough to survive in this city. Or maybe I keep going. Maybe I perform the play myself. Maybe I fight until I can't fight anymore. I don't know which is courage and which is self-destruction. Don't know if there's a difference. Chapter 14. Ryan. January 21st. Ryan stood outside the maximum security facility upstate, waiting to be processed for his visit with Sean. The January wind cut through his jacket, making him wonder why anyone built prisons in places this cold. Probably intentional. Another layer of punishment. The security check took an hour. Strip search, metal detector. Questions about why he was visiting, what he planned to discuss, whether he was bringing anything prohibited. Ryan answered mechanically, understanding that this was part of the ritual, part of the price of maintaining connection with his brother. Finally, they led him to the visiting room. Sean was already there, sitting at a metal table, his hands folded, his expression blank. He'd been inside for 6 years of his 25 to life sentence. He'd be eligible for parole when he was 47. Probably wouldn't get it on the first try. Probably would die in here. "Ryan," Sean said. No emotion, just acknowledgement. "Sean." They sat across from each other, separated by the table, by years of bad choices, by the understanding that they'd both followed the same path, just at different speeds. "How's Mom?" Sean asked. "Same, still in the psychiatric ward. Still doesn't really recognize anyone." "And Tommy?" "In and out, got picked up last week for assault. Should be out in a few months." Sean nodded slowly, taking this information in like it was weather forecast. Predictable, expected. Nothing to be done about it. "And you?" "I'm out. On parole. Living with Victor." "Working?" "For Victor. Collections mostly." "So you're already back in, just haven't been caught yet." Ryan wanted to deny it, wanted to say he was staying clean, trying to be different. But Sean would see through the lie immediately. Prison had stripped away Sean's ability to believe in anything except the obvious. "I'm trying to be smart about it," Ryan said. "No such thing as smart about it. You do crime. Eventually you get caught. That's just math. You got caught because you tried to kill someone in a bar full of witnesses. I got caught because I didn't care anymore. Because I'd watched Patrick die, watched Mom disappear, watched you go to juvenile detention. I was tired, so I did something stupid. And now I'm here." They sat in silence for a moment. Around them, other inmates talked with their families. Wives, children, parents. People maintaining connections across the barrier of incarceration. Everyone pretending this was normal. Everyone knowing it wasn't. "You look like Dad," Sean said suddenly. "More than the rest of us. Same eyes, same way of holding your shoulders like you're expecting someone to hit you." "Dad's been dead for 14 years. "Doesn't matter, you still look like him. Probably end up like him too. Murdered in some random moment of violence that doesn't mean anything. That's not going to happen." Sean smiled, and it was the saddest thing Ryan had ever seen. "Yeah, it is. That's what happens to Fleming boys. We either end up dead or in prison. Those are the only two options. You think you're going to be different, but you're not. None of us are. I'm trying. I was trying too. We're all trying. Doesn't change anything. The world doesn't care how hard you try. It just eats you eventually." Ryan thought about Ashley, about the lie she'd told about being pregnant, about the test she'd created to see if he'd step up. Thought about the collections he was doing for Victor, about the violence he'd already committed, about the gun wrapped in oily cloth waiting for someone to use it. "How do you survive in here?" Ryan asked. "You don't survive, you just exist. Day after day after day. Nothing changes. Nothing gets better, you just wait to die. That's depressing." "It's honest, and honesty's the only thing I have left." The visit lasted an hour. They didn't talk about much. Didn't reminisce about childhood. Didn't make plans for the future. Just sat together, two brothers connected by blood and bad choices, understanding that this might be the last time they saw each other. That Ryan could end up dead or in prison himself before Sean got out. That connection was temporary. That family was just shared genetics and shared trauma. Leaving the prison, Ryan felt hollowed out. He'd gone hoping for something, advice, connection, understanding. He'd gotten honesty instead. The brutal, undeniable truth that his brother had given up. Had accepted that this was his life now. Had stopped fighting against the inevitable. Ryan drove back to the city, thinking about Sean's dead eyes, about the way prison had hollowed him out until there was nothing left but routine and resignation. Thinking about how that could be his future. How it probably would be his future unless something changed dramatically. Back at the apartment, Ashley was waiting for him. She'd let herself in somehow, was sitting on his bed, painting her nails black. "How was your brother?" she asked. "Broken, destroyed, dead inside." "Is that your future?" According to him, yes. Ashley set down her nail polish and came to sit beside him. "You don't have to end up like him. You can make different choices." "What different choices?" "I'm already working for Victor, already doing violence, already on the path that leads to prison or death." "Then get off the path, leave the city, start over somewhere else." "With what money? With what skills? I'm an ex-con with a learning disability and no legitimate work experience. Where am I supposed to go?" Ashley didn't have an answer. They both knew the truth. People like them didn't get second chances, didn't get fresh starts, just got to choose how they fell, fast or slow, violent or quiet, alone or together. "I'm sorry I lied about being pregnant," Ashley said. "That was wrong." "Why did you do it?" "Because I needed to know if you were serious. If this thing between us was real or just convenience." "And what did you learn?" "That you're trying, that you care, that you're scared of becoming your family but don't know how to be anything else. Same as me." Ryan lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of his visit with Sean pressing down on him. "He said I look like my dad. Said I'll probably end up like him. Murdered in some random violence." "He's wrong." "How do you know?" "Because you're still fighting. Still trying to be different. Your brother gave up. You haven't, not yet." Ryan wanted to believe her. Wanted to think that trying mattered, that effort counted for something, that he could be different from his family. But Sean's words echoed in his mind. "The world doesn't care how hard you try. It just eats you eventually." That night, everyone gathered at Sergei and Dmitri's apartment again. The same crew. The same cheap liquor. The same desperate energy of people trying to feel alive when they were mostly just scared. Someone had the silver revolver again. Ryan didn't know how it kept ending up at these parties, didn't know who kept bringing it, didn't care enough to ask. The gun was just there, being passed around, being admired, being pointed at walls and ceilings, and each other with the safety on. Ryan watched Carlos, the 15-year-old, hold the gun with reverence. Watched him pointed at his own reflection in a mirror, watching himself look dangerous, trying on the persona of someone who mattered. "Don't," Ryan said. "It's not loaded," Carlos said. "Doesn't matter, you don't point guns at yourself. Ever." "Why not? You scared I'll accidentally shoot myself?" "I'm scared you'll get comfortable with the idea. That it'll become normal. That one day it will be loaded and you won't check first." Carlos lowered the gun, looking at Ryan with an expression that was part defiance, part understanding. "You sound like someone who knows." "I do know. I've seen what happens when people get comfortable with violence. It eats them, makes them dead inside even when they're still breathing." "Like your brother." Ryan wanted to hit him. Wanted to take the gun and throw it out the window. Wanted to grab all these kids and shake them until they understood that they were playing with death, that it wasn't a game, that once you crossed certain lines you could never uncross them. But he just took the gun from Carlos and put it back on the high shelf. "Yeah, like my brother." The party continued without him. Ryan found Ashley on the fire escape, smoking a cigarette, looking out at the city. "You okay?" she asked. "No, but I don't know how to fix it." "Tell me about your dad." "Why?" "Because you never talk about him. You talk about your brothers, about your mom, about Victor. But never your dad." Ryan thought about the man he barely remembered. Killed when Ryan was 8. A blurry figure in old photos. A collection of stories told by people who hadn't known him well. "I don't remember much," Ryan said. "Just fragments, his laugh, the way he smelled like cigarettes and coffee, the sound of his voice. Then he was gone. Shot in a bodega robbery. Wrong place, wrong time. And everything fell apart after that." "Do you miss him?" "I miss the idea of him. The version of him I've built in my head from stories and fragments, but I don't know if I miss the real him because I never really knew him. Maybe that's better. Maybe not knowing means you can imagine him as better than he was." Or worse. Sean says I look like him. Says I'll probably end up like him. Murdered in some random violence. Your brother's wrong. You're not going to end up murdered. You're going to end up old and tired and disappointed but alive. That's the real curse. Not dying young. Living long enough to see how everything turns out. Ryan thought about that. About living into his 30s, his 40s, his 50s. About watching everyone else die or go to prison. About being the last Fleming brother standing, alone and tired and disappointed. About whether that was better or worse than dying young. They stayed on the fire escape until the party wound down. Until people started leaving. Until it was just noise and smoke and the understanding that tomorrow they'd wake up and do it all again. Same choices, same paths, same inevitable conclusions. Back at Victor's apartment, Ryan lay in bed and thought about Sean's dead eyes. About Carlos holding the gun like it was salvation. About Ashley's words, living long enough to see how everything turns out. About how his whole life had been leading to some moment he couldn't see yet, but could feel coming. Like standing on train tracks, feeling the vibration before you see the light. And understanding, finally, that he wasn't going to get off the tracks. That the train was coming whether he was ready or not. That all he could do was decide whether to face it or turn away. He fell asleep thinking about choices and inevitability and the difference between the two. Woke up screaming about blood in the shower room at Rikers, about violence that never ended, about trauma that perpetuated itself generation after generation until everyone involved was dead or dying or wishing they were. Chapter 15. Sarah. January 22nd. Sarah arrived at the senior center to find police cars outside, their lights painting the building in colors that meant something bad had happened. Her heart raced as she ran inside, immediately going to Mrs. Weinstein's room. The door was open. Diana was there, along with 2 police officers. Mrs. Weinstein sat in her chair, wrapped in a blanket despite the overheated room, her face pale, her hands shaking. "What happened?" Sarah asked. Diana turned, her expression tight. "Mrs. Weinstein had an incident last night. Someone allegedly entered her room." "Allegedly? We haven't confirmed anything yet." One of the officers, a woman in her 40s with tired eyes, looked at Sarah. "Are you family?" "I work here. I'm her primary caregiver during the day." "Can you tell us if Mrs. Weinstein has shown signs of confusion? Memory issues? Dementia?" Sarah felt anger flood through her. Mrs. Weinstein is completely lucid. If she says someone was in her room, someone was in her room. The officer nodded, writing something in her notebook. "What about security? Cameras?" Diana spoke up quickly. "We have cameras at entrances and exits, but not in resident rooms for privacy reasons." "So there's no footage of the alleged intruder?" "No." The officers finished their questions and left, telling Mrs. Weinstein to call if anything else happened. Like that would help. Like the police cared about an elderly woman's complaints about someone standing at the foot of her bed. After they left, Sarah sat with Mrs. Weinstein, holding her hand, feeling the old woman's pulse racing beneath paper-thin skin. "Tell me what happened," Sarah said. "I woke up around 2 a.m. Someone was standing at the foot of my bed. Just standing there, watching me. I turned on the light and they were gone. But my door was open. I always lock it before bed. Always." "Did you see who it was?" "Too dark, but I could feel them. Could hear them breathing, could sense their hostility." "Did they take anything?" Mrs. Weinstein pulled something from under her pillow. A knife. Small, sharp, the kind used for cutting vegetables. "This was left on my nightstand. A message. Next time they'll use it." Sarah felt cold spread through her chest. This wasn't just theft anymore. This wasn't just psychological warfare. This was a direct threat of violence. "I need to show this to Diana," Sarah said. "She won't believe me. She thinks I put it there myself. That I'm creating drama for attention." "Then I'll make her believe." Sarah took the knife and went to Diana's office. Her supervisor was on the phone again, always on the phone, always dealing with crises that were easier to manage than the real problems happening in her building. Sarah waited until Diana hung up, then placed the knife on her desk. Mrs. Weinstein found this on her nightstand. Someone left it there as a threat. Diana looked at the knife, then at Sarah. Or Mrs. Weinstein took it from the kitchen herself and put it on her nightstand, then forgot she did it. She didn't forget. Someone left it there. Someone is targeting her. Someone has access to this building at night and is terrorizing residents. Sarah, I'm going to say this one last time. Stop, just stop, you're fired. The words landed cleanly. Sarah had been expecting them but still felt their impact. You're firing me for trying to protect residents? I'm firing you for insubordination. For continuing to pursue an investigation after I explicitly told you to stop. For disrupting the functioning of this facility with your paranoid theories. They're not paranoid theories. They're real. Mrs. Weinstein is being terrorized. Someone left a knife on her nightstand. That's a direct threat. Get your things and leave. If you don't leave voluntarily, I'll call security. Sarah wanted to argue. Wanted to fight. Wanted to make Diana see what was so obvious. But she could see it was hopeless. Diana was either complicit or willfully blind. Either way, arguing wouldn't change anything. I'm going to figure out who's doing this, Sarah said. With or without this job. If you harass my staff or my residents, I'll call the police. Do you understand? Sarah left without answering. She went back to Mrs. Weinstein's room to say goodbye. They fired you, Mrs. Weinstein said. Not a question, a statement. Yes. Because of me. Because Diana would rather fire me than admit something's wrong. Mrs. Weinstein took Sarah's hand. Thank you for believing me. No one else did. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. But you believed me. I know what it's like to not be believed. I won't do that to someone else. Sarah gave Mrs. Weinstein her phone number. Call me if anything else happens. Day or night. I mean it. Be careful, Shayna. Whoever's doing this, they know you were investigating. They might come after you next. Sarah left the senior center for the last time. Outside, the January afternoon was gray and cold, the kind of day that made you question every life choice that had led you to this moment. She'd lost her job, lost her actors, lost her sense of purpose. Everything was falling apart, and she didn't know how to stop it. Walking home, Sarah thought about Mrs. Weinstein's fear, about the knife left on her nightstand, about how predators always targeted the most vulnerable. Thought about Boston, about the parking lot, about her own vulnerability and how it had been exploited. Thought about how the world was full of people who hurt other people and got away with it because their victims were too scared or too disbelieved to fight back. At the apartment, Paul was there, working on his novel. He looked up when she entered, his expression shifting from focused to concerned when he saw her face. What happened? I got fired. Diana fired me for investigating the thefts. Paul set aside his laptop and came to her. I'm sorry, but maybe it's for the best. You were destroying yourself over that investigation. I wasn't destroying myself. I was trying to help someone. And now you can focus on the play. Find new actors. Get it ready for opening night. Sarah laughed and it came out bitter. There's no opening night. My actors quit. The play's dead. So cancel, reschedule. Give yourself time to regroup. I can't cancel. We've sold tickets, made commitments. I can't just give up. Then perform it yourself, just you. A one-woman show like you did after Boston. Sarah thought about that. About standing on stage alone, performing her trauma for an audience, turning her damage into art without the buffer of other actors, other voices, other interpretations. Maybe, she said. It would be powerful, intimate, real. It would be terrifying. That's what makes it powerful. Sarah went to her laptop and opened the script. Looked at the scenes she'd written, the violence she'd crafted, the protagonist's journey from victim to survivor to something darker. Thought about performing it alone, about being both victim and aggressor. About showing the audience what survival really looked like. Maybe Paul was right. Maybe this was what the play needed. Not multiple actors creating distance between the story and the trauma. Just her. Just the truth. Just the raw honesty of standing on stage and saying, "This happened to me, and this is what it made me." That evening, Sarah went to raw space to think. The basement was empty, the set still standing, the lights still positioned, everything ready for a production that would never happen. Meredith found her there an hour later. "I heard about the senior center," Meredith said. "I'm sorry. Diana fired me for trying to help Mrs. Weinstein." "Maybe she fired you for your own good. That investigation was consuming you." "Everyone keeps saying that. But what if I'm right? What if someone really is targeting residents? What if Mrs. Weinstein is in danger and I'm the only one who believes her?" Meredith sat down beside her. "Then you've done everything you can. You investigated. You documented. You reported it. If Diana won't act, that's on her. Not on you. But Mrs. Weinstein is still in danger. And you can't save everyone, Sarah. You can't fix every injustice. You can't prevent every bad thing from happening. Sometimes you just have to accept that the world is broken and you're one person who can't fix it alone." Sarah knew Meredith was right. Knew she couldn't save Mrs. Weinstein. Couldn't solve the thefts. Couldn't prevent whatever violence was coming. But accepting that felt like giving up. Like admitting defeat. Like becoming complicit through inaction. "Paul thinks I should perform the play alone," Sarah said. "A one-woman show, just me. That could work. It would be powerful. Or it would be self-indulgent. Another privileged white girl making her trauma into entertainment." "Is that what you think it is?" "I don't know anymore. I don't know if anything I'm doing matters. Don't know if the play will help anyone or if it's just me processing my damage publicly. Maybe both. Maybe it can be self-indulgent and meaningful simultaneously. Maybe art doesn't have to be one or the other." They sat together in the empty basement, two friends trying to make sense of a world that refused to make sense. Trying to create meaning from chaos. Trying to survive in a city that ate people alive. "I'm scared," Sarah admitted. "Scared that if I perform this play, if I put my trauma on stage, people will judge me. Will think I'm weak or broken or attention-seeking. Will think I'm using art to avoid actually healing. They might, but some people will also see themselves in your story. Will feel less alone. Will understand that survival isn't pretty or easy or redemptive. That it's just survival." Sarah thought about that. About the possibility that her play might help someone. Might make someone feel seen. Might validate someone's experience in a world that constantly invalidated trauma. Maybe that was enough. Maybe that was worth the fear and judgment and vulnerability. "Okay," Sarah said. "I'll do it. I'll perform the play alone. Opening night is scheduled. Just me." "Are you sure?" "No, but I'm doing it anyway." They worked together to adapt the script, cutting it down to a one-woman show, eliminating the other characters, focusing entirely on the protagonist's journey. Sarah would perform all the parts: victim, aggressor, survivor, destroyer. Would show the audience every facet of trauma, every stage of survival, every moment of transformation from powerless to powerful, to something darker than either. By midnight, they had a working script. Raw, brutal, uncomfortably honest. Everything Sarah had been trying to say but hadn't known how until now. Walking home, Sarah thought about Mrs. Weinstein, about the knife on her nightstand, about the fear in her eyes. Thought about how she'd failed to protect her, how Diana had won, how the predators always seemed to get away with it. But she hadn't given up completely. She'd given Mrs. Weinstein her number. Had told her to call if anything else happened. Had maintained connection even after being fired. It wasn't enough, but it was something. Back at the apartment, Paul was asleep. Sarah crawled into bed beside him and lay there in the dark, thinking about the play, about performing alone, about exposing herself so completely that there would be nowhere to hide. Thinking about whether that was courage or self-destruction. Whether there was a difference. Whether it mattered. She fell asleep thinking about violence and survival and the thin line between them. dreamed about the parking lot, about cold metal, about the moment when everything changed. But this time, in the dream, she was on stage, performing her trauma for an audience. And they watched without judgment, without pity, just witnessing, just believing, just seeing her. Chapter 16. Ryan. January 22nd. Ryan woke to shouting. Victor and someone else, their voices raised, the sound of furniture moving. He got out of bed and found his godfather in the living room with Alexei and two other men Ryan didn't recognize. The silver revolver was on the coffee table, disassembled, being inspected. "What's going on?" Ryan asked. "Business," Victor said. "Go back to your room." But Ryan could tell something was wrong. Victor's face was tight, worried in a way he rarely showed. The other men looked nervous, checking the windows, speaking in rapid Russian. Alexei picked up a piece of the gun, turning it over in his hands. "It's clean, no serial number, can't be traced." "Unless someone talks," one of the other men said. "No one talks," Victor replied. His eyes flicked to Ryan. "Go back to your room, now." Ryan went, but left his door cracked, listening. The conversation continued in Russian, too fast for him to follow, but the tension was clear. Something had gone wrong, something involving the gun. An hour later, everyone left except Victor. Ryan came out of his room to find his godfather sitting at the kitchen table, drinking vodka straight from the bottle. "What happened?" Ryan asked. "Alexei used the gun. Shot someone. Now the police are looking for it." "Who did he shoot?" "Doesn't matter. What matters is the gun's hot now. Can't be here. Can't be anywhere near me or you. So get rid of it." "I am, tonight. You're taking it." Ryan felt cold spread through his chest. "What?" "You're going to take the gun. Hide it somewhere. Not here. Not at Ashley's. Somewhere no one would look. Until this blows over." "Victor, I'm on parole. If they find me with a gun..." "They won't find you, because you'll be smart about it." "I don't want to do this." Victor looked at him with eyes that were tired and hard and completely unforgiving. "You don't have a choice. You work for me. You live in my apartment. You eat my food. You exist because I allow it. So you'll take the gun. And you'll hide it. And you won't complain about it." Ryan understood. This wasn't a request. This was the price of everything Victor had done for him. The fake pay stubs. The collections work. The apartment. The survival. This was Victor calling in the debt. "Where should I take it?" Ryan asked. "I don't care. Just not here. Find a place. Hide it. Don't tell me where. What I don't know can't hurt me." That afternoon, Ryan took the reassembled gun, wrapped in its oily cloth, and walked through the Lower East Side trying to figure out where to hide it. Every option seemed wrong. His locker at the gym, too obvious. A storage unit, required ID and left a trail. Burying it in a park, too risky, might be found. He ended up at the abandoned building on Clinton Street, where he and his friends used to hang out before gentrification started pushing everyone out. The building was condemned, half demolished, filled with debris and squatters and people society had forgotten. Ryan found a loose brick in a third-floor wall, created a small cavity, wrapped the gun in plastic bags and cloth, and hid it there. Replaced the brick carefully. Made sure nothing looked disturbed. The gun was hidden, but Ryan felt its presence like a weight he couldn't put down. Knew that hiding it made him complicit in whatever Alexei had done. Knew that if the gun was ever found and traced back to him, he'd go back to prison. Parole violation. Possession of an illegal firearm. Accessory after the fact. His phone buzzed. "Ashley. Come to my place tonight. Everyone's coming over. We're having a party." Ryan wanted to say no. Wanted to be alone with the knowledge of what he'd just done. But saying no to Ashley felt impossible. Felt like admitting weakness. Felt like giving up. "Okay," he typed. "What time?" 8. Bring vodka if you can." Ryan spent the afternoon trying not to think about the gun, about Alexei shooting someone, about how his life had become something he didn't recognize. He thought about calling his parole officer, reporting what had happened, trying to stay clean. But that would mean betraying Victor. Would mean losing the apartment, the income, everything he'd built. Would mean going back to having nothing. At 8, Ryan showed up at Ashley's aunt's building with a bottle of cheap vodka. The apartment was already full of people. Sergei and Dmitri, Carlos and Tatiana, a dozen others he vaguely knew from the neighborhood. Everyone drinking, smoking, the music too loud, the energy chaotic and desperate. Ashley pulled him aside immediately. "You okay? You look stressed." "Victor made me hide the gun. Alexei shot someone." Ashley's eyes widened, but not with fear. With excitement. "Someone important?" "I don't know. Victor wouldn't tell me." "Where'd you hide it?" "Somewhere safe. That's all you need to know." Ashley smiled, and it was that calculating smile that always made Ryan nervous. "You're getting deeper. I like it." "I don't like it. I'm terrified." Fear means you're still human. When you stop being afraid, that's when you're really in trouble. The party intensified. Someone brought out another gun. Not the silver revolver, something smaller, cheaper. They passed it around, everyone wanting to hold it, to feel powerful, to pretend they mattered. Sergei loaded a single bullet into the chamber. Spun it. Pointed the gun at the ceiling and pulled the trigger. Click. Empty chamber. Everyone laughed nervously. Dmitri took the gun, spun the chamber, pointed it at the wall. Click. More laughter. More drinking. The game continuing. Russian roulette without the Russian. Just stupid kids playing with death because death felt abstract when you were young and drunk, and convinced you'd live forever. Carlos wanted to try. Ryan moved to stop him, but Ashley held him back. "Let him," she said. "He needs to learn." "Learn what? That he's willing to die for no reason?" "That he's brave. That he's not afraid. That he's one of us." Ryan watched Carlos take the gun, his hands shaking slightly. The 15-year-old tried to look confident, tried to look dangerous, but Ryan could see the fear underneath. Carlos spun the chamber, pointed the gun at his own temple. Ryan moved forward. "Don't." "Why not? Everyone else did it." "Because you're 15. Because you have your whole life ahead of you. Because this is stupid. You did stupid things when you were my age. You pulled a gun on truancy officers. You went to prison. Why do you get to be stupid and I don't?" Ryan didn't have an answer. Carlos was right. At 15, Ryan had been doing worse things than this. Had been actively seeking death, begging truancy officers to kill him, not caring whether he lived or died. Carlos pulled the trigger. Click. Empty chamber. Everyone cheered. Carlos handed back the gun, his hands still shaking, trying to smile like he'd accomplished something meaningful, when all he'd accomplished was not dying randomly. Ryan took the gun from Sergei and unloaded it. "Game's over. This is stupid and someone's going to get hurt." "You're no fun," Dmitri said. "I'm trying to keep you alive." Ryan put the gun in his jacket pocket, ignoring the protests. He'd give it back to whoever owned it later when everyone was sober enough to not kill themselves with it. Ashley found him on the fire escape an hour later. "You really are trying to save everyone, aren't you?" "Someone has to." "No, they don't. People have to save themselves. You can't do it for them." "I can try." "And when trying doesn't work? When they die or go to prison anyway? What then?" Ryan thought about Patrick, killed in a robbery. About Sean, in prison for attempted murder. About his mother in a psychiatric ward. About his father murdered in a bodega. About everyone he'd ever loved ending up dead or destroyed. "Then I tried," Ryan said. "That's all I can do." Ashley moved closer, her body against his, her breath visible in the cold air. "You're going to break your heart trying to save people who don't want to be saved. You know that, right?" "Probably." "And you're going to do it anyway." "Yeah." Ashley kissed him, tasting like vodka and cigarettes and something sadder underneath. When they pulled apart, she was crying, and Ryan realized he'd never seen her cry before. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Nothing. Everything. I don't know. She wiped her eyes. I lied to you about being pregnant, but I think I wanted it to be true. I think I wanted us to have something real, something that mattered. This matters, what we have. Even if it's just two broken people finding each other. Is it enough? Ryan didn't know. Didn't know if connection was enough when both people were drowning. Didn't know if two damaged people could save each other, or if they'd just drag each other down faster. It has to be, he said. They went back inside. The party had calmed down, people pairing off or passing out, the desperate energy fading into exhaustion. Ryan found a corner and sat down, the gun still in his jacket pocket, its weight a constant reminder of choices made and choices still to come. Carlos came to sit beside him. Thanks for stopping me, I was scared. I know, that's good. Fear keeps you alive. Did you used to be scared? When you were my age? Ryan thought about 16-year-old him, pulling a gun on truancy officers, begging them to kill him. I wasn't scared enough, that's how I ended up in prison. Do you regret it? Every day. But regret doesn't change anything, just makes you understand what you've lost. Carlos nodded slowly, processing this. I don't want to end up like my brother, in prison or dead, but I don't know how to be anything else. Then find people who are different. Who want more. Who are trying to get out instead of going deeper. Like who? Ryan looked around the apartment, at Sergei and Dmitri, at Ashley, at everyone here. Realized that none of them were trying to get out. They were all going deeper, faster, together. Including him. I don't know, Ryan admitted. Maybe people like that don't exist in this neighborhood. Then we're all screwed. Yeah, probably. Ryan left the party around midnight. Ashley wanted him to stay, but he needed to be alone, needed space to think about the gun he'd hidden, about Alexei shooting someone, about kids playing Russian roulette with real bullets. Walking back to the projects, Ryan felt the weight of the gun in his pocket. Not the one he'd hidden, that was safely stashed in the abandoned building. This was the smaller one, the one they'd been playing with. He'd taken it to keep Carlos and the others safe, but now he had an illegal firearm on him while walking through the Lower East Side at night. One mistake and you're back inside. His parole officer's words echoed in his mind. This was the mistake. Carrying an illegal gun. Breaking the most fundamental rule of his parole. If a cop stopped him, searched him, found it, he'd go back to Rikers. No second chances. No explanations accepted. Ryan walked faster, head down, keys in one hand, gun in his pocket, heart racing. Every police car that passed made him tense. Every siren made him want to run. Every person who looked at him felt like a potential informant, a potential threat, a potential end to his freedom. He made it back to the projects without incident. Victor was asleep. Ryan went to his room and stared at the gun, trying to figure out what to do with it. He should throw it in the river. Should get rid of it immediately. Should remove the evidence of his stupidity. But the gun felt like protection. Like power. Like the ability to control something in a world that felt increasingly out of control. Ryan wrapped it in a towel and hid it in the back of his closet. Told himself he'd get rid of it tomorrow. Told himself this was temporary. Told himself he was still trying to stay clean, still trying to avoid prison, still trying to be different from his brothers. But he knew he was lying to himself. Knew that keeping the gun was another line crossed. Another choice that took him further from the person he wanted to be, and closer to the person everyone expected him to become. He lay in bed thinking about Carlos, about the fear in the kid's eyes when he'd pointed the gun at his own temple. Thinking about how close Carlos had come to dying for no reason except to prove he was brave. Thinking about how Ryan had done the same thing at 16, had pulled a gun on truancy officers, not because he wanted to hurt them, but because he wanted them to hurt him. Because he'd been tired of everything, tired of watching his family destroy itself, tired of knowing he'd end up the same way. Thinking about how nothing had changed. How 10 years later he was still tired, still watching people destroy themselves, still knowing he'd end up the same way. The only difference was now he had a gun within reach. and the knowledge that using it was just a matter of time. Just a matter of the right circumstances. Just a matter of one more bad day, one more bad choice, one more moment of desperation or rage or fear. Just a matter of time. Chapter 17, Sarah. January 23rd. Sarah woke at 3 a.m. to screaming outside. Not sirens this time. Actual human screaming. A woman's voice, desperate and terrified, cutting through the night. Paul stirred beside her. What is that? Someone's in trouble. Sarah got out of bed and went to the window. On the street below, a woman was running, pursued by two men. They caught her at the corner, dragging her into an alley. The screaming stopped abruptly. Sarah grabbed her phone, dialing 911, watching the alley where the woman had disappeared. Her hands shook as she gave the operator the address, the details, the urgency. Police are on their way, the operator said. Stay inside. Don't approach the scene. Sarah stayed at the window, watching, waiting, feeling helpless. Paul came to stand beside her. You can't save everyone, he said quietly. I know, but I should try. Police arrived 10 minutes later. Too late. They found the woman in the alley, beaten but alive. The men were gone, disappeared into the neighborhood's maze of streets and buildings and places to hide. Sarah watched the ambulance take the woman away and felt something harden inside her. This city was full of predators. Full of people who hurt other people, and got away with it because their victims were too scared, or too disbelieved, or too late getting help. She went back to bed but couldn't sleep. Just lay there thinking about the woman in the alley, about Mrs. Weinstein receiving threats, about the parking lot in Boston, about how violence was everywhere, always, just waiting for a moment of inattention. At dawn, she gave up on sleep and went to her laptop. Opened the script for her one-woman show. Read through it, making changes, pushing the violence further, making the protagonist darker. The play had evolved significantly from her original vision. What had started as a story about surviving sexual assault had become something more complex, more uncomfortable. The protagonist no longer found healing or redemption. She found power through violence. Found meaning through revenge. Found herself by becoming something she'd never wanted to be. Sarah wrote a new monologue, the protagonist standing over her abuser's body, explaining why she'd killed him. Everyone told me to forgive, to move on, to let it go, as if trauma was something you could release like a balloon, watching it float away until it disappeared. But trauma doesn't float away, it lives in your body. It changes your DNA. It rewrites your understanding of the world and your place in it. He took my safety, my trust, my belief that I mattered. So I took his life. It's not equivalent. Nothing I take from him will give me back what he took from me. But at least now he can't hurt anyone else. At least now I have power where I used to have none. Does that make me as bad as him? Probably. Does that mean I should have stayed a victim? Should have accepted what he did and tried to heal without revenge? Maybe, but I couldn't. I tried. I really tried. And all that trying did was make me smaller, quieter, more afraid. So I stopped trying to be good. Started trying to be powerful instead. And power feels better than goodness ever did. Sarah read the monologue back, understanding that she'd crossed a line from art into something more personal, more dangerous. This wasn't the protagonist talking anymore. This was Sarah. Her words, her feelings. Her rage finally given voice. Paul found her at the laptop around 7. You're up early. Couldn't sleep, the woman outside. I know, it was horrible, but the police came. She's going to be okay. This time. What about next time? What about all the other times that happen when no one's watching, when no one calls, when no one cares? Paul sat down beside her, his expression concerned. Sarah, you can't fix everything. You can't stop all the violence in the city. You're one person. But I can make art about it. Can make people see what they're ignoring. Can refuse to pretend everything's fine when it's not. Is that what the play's become? A refusal to pretend? Maybe, I don't know anymore. I just know I have to tell this story. Have to put it out there even if people hate it. Even if they think I'm broken or vengeful or wrong. Paul read the monologue she'd written. When he finished, he was quiet for a long time. "This is dark," he said finally. "Really dark. I know. Your protagonist kills her abuser and isn't sorry about it. She's not sorry because he didn't leave her any other choice. He took everything from her. She's just taking back what power she can. But she could choose forgiveness. Healing. Moving forward. Why? So she can be palatable. So audiences can leave feeling good about her survival? Real survival isn't pretty. It's not redemptive. Sometimes it's just surviving, by any means necessary." Paul was quiet again. Sarah could see him processing, trying to understand, trying to support her even when he didn't fully agree with what she was creating. "Are you sure you want to perform this?" he asked. "This version of the play, it's going to make people uncomfortable." "Good. People should be uncomfortable. Trauma is uncomfortable. Survival is uncomfortable. Why should art about those things be comfortable?" "I'm not saying make it comfortable. I'm saying think about what you're putting out into the world. This play is arguing for violence as a response to violence. For revenge instead of justice. For becoming what hurt you. Maybe sometimes that's what survival looks like. Or maybe that's what self-destruction looks like and you're too close to it to tell the difference." Sarah closed her laptop, feeling defensive and exposed simultaneously. "I know what I'm doing. Do you? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're processing trauma through art instead of actually dealing with it. And that scares me." "Why? Because you think I might actually hurt someone?" "No, because I think you're hurting yourself. And I don't know how to help you stop." Sarah got up, needing distance, needing space to breathe. "I don't need help. I need to finish this play." "Sarah? I need to work, please." She left the apartment before Paul could say more. Walked through the Lower East Side in the early morning cold, watching the city wake up, watching people head to work, watching life continue with or without her permission. She ended up at Raw Space, letting herself into the basement, sitting in the empty theater space. The set was still standing. The lights were still positioned. Everything ready for a production that would happen in less than 2 weeks, whether she was ready or not. Meredith found her there an hour later. "I figured you'd be here," Meredith said. "Are you okay? Does everyone have to keep asking me that?" "We ask because we're worried, and we're worried because you're clearly not okay." Sarah looked at her best friend, at the concern and love in Meredith's face, and felt something break inside her. "I watched a woman get attacked last night. Right outside my window. I called 911, but it took them 10 minutes to get there. 10 minutes where she was being beaten in an alley and I could only watch. That's horrible, but it's not your fault. Isn't it? I live in this neighborhood, participate in the gentrification that's displacing people, benefit from the changes that are making some people desperate enough to attack strangers in alleys. How is that not my fault?" "Because you didn't attack her. Someone else made that choice. You didn't make it for them. But I contributed to the conditions that led to it." Meredith sat down beside her. "Sarah, you can't take responsibility for every bad thing that happens in this city. You'll destroy yourself trying." "Maybe I'm already destroyed. Maybe this play is just making it obvious. Or maybe the play is your way of processing the destruction, of making meaning from it, of proving you survived." Sarah pulled out the new monologue and handed it to Meredith. "Read this. Tell me if I've gone too far." Meredith read it slowly, carefully. When she finished, she folded the paper and handed it back. "This is honest, brutal, uncomfortable, exactly what you said you wanted the play to be. But is it good? Is it art or just therapy? Can't it be both? Can't something be personally meaningful and artistically valid? I don't know. Everyone keeps saying I'm using art to avoid dealing with my trauma. Maybe they're right. Or maybe you're dealing with your trauma the only way you know how. Through art, through creation, through refusing to be silent about what happened to you." Sarah thought about the monologue, about the protagonist standing over her abuser's body without remorse. Thought about how cathartic it felt to write those words, to give voice to rage she'd been suppressing since Boston. "I think I might be broken," Sarah said quietly. "I think Boston broke something in me that can't be fixed. And this play is just proof of that." "You're not broken. You're traumatized. There's a difference." "Is there? Because it feels the same." Meredith put her arm around Sarah, and for a moment, Sarah let herself lean into it. Let herself accept comfort. Let herself be vulnerable with someone who loved her, even when she was difficult and damaged, and constantly making everything harder than it needed to be. 2 weeks until opening night, Meredith said. "Are you ready?" "No, but I'm doing it anyway." "Then I'll help you. We'll rehearse every day. We'll make this the best one-woman show anyone's ever seen. Even if it's dark and violent and makes people uncomfortable?" "Especially then, because those are the plays that matter, the ones that make us see things we'd rather ignore." They spent the day rehearsing. Sarah performing alone, Meredith giving notes, both of them working to shape the raw material into something cohesive. Something powerful. Something that would make audiences see trauma not as something to overcome, but as something that permanently changes you. By evening, Sarah's voice was hoarse, her body exhausted. But the play was taking shape. The monologues were connecting. The violence was building logically, inevitably, toward the moment when the protagonist chooses power over healing, revenge over forgiveness, survival over goodness. Walking home, Sarah thought about the woman who'd been attacked, about whether she was okay, about what trauma she was now carrying that would never fully heal. Thought about Mrs. Weinstein, about the knife on her nightstand, about how predators always found the most vulnerable targets. Thought about how the play was her way of fighting back, her way of refusing to be silent. Her way of saying to every predator, "I see you. I know what you are, and I'm not afraid anymore." At the apartment, Paul had made dinner. Simple pasta, nothing elaborate, but the effort mattered. They ate together in silence, both of them too tired or too worried to talk. "I'm sorry about this morning," Sarah said finally. "You were trying to help and I pushed you away. You always push me away when I try to help." "I know, it's not you, it's just, I don't know how to accept help. Don't know how to admit I need it." "That's pride, or fear, or both?" "Probably both." Paul reached across the table, taking her hand. "I love you, I'm worried about you, but I'm going to support you no matter what. Even when I think you're making mistakes. Even when I'm scared of where this is going." "You think the play's a mistake?" "I think the play is necessary. For you. But I also think it's dangerous. And I don't know if you're strong enough to handle what comes after." "What comes after?" "After you put your trauma on stage for everyone to see. After you expose yourself completely. After there's nowhere left to hide." Sarah thought about that. About standing on stage, performing her damage for an audience, letting them see every broken part of her. About what it would feel like to be that vulnerable, that exposed, that honest. "Maybe I need to not hide anymore," Sarah said. "Maybe hiding is what's been keeping me broken. Or maybe some things are meant to be private, meant to be processed quietly instead of publicly. I tried that. It didn't work. So now I'm trying this. And if this doesn't work either?" Sarah didn't have an answer. Didn't know what she'd do if the play failed, if audiences hated it, if critics called it self-indulgent or exploitative, or any of the other things she feared they might call it. Didn't know what she'd have left if art didn't save her. If making meaning from trauma didn't help her heal. That night, Sarah dreamed about the stage. About performing alone. About the lights too bright. About an audience that watched without judgment, without pity, without anything except witnessing. She dreamed about power and violence, and the thin line between survival and revenge. She dreamed about becoming something she'd never wanted to be, but maybe needed to become. To prove she could. To prove she'd survived. To prove she mattered. Chapter 18. Ryan. January 23rd. Ryan woke to his phone ringing. Ashley's name on the screen. He answered, his voice thick with sleep. I need you, she said. No preamble. No explanation. What's wrong? Just come, please. Ryan dressed quickly, leaving a note for Victor, who was already gone for the day. Outside, the January morning was brutal, the kind of cold that made you question basic survival. Ashley's aunt's building looked different in daylight. Less threatening. Just another walk-up in Chinatown, indistinguishable from 100 others. Ryan climbed to the 4th floor and knocked. Ashley answered immediately, pulling him inside. Her face was pale, her eyes red from crying. Behind her, the apartment was a mess, furniture overturned, broken glass, signs of violence. What happened? Ryan asked. My aunt's boyfriend. He came back. He remembered what happened. He was waiting for her when she got home from work. Where is he now? Gone. He beat my aunt, trashed the apartment, threatened to kill me if he ever saw me again. Then he left. Where's your aunt? Hospital. She called me from there. Said I should pack my things and leave before he comes back. Ryan looked around the apartment, at the destruction, at Ashley's belongings scattered everywhere. Do you have somewhere to go? No, no family except my aunt. No money for a hotel. Nowhere except here. You can stay with me, at Victor's. For how long? A day? A week? Then what? Ryan didn't have an answer. Victor's apartment was barely big enough for 2 people. Adding Ashley would create tension, would cross boundaries that had kept their relationship manageable. But leaving her here wasn't an option. Pack your things, Ryan said. We'll figure it out. They packed quickly, stuffing Ashley's belongings into 2 duffel bags and a backpack. Everything she owned in the world fit into 3 bags. Ryan understood that feeling. He'd moved through foster homes the same way, always ready to pack quickly, always prepared to leave everything behind except the essentials. On the street, carrying Ashley's bags, Ryan called Victor. I need a favor, Ryan said. What kind of favor? Ashley needs a place to stay. Her aunt's boyfriend came back, trashed the apartment, threatened to kill her. Victor was quiet for a moment. You want her to stay at my apartment? Just until she figures something else out. A few days, maybe a week. No, Victor. My apartment is for you. Not for your girlfriend. Not for anyone else. You want to help her, find her somewhere else to stay. Where? She has no money, no family, nowhere to go. Not my problem, and not yours. You're on parole, Ryan. You can't be responsible for someone else. You can barely take care of yourself? Victor hung up. Ryan stood on the sidewalk, holding Ashley's bags, trying to figure out what to do. Ashley came out of the building, her own bags over her shoulder, looking at him with an expression that was trying to be brave, but mostly looked scared. He said no, didn't he? Ashley said. Yeah. It's okay. I'll figure something out. No, you're coming with me. We'll make it work. They went to Victor's apartment. Ryan let them in with his key, knowing his godfather wouldn't be home until evening, hoping that seeing Ashley actually there would make him more sympathetic. Ashley set down her bags and looked around the small space. Where am I supposed to sleep? My room. I'll sleep on the couch. Victor's not going to like this. Victor will get over it. But Ryan knew that wasn't true. Knew that bringing Ashley here without permission was crossing a line. Knew that Victor valued his space, his privacy, his control over his environment. Knew that this would create problems. They spent the day in the apartment, avoiding each other, the tension building. Ryan tried to work on Victor's books, the collection records that needed updating. Ashley sat on his bed, scrolling through her phone, looking for places to stay, finding nothing affordable. At 6, Victor came home. He stopped in the doorway when he saw Ashley, his expression darkening. I told you no, Victor said. She has nowhere else to go, Ryan replied. Then she goes to a shelter, to a friend, to anyone except here. She doesn't have friends. She has no one. She's alone. Victor looked at Ashley, then at Ryan. This is not negotiable. She needs to leave. Tonight. Victor, please. This is my apartment. My rules. I've done a lot for you, Ryan. But this is too much. Ashley stood up, gathering her bags. It's okay, I'll go. Where? Ryan asked. I don't know. I'll figure something out. You can't just leave, it's freezing outside. You have nowhere to go. Then I guess I'll be cold and homeless. Won't be the first time. Ryan watched Ashley gather her things, watched her prepare to walk out into the night with nowhere to go, and felt something break inside him. He'd been trying to do the right thing, trying to help someone who needed help, and Victor was blocking him, choosing control over compassion. If she goes, I go, Ryan said. Victor's expression didn't change. Then go, but understand that if you walk out that door, you're on your own. No more apartment, no more collections work, no more protection. You'll be alone in this city with nothing. Ryan thought about that. About being homeless in January. About losing the only stability he'd had since his release. About throwing away everything Victor had done for him over a girl he'd known for 2 weeks. About whether that was love or stupidity or the same thing. Okay, Ryan said. I'll go. He packed his things quickly. Everything he owned fit into one duffel bag and a backpack. Not much different from Ashley's situation. Not much different from how he'd lived his whole life. Ready to move, ready to leave, ready to start over with nothing. You're making a mistake, Victor said as Ryan headed for the door. Probably, but it's my mistake to make. Where will you go? I don't know. We'll figure it out. And your parole? Your employment documentation? How will you prove to your parole officer that you're employed when I'm not providing fake pay stubs anymore? Ryan hadn't thought about that. Without Victor's documentation, he had no way to prove employment. Which meant his parole officer would violate him. Which meant he'd go back to prison. I'll figure it out, Ryan said, not believing it. You won't. You'll be back in Rikers within a month. And this girl will have moved on to someone else who can actually help her instead of drowning alongside her. Ryan wanted to argue, wanted to defend Ashley, wanted to prove Victor wrong, but he couldn't. Because Victor was probably right. Because this was probably a mistake. Because choosing Ashley over stability was probably the stupidest thing Ryan had ever done. But he did it anyway. They left Victor's apartment, carrying their bags, walking into the January night with no plan and no place to go. Ashley looked at him with an expression that was grateful and guilty simultaneously. You didn't have to do that, she said. Yes, I did. Why? Because you needed help, and I could help. And if I didn't help, what kind of person would I be? The smart kind, the kind who doesn't throw away everything for someone they barely know. Maybe I'm not the smart kind. They walked through the Lower East Side, trying to figure out where to go. Shelters were full. Hotels were expensive. Friends were non-existent. The abandoned building where Ryan had hidden the gun was too dangerous, too cold, too unstable for sleeping. Eventually, they ended up at a 24-hour diner on Delancey. Sat in a booth nursing coffee they couldn't afford, trying to figure out their next move. We could leave the city, Ashley said. Start over somewhere else. With what money? What job skills? What prospects? I don't know, but staying here isn't working. Leaving won't work either. We'll just be broke somewhere else. They sat in silence, drinking bad coffee, watching the city through the diner window, watching people with homes and jobs and lives that worked, watching the world continue for everyone except them. I'm sorry, Ashley said. This is my fault. If I hadn't needed help. Don't. This isn't your fault. Victor's the one who kicked us out. Because of me. Because of his pride. Because he needs to control everything. Because he can't stand the idea of anyone choosing something over him. Ashley reached across the table, taking Ryan's hand. What are we going to do? I don't know. But we'll figure it out. Together. You keep saying that, but what if there's nothing to figure out? What if we're just screwed? Ryan didn't have an answer. They probably were screwed. Probably homeless. Probably headed for disaster. But admitting that felt like giving up. And Ryan wasn't ready to give up yet. At 3 a.m., the diner manager kicked them out. You need to order food or leave. Can't just sit here drinking coffee all night. Outside, the temperature had dropped even further. The wind off the East River felt like knives. Ashley pulled her jacket tighter, shivering. Where now? She asked. Ryan thought about the abandoned building. About the gun hidden in the wall. About how that building was dangerous, unstable, probably hypothermia-inducing. But it was better than freezing on the street. I know a place, he said. It's not great, but it's shelter. They walked to the abandoned building on Clinton Street. Ryan led Ashley up 3 flights of stairs, the steps unstable, the whole structure feeling like it might collapse at any moment. But the 3rd floor had rooms with most of their walls intact, spaces that blocked the wind if not the cold. Ryan found the room where he'd hidden the gun. Checked to make sure the brick was still secure, the gun still hidden. Then he and Ashley cleared debris from a corner, laying down cardboard to insulate against the concrete floor, using their coats as blankets. They lay together, sharing body heat, trying to survive until morning. This is bad, Ashley said. I know. We should have stayed with Victor. Probably. But you chose me instead. Yeah. Why? Ryan thought about that. About why he'd thrown away stability for someone he'd known 2 weeks. About why choosing Ashley had felt more important than choosing safety. Because you're like me, he said finally. Broken and trying, and maybe 2 broken people can be less broken together. Or maybe we'll just break each other worse. But at least we'll do it together. Ashley kissed him, and it tasted like desperation and acceptance, and the understanding that they'd probably made a terrible decision but couldn't take it back now. They fell asleep holding each other, the city humming around them, the cold seeping through cardboard and coats and skin, the knowledge that this couldn't last, that something would have to change, that they were running out of options and time and chances. But for tonight, they had each other. And somehow, that was enough. Chapter 19. Sarah. January 24th. Sarah stood on the raw space stage, running through the play for the 10th time that day. Her voice was raw, her body exhausted, but she kept going. Opening night was in 8 days. 8 days to perfect every line, every movement, every moment of vulnerability she'd be exposing to an audience. Meredith sat in the front row, taking notes, occasionally calling out adjustments. The monologue about forgiveness. You're rushing it. Slow down, let the audience sit with the discomfort. Sarah took it from the top. The monologue where the protagonist explains why she can't forgive. Everyone says forgiveness is for yourself. That holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. But what if anger is what's keeping me alive? What if the poison is actually the antidote? He took my body without permission. Took my sense of safety. Took my belief that I controlled anything about my own life. And everyone wants me to forgive him for that. To let it go, to move on. But moving on means he wins. Means what he did doesn't matter. Means I'm supposed to just accept that some people hurt other people and that's okay, that's normal. That's just how the world works. I refuse to forgive. I refuse to move on. I refuse to pretend this didn't destroy me. Sarah delivered the lines slower this time, letting each word land, letting the audience, imagined for now, real in 8 days, sit with the discomfort of a victim who refused to follow the script of acceptable recovery. Better, Meredith said. That's the version. Hold on to that. They took a break. Sarah drank water, her throat sore, her head aching. She'd been rehearsing for 6 hours, pushing through fatigue because there was no alternative. The show had to be ready, had to be perfect, had to justify every choice she'd made. Paul arrived with food, Thai takeout from the place on First Avenue. He set it down, studying Sarah with concern. You look exhausted, he said. I'm fine. You're not fine, you're pushing too hard. I have 8 days to get this right. And you're going to burn out before opening night if you don't take care of yourself. Sarah wanted to argue, wanted to say she knew her limits, but Paul was right. She was burning out, could feel it happening, could feel her body and mind reaching their limits. "After rehearsal," she said. "I'll rest after rehearsal." They ate together, Sarah barely tasting the food, her mind still running through lines, blocking, moments that needed work. Meredith and Paul exchanged glances, their worry obvious. "Have you heard from Mrs. Weinstein?" Meredith asked. "She called yesterday. Diana's trying to move her to a different facility. Says she's too much trouble." "Can she fight it?" "With what resources? She's 82 with no family. No advocate except me, and I don't work there anymore." "Have you told her about the play?" "No, why would I?" "Because it might matter to her. Because she believed in you when no one else did. Because she deserves to see you succeed." Sarah thought about that. About inviting Mrs. Weinstein to opening night. About having this woman who'd survived the Holocaust watch Sarah's story about surviving sexual assault. About shared trauma creating connection across generations. "Maybe," Sarah said. "I'll think about it." After eating, they resumed rehearsal. Sarah running the play from beginning to end, Meredith calling notes, Paul watching quietly from the back row. The play was dark, brutal, uncompromising. The violence escalated with each scene, the protagonist's transformation from victim to aggressor complete by the final monologue. By 10 p.m., Sarah couldn't speak anymore. Her voice was completely gone, her body trembling with exhaustion. Meredith called rehearsal, insisting Sarah go home and rest. "You have 8 days," Meredith said. "You need to be healthy for opening night, not dead on your feet." Walking home, Sarah thought about the play, about whether she was ready, about what would happen if audiences hated it. Paul walked beside her, not saying much, just being present in the way he was good at. "Are you scared?" Paul asked finally. "Terrified. Of what?" "Of failing. Of being judged. Of exposing myself completely and having people decide I'm broken beyond repair." "You're not broken beyond repair." "How do you know?" "Because broken things don't create, don't fight, don't keep trying even when everything tells them to give up. Broken things just sit there. You're still moving. That means you're not broken, just damaged." "Is there a difference?" "I think so. Broken means can't be fixed. Damaged means still functional, just changed." Sarah thought about that as they walked. About being damaged instead of broken. About functioning differently, but still functioning. About being changed by trauma but not destroyed by it. At the apartment, she found a message on her phone. "Mrs. Weinstein, they're moving me next week. To a facility in Queens. I won't be able to see your play. But I believe in you, Shayna Madel. Make them see. Make them understand." Sarah sat on the couch and cried, the first real tears she'd allowed herself in weeks. Paul held her, not saying anything, just being there while she fell apart. "I'm so tired," Sarah said into his chest. "So tired of fighting. So tired of proving I matter. So tired of turning everything into art because I don't know how else to make sense of it." "Then stop. Just for tonight, stop. Rest. Let yourself be tired without fighting it." Sarah let herself relax into Paul's arms, let herself be held, let herself admit that she was scared and exhausted and not sure she could do this. "What if the play doesn't work?" she asked. "What if I put everything on stage and it doesn't matter? What if I'm just another privileged white girl making my trauma into entertainment?" "Then you tried. And trying matters, even when it doesn't work." "Does it?" "I think so. Because the alternative is not trying. And not trying means giving up. Means letting the trauma win." Sarah thought about giving up. About canceling the play. About going home to Minnesota, to her father's house, to safety and comfort, and the version of herself that had existed before Boston. About whether that would be failure or just self-preservation. "I can't give up," she said. "Even if I wanted to. Even if it would be healthier to stop. I can't." "Why not?" "Because I promised myself after Boston, That I wouldn't let fear make me small. Wouldn't let trauma silence me. Wouldn't be a good victim who suffered quietly and disappeared. And you've kept that promise. You've been loud. You've been difficult. You've refused to disappear. That counts for something. Does it count enough? I don't know, but we'll find out in 8 days. They went to bed early. Sarah fell asleep immediately, exhausted in a way that went deeper than physical. Exhausted from fighting, from trying, from refusing to give up, even when giving up would be easier. She dreamed about the stage again. About performing alone. About an audience watching without judgment. About finally being seen, finally being heard, finally being believed. She dreamed about Mrs. Weinstein in the audience, about her father in the audience, about Paul and Meredith, and everyone who'd worried about her, about whether their worry was justified or whether she'd prove them wrong. She dreamed about power and vulnerability existing simultaneously, about being strong enough to be weak, about being brave enough to be scared. She dreamed about opening night, about the lights, about the moment when everything she'd been working toward would either succeed or fail. And she dreamed about being ready for either outcome. About accepting that some things were beyond her control. About understanding that trying was enough, even when the results weren't what she'd hoped. Chapter 20. Ryan. January 24th. Ryan woke on the concrete floor of the abandoned building. Ashley pressed against him for warmth, both of them shivering despite their coats and shared body heat. The January morning light came through broken windows, illuminating the space that would be their home until they figured out something better. His phone was dead. Had been for 2 days. No way to charge it, no electricity in the building. Ryan and Ashley had become ghosts, unreachable, disconnected from the world that existed outside this condemned structure. Ryan's body ached from sleeping on concrete. His stomach hurt from not eating enough. His head pounded from dehydration and stress, and the constant anxiety of being homeless in January. Ashley stirred beside him. "We need to find somewhere else today. We'll die if we stay here." "I know. Do you have any money?" Ryan checked his wallet. $23. Not enough for a hotel. Barely enough for food. Not enough for anything that would actually help them. "Not enough," Ryan said. "I have 15. That's 38 total. We could get a cheap motel room for one night if we can find one under $40. They packed up their belongings, leaving the building before anyone saw them. On the street, people hurried to work, their lives normal and functional, completely unaware that 2 people had spent the night freezing in an abandoned building. Ryan and Ashley found a diner, ordered the cheapest breakfast they could, shared one order between them. The waitress looked at them with pity and suspicion, recognizing homeless when she saw it. "You kids okay?" she asked. "We're fine," Ashley said. "You don't look fine, you look like you slept outside." "We're fine, really." The waitress left a pot of coffee at their table, refilling it whenever it got low, not charging them extra. Small kindness from someone who understood desperation. Ryan thought about his options. He could call Victor, apologize, ask for his apartment back. But that would mean abandoning Ashley, admitting he'd made a mistake, accepting that he couldn't help anyone including himself. He could call his parole officer, admit he'd lost his housing, ask for help finding shelter. But that would trigger questions about his employment, about Victor, about everything Ryan had been lying about for months. He could call his mother's psychiatric facility, see if they'd let him visit, maybe ask for help. But his mother didn't even recognize him anymore, had retreated so far into her own mind that the outside world barely registered. "We need money," Ryan said. "Real money. Enough for an actual place to stay." "How do we get real money?" Ryan thought about Victor's collections work, thought about how he'd been making $200–300 for a few hours of intimidation, thought about how he could do that independently without Victor, if he knew who owed money and was willing to collect it himself. "I might have an idea," Ryan said. "But it's risky." "What is it?" "Victor keeps collection records, names, addresses, amounts owed. If I could get those records, I could do collections myself." Keep all the money instead of just 10%. How would you get the records? Break into the apartment. Victor's out most afternoons. I still have my key. And if he finds out? Then I'm dead, or worse. Ashley considered this. How much money are we talking about? Depends on who I collect from. Could be a few hundred. Could be a few thousand. And the risk? Prison. Death. Victor's revenge. Take your pick. Ashley reached across the table, taking his hand. If we're going to do something risky, we should do it big. Not just enough to survive a few more days. Enough to actually change our situation. What do you mean? I mean, we don't just collect from one person. We collect from everyone. Clean out Victor's whole operation. Take enough money to leave the city. Start over somewhere else. Ryan stared at her, understanding what she was suggesting. Not just stealing from Victor, destroying his business. Taking everything, burning every bridge. That's insane, Ryan said. So is freezing to death in an abandoned building. We're out of options, Ryan. We either do something drastic or we die slowly. Those are the choices. Ryan thought about Victor's face when he discovered what Ryan had done. Thought about the revenge Victor would plan, the violence he'd commit, the way Ryan would spend the rest of his life looking over his shoulder. Thought about how none of that mattered if he was dead from exposure in an abandoned building. Okay, Ryan said, let's do it. They spent the day planning, waiting for the right time. Ryan knew Victor's schedule, knew he'd be out from 2 to 5 p.m. conducting business. 3 hours to break in, find the records, get out without being seen. At 1:30, they walked to the projects. Ryan used his key to let them into the building, climbing 14 flights because he didn't want to risk being seen in the elevator. At Victor's door, he hesitated. This is the point of no return, Ryan said. After this, we're enemies. He'll never forgive this. Do you have a better idea? Ryan didn't. He unlocked the door and they went inside. The apartment felt different now. No longer home. Now it was just a place he was robbing. Victor kept his records in a lockbox under his bed. Ryan found it easily. He'd seen Victor open it dozens of times. The combination was Patrick's birthday. Victor had told him that once, drunk and sentimental, talking about Ryan's dead brother like Patrick had been Victor's son instead of just his friend's kid. Ryan opened the lockbox. Inside were ledgers, cash, documents. Everything Victor had been hiding from the world. Everything that proved how deep the criminal enterprise went. Ashley took photos of the ledgers with her phone. They'd gotten it charged at the diner. Documented names, addresses, amounts owed. A treasure map of people who'd borrowed from Victor and couldn't pay back. Ryan took the cash. $3,000, rubber banded together, probably meant for paying off someone or buying something illegal. He took it without hesitation, understanding that this theft meant war. They were about to leave when they heard the key in the door. Victor had come home early. Ryan and Ashley froze. No time to hide the lockbox. No time to cover their tracks. No time to do anything except face what was coming. Victor entered the apartment, saw them, saw the open lockbox, saw the cash in Ryan's hands. His expression went from surprise to understanding, to rage in the space of a heartbeat. You're stealing from me, Victor said quietly. After everything I've done for you, you're stealing from me. We need the money, Ryan said, which was true but sounded pathetic. So you rob me? You destroy everything I've built? You betray me like I'm nothing? You kicked us out, left us homeless. What were we supposed to do? Victor stepped forward. He had a gun. Not the silver revolver. Something smaller. But just as deadly. He didn't point it at them. Just held it. A reminder of what could happen. Put the money back, Victor said. We can't. We need it. I don't care what you need. Put it back. Now. Ryan looked at Ashley. She shook her head slightly. They'd come too far to back down now. Had crossed too many lines to go back. No, Ryan said. Victor raised the gun. You're willing to die for $3,000? I'm willing to die for not being powerless anymore. For making my own choices. For not being dependent on you or anyone. That's not courage, that's stupidity. Maybe. But it's my stupidity, my choice. Victor and Ryan stared at each other across the apartment. Two men who'd been family, who'd been allies, now on opposite sides. Everything that had connected them now severed. Leave, Victor said finally. Take the money. Leave the city, and never contact me again. If I see you after today, I'll kill you. Do you understand? I understand. Ryan and Ashley backed toward the door, the cash still in Ryan's hands, Victor's gun still pointed at them. At the threshold, Ryan paused. Thank you, Ryan said. For everything you did, I'm sorry it ended like this. So am I, Victor replied. Your father would be disappointed. They left the apartment, ran down 14 flights of stairs, hit the street running, expecting Victor to chase them, expecting gunshots, expecting revenge. But nothing happened. Victor let them go. Let them disappear into the city with his money and his secrets. Let them go because maybe he understood that some debts couldn't be collected. Some betrayals couldn't be avenged. Some people just needed to disappear. On the street, safe for now, Ryan and Ashley stopped to catch their breath. We have $3,000, Ashley said. What now? Now we get out of the city. Start over somewhere else. Somewhere Victor can't find us. Where? Anywhere. Doesn't matter. Anywhere is better than here. They walked to Port Authority, bought bus tickets for Philadelphia with cash. Random destination. Far enough away to feel safe. Close enough to get to quickly. Sitting in the bus station, waiting for their bus, Ryan thought about Victor. About the look on his face when he'd discovered the theft. About the gun that could have ended everything but didn't. About the mercy Victor had shown by letting them leave instead of killing them. About how Ryan had just burned the last bridge connecting him to his old life. How there was no going back now. How he was officially on his own, with Ashley, with $3,000 stolen dollars, headed to a city he'd never been to with no plan except survival. His phone buzzed. 1 bar of battery left. A text from Victor. You're dead to me. Ryan deleted the text and turned off his phone, saving the last bit of battery for emergencies. Understanding that Victor was right. He was dead. The old Ryan was dead. The person who'd been trying to stay clean, trying to be different from his brothers, trying to honor his parole, was dead. Now he was something new. Something harder. Something willing to steal and threaten and survive by any means necessary. Something his father would have been disappointed in. Something his brothers would have recognized. Something inevitable as his DNA. The bus to Philadelphia left at 6 p.m. Ryan and Ashley sat together, watching Manhattan disappear behind them. The city that had chewed them up and spit them out. The city that had taken everything and given nothing back. We made it, Ashley said. We're out. For now, but Victor will remember. And one day, we might come back. And if we do, we'll have to deal with what we did. Then we won't come back. We'll start over completely. New names, new lives, new everything. Ryan wanted to believe that was possible. Wanted to believe they could start over, could be different people, could escape the consequences of their choices. But he knew better, knew that the past always caught up. Knew that Victor would remember. Knew that someday, somehow, he'd have to pay for what he'd taken. But that was a problem for future Ryan. Present Ryan had $3,000, a bus ticket to Philadelphia, and a girl who'd chosen him when anyone reasonable would have run away. For now, that was enough. Chapter 21, Sarah. January 25th. Sarah found the note under her door when she woke up. Plain white envelope, no postage, hand-delivered sometime during the night. Her name written in block letters, obviously disguised. She opened it with shaking hands. Stop asking questions about the thefts. This is your only warning. Sarah felt cold spread through her chest. Someone knew she'd been investigating. Someone knew she'd been helping Mrs. Weinstein. Someone knew where she lived. Paul found her standing in the hallway, staring at the note. "What is it?" Sarah handed him the note. His expression darkened as he read it. "You need to call the police," Paul said. "And tell them what? Someone left me a note? They won't care." "Sarah, someone threatened you. That's illegal." "Someone threatened Mrs. Weinstein too. The police did nothing. They'll do the same for me." "Then what are you going to do?" "I don't know, but I'm not stopping. I'm not letting whoever's doing this scare me into silence." Paul grabbed her shoulders, forcing her to look at him. "This is serious. Someone knows where you live. Someone is threatening you. You need to take this seriously." "I am taking it seriously, but I'm also not going to hide. Not going to stop fighting just because someone wants me to." "This isn't Boston, Sarah. This isn't about refusing to be a victim. This is about being smart enough to recognize real danger." "How is it different? Someone's trying to silence me because I'm asking questions they don't want answered." "That's exactly like Boston. That's exactly like every time women are told to shut up and accept that bad things happen." Paul let go of her shoulders, running his hands through his hair in frustration. "I don't know how to protect you when you won't let me." "I don't need protection, I need support. There's a difference." "Is there? Because from where I'm standing, you need both and you're refusing both." Sarah went back into the apartment, the note still in her hands. She photographed it, documenting the threat, creating evidence even if the police wouldn't act on it. Then she called Mrs. Weinstein. "I got a threat too," Sarah said when Mrs. Weinstein answered. "Someone knows I was investigating." "You need to stop, Shayna. These people are serious." "I can't stop. They're moving you to Queens. Once you're gone, they'll target someone else. It won't end unless someone stops them." "And you think you can stop them? You're one person, no job, no authority. Just anger and determination. That's not enough." "It has to be enough, because no one else is doing anything." Mrs. Weinstein was quiet for a moment. "Be careful. Don't let your anger make you careless. Anger is powerful, but it's also blinding." "I'll be careful." "Liar, but I love you for trying." They hung up. Sarah stared at her phone, at Mrs. Weinstein's number, at the connection she'd made with this woman who'd survived horrors Sarah couldn't imagine. Connection that mattered even when it cost her everything. That afternoon, Sarah went to the senior center. Not as an employee, she'd been fired. Just as a visitor. Diana couldn't stop her from visiting residents during normal visiting hours. Mrs. Weinstein was in her room, packing. Boxes everywhere. Her whole life being compressed into containers that would move with her to Queens. "They're moving me tomorrow," Mrs. Weinstein said. "Couldn't wait to get rid of me. I'm sorry, this is my fault." "Don't apologize for believing me. You're the only one who did." Sarah helped Mrs. Weinstein pack, carefully wrapping photographs, mementos, the fragments of a life that had survived genocide and displacement and violence. They worked in silence, both understanding that this was goodbye. "I brought you something," Sarah said, pulling out a flyer. "My play opens in a week. I wanted you to come, but you'll be in Queens by then." Mrs. Weinstein took the flyer, reading it carefully. A play about surviving trauma, about fighting back. About refusing to be a good victim. Good. The world has enough good victims. What it needs is more survivors who won't shut up about what happened to them. They finished packing around 4 p.m. Sarah helped Mrs. Weinstein into her chair, then sat on the bed, both of them exhausted. "What will you do?" Mrs. Weinstein asked. "After your play? After all this?" "I don't know. Maybe leave New York. Maybe go back to Minnesota. Maybe keep fighting until I can't fight anymore." "You'll keep fighting. That's who you are. Just be smart about it. Don't let your courage become recklessness." Sarah wanted to promise she'd be smart. She'd be careful. She'd protect herself. But she couldn't make promises she didn't know if she could keep. Walking home, Sarah thought about the threat, about Mrs. Weinstein being moved, about how the predators always won because their victims were too scared, or too disbelieved, or too isolated to fight back effectively. Thought about how her play was her way of fighting back. Her way of refusing to be silent. Her way of saying to everyone, "This happened, it matters, and I'm not going to pretend otherwise." At the apartment, she found Paul packing a bag. "What are you doing?" Sarah asked. "Going to stay with Mark for a few days. Give you space to think about whether you want to keep doing this." "Doing what?" "Self-destructing. Pushing everyone away. Refusing help. Turning everything into a battle you have to fight alone." Sarah felt something break inside her. "You're leaving." "Not permanently, just giving you space. Because I can't watch you destroy yourself anymore. And I can't help you when you won't let me." "I'm not destroying myself, I'm fighting back." "Against what?" "Against the people who attacked you in Boston. Against whoever's stealing from the senior center. Against a city that doesn't care. You're fighting shadows, Sarah, and it's killing you." "Then let it kill me. At least I'll die fighting instead of hiding." Paul zipped up his bag and came to stand in front of her. "I love you, but I can't be in a relationship with someone who's actively trying to hurt herself and calling it courage." "It is courage." "No, it's self-destruction wearing courage's mask. And until you can tell the difference, I need distance." He left. Sarah stood in the empty apartment, feeling the absence of Paul like something physical. She wanted to run after him, to apologize, to promise she'd change. But she couldn't, because changing meant giving up. Meant letting the predators win. Meant being the kind of victim who suffered quietly and disappeared. She went to her journal and wrote, "Got a threat today. Someone knows I was investigating the thefts. Someone knows where I live. They want me to stop asking questions. I'm not going to stop." Paul left, not permanently, he says. Just needs space. Needs distance from my self-destruction. He's probably right. I am self-destructing, but I'm also fighting back. And I don't know how to do one without the other. Mrs. Weinstein is being moved tomorrow. To Queens. Away from the people who threatened her. Maybe that's safety. Maybe that's defeat. Probably both. The play opens in 7 days. I'm terrified. Terrified it will fail. Terrified it will succeed. Terrified of exposing myself so completely. Terrified of what comes after, when there's nothing left to fight for, nothing left to prove, nothing left except me and my damage. Paul says I'm fighting shadows. Maybe he's right. Maybe the real enemy isn't the person who raped me or the people stealing from seniors or the city that doesn't care. Maybe the real enemy is the trauma inside me that keeps replaying, keeps demanding acknowledgement, keeps refusing to fade. But I don't know how to fight that enemy. Don't know how to make peace with what happened. Don't know how to be anything except angry and vigilant and determined to never be powerless again. 7 days until opening night. 7 days until I put everything on stage. 7 days until I find out if art can save me or if I'm just performing my destruction for an audience. 7 days until I'm out of time to figure out who I am if I'm not fighting. Chapter 22. Ryan Breaking Point. January 25th. Ryan and Ashley arrived in Philadelphia with $3,000 in cash and no plan beyond survival. They found a cheap motel near the bus station, $40 a night, the kind of place that didn't ask questions and didn't keep records. The room was small, dingy, but warm. After freezing in the abandoned building, warmth felt like luxury. They collapsed on the bed, exhausted from running, from fear, from the constant adrenaline of the past week. "We made it," Ashley said. "We're safe." "For now, but 3,000 won't last forever. We need jobs, need income, need a real plan. Tomorrow, we'll figure it out tomorrow." Ryan lay on the bed and stared at the water-stained ceiling. Thought about Victor's face when he'd discovered the theft. Thought about the gun that could have ended everything. Thought about how he'd just declared war on the only person who'd helped him survive since his release. His phone was dead. He'd charged it at the bus station, but keeping it on felt dangerous. Victor could track it, could use it to find them. Could appear at any moment with violence in mind. "We need new phones," Ryan said. "Prepaid, untraceable." "What about your parole officer? Won't he try to contact you?" Ryan hadn't thought about that. His next meeting was in 2 weeks. If he didn't show up, they'd issue a warrant for his arrest. He'd become a fugitive, all because he'd chosen Ashley over stability. "I'm already a fugitive," Ryan said. "Skipping town violates parole. Stealing from Victor probably violates half a dozen laws. I'm done, officially." "So what does that mean?" "Means we have to disappear completely. New names, new identities, no contact with anyone from our old lives." Ashley rolled over, looking at him. "Are you okay with that?" "I don't have a choice." "You always have a choice. You could go back. Turn yourself in. Face the consequences." "The consequences are prison. Years in prison for parole violation, theft, probably a dozen other charges Victor could file. Or death, if Victor finds you first." Ryan thought about that. About Victor's gun. About his godfather's face when he'd said, "You're dead to me." About how that hadn't been metaphor. It had been promise. "We need to stay gone," Ryan said. "Completely gone, forever." They spent that evening planning. Tomorrow they'd find jobs, cash work, nothing that required documentation. Restaurant kitchens, construction sites, places that hired immigrants and fugitives, and people who couldn't prove they existed legally. They'd find a better place to stay. Something month to month. Something cheap, but not suspicious. They'd build new lives from scratch. No past, no history. Just forward momentum until they either escaped or got caught. Around midnight, Ryan's anxiety peaked. He couldn't sleep, couldn't relax, couldn't stop thinking about Victor finding them, about police finding them, about everything falling apart. He got out of bed and went outside. Philadelphia's streets were different from New York's, quieter, less densely packed, but still urban, still dangerous in their own ways. Ryan walked until he found a liquor store. Bought a bottle of cheap vodka with some of their precious cash. Sat on a bench and drank until the anxiety faded into numbness. Ashley found him there an hour later. She sat beside him without speaking, taking the bottle, taking a drink herself. "Are you okay?" she asked finally. "No, but I don't know how to fix it." "Tell me what you're feeling." Ryan thought about his feelings. About the guilt of stealing from Victor. About the fear of being caught. About the grief of leaving behind everyone he'd ever known. About the anger at a world that had given him no good choices, only varying degrees of bad ones. "I'm feeling like I made a mistake," Ryan admitted. "Like choosing you, choosing this, was wrong. Like I should have stayed with Victor, accepted his rules, lived his way instead of trying to make my own. Do you wish you'd made a different choice?" Ryan looked at Ashley, at this girl who'd lied about being pregnant, who'd tested him constantly, who'd pushed him toward danger instead of safety. This girl who'd needed him when no one else had in years. "No," he said, "I don't wish I'd made a different choice. But I wish the right choice didn't feel so much like the wrong one." "That's life for people like us. Every choice is wrong. We just choose the wrong that's easiest to live with." They sat on the bench drinking vodka until the bottle was empty. Until the cold stopped mattering. Until the fear faded into acceptance that this was their life now. Fugitives, criminals, people who'd burned every bridge and had no path except forward. "I think I'm broken," Ryan said. "I think my family broke me and I can't be fixed." "Everyone's broken. That's not special. What's special is whether you keep trying or give up." "And if I want to give up?" "Then I won't let you. Because you didn't let me give up. You chose me when anyone reasonable would have walked away, so I'm choosing you back." They went back to the motel. Made love desperately, like people drowning, trying to feel alive when everything felt like death. Afterward, they lay tangled together, the cheap sheets scratchy against their skin, the sound of traffic outside, a reminder that the world continued with or without them. Ryan fell asleep thinking about Sean in prison, about the dead look in his brother's eyes, about how Sean had given up, had accepted that this was his life now, had stopped fighting against the inevitable. About how Ryan was following the same path. Different details, same destination. Prison or death, or some combination of both. He woke up screaming. The nightmare this time wasn't about Rikers. It was about Victor. About the gun pointed at his chest. About the moment when Victor could have killed him, but didn't. About mercy that felt like judgment. Ashley held him while he shook, while he cried, while he fell apart in ways he'd been holding together since his release. "I'm so tired," Ryan said into her shoulder. "So tired of running, so tired of being afraid, so tired of being broken." "Then rest. Just for tonight, rest. Tomorrow we'll figure out how to keep going. But tonight, just rest." Ryan let himself relax into Ashley's arms, let himself be held, let himself admit that he couldn't do this alone. That he needed her as much as she needed him. That two broken people leaning on each other was better than one broken person falling alone. He fell asleep to the sound of Ashley's heartbeat, steady and sure, a reminder that he was alive, that he mattered to someone, that survival was possible even when it didn't feel like it. Chapter 23, Sarah. January 25th, evening. Sarah couldn't stop thinking about the note. About the threat. About someone knowing where she lived. She lay in bed unable to sleep, jumping at every sound, checking the door locks repeatedly, feeling paranoia creep in like something physical. Around 11 p.m. her phone rang. Mrs. Weinstein's number. "Hello? Sarah." Mrs. Weinstein's voice was shaking. "I need you to come. Now, please." "What's wrong?" "I can't explain on the phone. Just come, please." Sarah dressed quickly, leaving a note for Paul before remembering he wasn't there. He was staying with Mark. He'd left her. She was alone. She grabbed her keys and pepper spray and walked quickly to the senior center. The streets were dark, dangerous feeling, every shadow potentially containing threat. Sarah walked fast, keys between her fingers, aware of her surroundings in the way that had become second nature. At the senior center, she found Mrs. Weinstein in her room, surrounded by half-packed boxes, holding something in her hands. The old woman was shaking, crying, terrified in a way Sarah had never seen. "What happened?" Mrs. Weinstein held out what she'd been holding. A thick manila envelope. "I found this, hidden in my mattress. Someone put it there. I don't know when, but it was there when I was packing." Sarah opened the envelope. Inside were photographs, dozens of them. Surveillance photos of residents. Entering and leaving the building. In their rooms. Sleeping. Living their private lives. Documented without their knowledge or consent. And notes. Handwritten notes detailing schedules, routines, when residents had visitors, when they didn't, when they were most vulnerable. "This is evidence," Sarah said. "This proves someone was targeting residents. Stalking them, planning thefts." "It's more than that," Mrs. Weinstein said. "Look at the dates." Sarah looked. The photos went back months. Some were dated before Sarah had even started working at the senior center. This wasn't new. This had been going on for a long time. An organized operation, carefully planned, systematically targeting the most vulnerable residents. "We need to take this to the police," Sarah said. "We can't. Look at the last page." Sarah flipped to the last page of the envelope. Found a note. "If you report this, Mrs. Weinstein will have an accident. She's old. Accidents happen." Sarah felt cold spread through her chest. "They knew you'd find this. They're still watching. The movers come tomorrow morning. Whoever put this here wanted me to find it before I left. Wanted me to know they're still here. That they can get to me anytime." "Then we call the police now. Get protection. Get them arrested." "And say what? Someone left photos in my mattress? No names. No proof of who did it. Just surveillance and threats. The police will file a report and do nothing. And whoever's behind this will know I reported them." Sarah knew Mrs. Weinstein was right. The police wouldn't act on surveillance photos and anonymous threats. Wouldn't assign protection to an elderly woman being moved to Queens. Wouldn't care enough to actually investigate. They were on their own. "I'm staying with you tonight," Sarah said. "I'm not leaving you alone." "Sarah." "I'm not leaving. We'll stay awake. We'll watch the door. We'll make sure nothing happens before the movers come." They sat together through the night. Sarah in a chair by the door, Mrs. Weinstein in her bed, neither of them sleeping. Just waiting. Just surviving until morning. Around 3 a.m., Sarah heard footsteps in the hallway. Someone walking slowly, deliberately, stopping outside Mrs. Weinstein's door. The doorknob turned slowly. Testing. Seeing if it was locked. It was locked. The footsteps moved away. Silence returned. But the message was clear. They were being watched. They were vulnerable. And locks weren't enough to keep out people who had keys. "Did you see who it was?" Mrs. Weinstein whispered. "No, too dark. But they're definitely still here." They sat in tense silence until dawn. At 6 a.m., the movers arrived. 2 men, legitimate company, contracted by the senior center to move Mrs. Weinstein to her new facility. They worked efficiently, loading boxes, furniture, the fragments of a life being displaced. Sarah helped pack the last items, the manila envelope hidden in her bag. Evidence she didn't know what to do with yet but refused to leave behind. At 8 a.m., Mrs. Weinstein was ready to leave. Sarah walked her to the moving truck, helped her inside, held her hand one last time. "Be careful," Mrs. Weinstein said. "These people are dangerous. They won't stop just because I'm gone." "I know, but I'm not stopping either." "That's what I'm afraid of. Your courage is beautiful, Shayna. But it's also going to get you hurt." The truck pulled away. Sarah watched it disappear, taking Mrs. Weinstein to safety or displacement, or some combination of both. Taking away the one person who'd believed her, who'd fought alongside her, who'd understood that some battles had to be fought, even when winning was impossible. Sarah walked home through morning streets, the manila envelope heavy in her bag. She had evidence now. Proof that the thefts were organized, systematic, planned. Proof that residents had been stalked, surveilled, targeted. But proof without a name attached was just paper. Interesting but useless, unless she could figure out who was behind it. Back at the apartment, Sarah spread the photos across her desk. Studied them carefully. Looked for patterns, for faces, for anything that might identify who'd taken them. In the background of one photo, she saw it. A reflection in a window. Someone holding a camera. The image was blurry, but she could make out a figure. Male, medium height, wearing a uniform. A security guard uniform. Sarah felt everything click into place. The thefts weren't being committed by outsiders breaking in. They were being committed by someone with access. Someone who worked there. Someone with keys and knowledge and the ability to move through the building without raising suspicion. Security. She pulled out her phone and called Diana. Her former supervisor answered on the third ring, her voice irritated. "Sarah, I told you not to contact me. I have evidence, proof that someone at the senior center was surveilling residents. Planning thefts. It's someone with access. Someone who works there. I think it's security." "That's a serious accusation. I have photos, surveillance photos hidden in Mrs. Weinstein's room. They show someone watching residents, documenting their routines. And in one photo, I can see a reflection. Someone in a security uniform." Diana was quiet for a moment. "Bring me the photos, today. Don't show anyone else. Just bring them to me." "Why?" "Because if you're right, we need to handle this carefully. We need to investigate properly, not just accuse people based on a blurry reflection." Sarah hesitated. Something felt wrong. Diana had dismissed every complaint, every piece of evidence, every concern Sarah had raised. Why was she suddenly interested now? "I'll think about it," Sarah said. "Sarah, bring me the photos. That's not a request. If you're going to make accusations about my staff, I need to see your evidence. I'll get back to you." Sarah hung up before Diana could argue. She looked at the photos spread across her desk, at the evidence she'd gathered, at proof that should matter but probably wouldn't. Thought about Diana's sudden interest, about how she'd dismissed everything until now, about how she'd fought against the investigation, fired Sarah for pursuing it, tried to silence Mrs. Weinstein. Thought about how Diana might not be interested in justice. Might be interested in making the evidence disappear. Sarah photographed every page of the manila envelope. Uploaded the photos to cloud storage. Created backup copies. Made sure that even if the original disappeared, the evidence would survive. Then she went to the police station. Not to file a report, she knew they wouldn't care. But to leave a sealed envelope with a desk sergeant, explaining that if anything happened to her, the envelope should be opened. Creating insurance. Creating consequence. The sergeant took the envelope without interest, adding it to a pile of similar envelopes, evidence of a paranoid city where everyone expected violence. Sarah walked home through afternoon streets, exhausted but wired, running on adrenaline and fear, and the grim satisfaction of having done something, even if it was probably useless. She had 6 days until opening night. 6 days to survive. 6 days to make sure she lived long enough to put her trauma on stage, to expose herself completely, to prove that survival mattered, even when it cost everything. 6 days until she found out if art could save her, or if she was just delaying the inevitable. Chapter 24. Ryan, the Abyss. January 25th, night. Ryan stood on the Ben Franklin Bridge, looking down at the Schuylkill River. The water was dark, moving fast, promising oblivion. Ashley was back at the motel, sleeping off the vodka they'd shared. Ryan had told her he was going for a walk. Had lied about coming back. The bridge was empty at 2 a.m. Just Ryan and the river, and the decision he'd been avoiding since his release from Rikers. Since before that. Since he was 16, pulling a gun on truancy officers, begging them to kill him. He thought about his father, murdered in a bodega. About Patrick, killed in a robbery. About Sean, dying slowly in prison. About his mother, disappeared into her own mind. About Tommy, in and out of jail, each stint longer than the last. About the Fleming family curse. Violence, breeding death. Ryan climbed over the railing. Stood on the ledge, his hands gripping the cold metal behind him, the wind pushing at his back like encouragement. One step, that's all it would take. One step and everything would stop. The running, the fear, the exhausting effort of trying to be something other than what his genetics demanded. His phone buzzed. He turned it back on one last time, to see if anyone cared that he existed. One text. Ashley, where are you? Ryan typed with one hand, the other still gripping the railing. On the bridge. Saying goodbye. His phone rang immediately. Ashley's voice, panicked. Ryan, no, please. Don't. I'm tired, Ashley. So tired of running. So tired of being broken. So tired of knowing I'll never be anything except what my family made me. That's not true. You can be different. You are different. I'm not. I stole from Victor. Threatened him with violence. Ran instead of facing consequences. I'm exactly what everyone always knew I'd be. A Fleming boy following the family tradition. You're also the person who saved me. Who chose me when anyone reasonable would have walked away? Who's trying even when trying feels impossible? That counts for something. Does it? Because it doesn't feel like it counts. Feels like I'm just delaying the inevitable. Like I'm going to end up dead or in prison anyway. Why wait? Because I need you. Because you're the only person in the world who understands me. Because if you jump, I'm jumping too. And I don't want to die, Ryan. I want to live. With you. Even if it's hard. Even if we're broken. Even if we never fix anything. Ryan thought about that. About Ashley jumping because he jumped. About his death causing hers. About perpetuating the violence he'd been trying to escape. I don't want you to die, Ryan said. Then don't make me. Come back to the motel. Let's figure this out together. Let's keep trying even when trying feels pointless. What if trying doesn't work? What if we end up exactly where we're trying to avoid? Then at least we tried. At least we didn't give up. At least we mattered to each other. Ryan looked at the water below. At oblivion. At peace. At the end of everything. Then he looked back at the city. At the lights. At the motel where Ashley was waiting. At the life he could still have if he just climbed back over the railing and kept going. "I'm coming back," Ryan said. "Promise?" "Promise." Ryan climbed back over the railing, stood on the bridge, his hands shaking, his body flooding with relief and disappointment simultaneously. He'd come so close to ending it, so close to peace. But Ashley needed him. And maybe that was enough. Maybe being needed was reason enough to keep living even when living felt impossible. He walked back to the motel. Ashley was waiting outside, her coat thrown over her pajamas, her face wet with tears. She ran to him, wrapping her arms around him so tight he could barely breathe. "Don't do that again," she said into his chest. "Don't leave me like that." "I won't, I promise." "Liar, but I love you anyway." They went back inside. Lay on the bed together, holding each other, two broken people who'd chosen to stay broken together, instead of seeking oblivion alone. "We need to leave Philadelphia," Ashley said. "Go back to New York. Victor will kill me if I go back." "Not if you make it right. Not if you return what you took. Not if you face what you did instead of running." "You want me to go back? After we ran, after everything?" "I want you to stop running from yourself. Running from Victor is just running from the person you don't want to be, but you'll always be that person until you face him. Until you accept consequences instead of avoiding them." Ryan thought about that. About going back to New York. About facing Victor. About returning the money, what was left of it, and accepting whatever punishment came. About whether that was courage or suicide. Whether there was a difference. "We've spent $800, Ryan said. "On bus tickets, motel, food. That leaves $2,200. If we go back, if I return it, Victor might not kill me. Or he might kill you. But at least you'll die having faced what you did instead of running from it." "That's not comforting." "It's not supposed to be, it's just true." They lay together until morning, making plans, figuring out how to go back. How to face Victor. How to accept consequences instead of avoiding them. How to be adults instead of children. How to be responsible instead of reckless. How to face the damage they'd caused instead of running from it. Around dawn, Ryan called Victor. His godfather answered on the 5th ring, his voice hard and cold. "You have a lot of nerve calling me." "I know, I'm sorry, I'm coming back. I'm going to return the money. I'm going to face what I did." "You think returning money fixes betrayal?" "No, but it's a start, and I owe you that much. I owe you trying to make it right." Victor was quiet for a long time. "Come back, bring the money, we'll talk. But understand that talk might end with your death. I haven't decided yet." "I understand." "Good, I'll see you soon." Victor hung up. Ryan sat on the motel bed, understanding that he'd just potentially signed his death warrant, but also understanding that running hadn't worked. That avoiding consequences hadn't made him feel better. That the only way forward was through. "We need to leave today," Ryan said. "Before I lose my nerve." They packed quickly, checked out of the motel, took a bus back to New York, retracing their steps, going back to the city that had chewed them up and spit them out, but was still the only home they knew. On the bus, Ryan thought about Victor's gun. About the moment when his godfather could have killed him but didn't. About whether that mercy would extend to a second meeting. About whether he'd live long enough to regret going back, or whether he'd die proving he'd tried to make things right. Either way, the running was over. The avoiding was over. The pretending he could escape his choices was over. Now came the facing. The accepting. The understanding that consequences existed whether you ran from them or not. The bus arrived in Manhattan at 4 p.m. Ryan and Ashley walked to the projects, carrying their bags, walking slowly because each step brought them closer to whatever Victor had planned. At the apartment, Ryan knocked. Victor answered immediately, like he'd been waiting. His expression was unreadable. "Come in," Victor said. Ryan and Ashley entered. The apartment looked the same. Nothing had changed except everything had changed. This wasn't home anymore. It was the site of betrayal, the place where Ryan had destroyed trust that couldn't be rebuilt. "The money," Victor said. Ryan pulled out $2,200. Handed it to Victor. "The rest is gone. Bus tickets, motel, food. I'm sorry." Victor counted it slowly, deliberately. Then he set it on the table and looked at Ryan. "You cost me more than $800. You cost me reputation. You cost me trust. You cost me the belief that I could help someone without being betrayed." "I know, I'm sorry." Sorry doesn't fix anything, but it's a start. Victor sat down, gesturing for Ryan to do the same. "Why did you come back?" "Because running didn't work. Because I need to face what I did. Because Ashley made me understand that avoiding consequences just makes them worse." Victor looked at Ashley. "You're smarter than him." "Not smarter. Just more practical." Victor nodded slowly. Then he pulled out a gun. Not the silver revolver. The same one from before. He set it on the table between them. "You have two choices," Victor said. "You leave now, forever. You never contact me again. You disappear completely, and I let you live. Or you stay, you work off what you stole. You rebuild trust through action instead of words. You accept that trust takes years to build and seconds to destroy. And you spend the rest of your life trying to earn back what you threw away." Ryan looked at the gun. At Victor, at Ashley, at the choices that weren't really choices because one led to running forever, and one led to staying and facing consequences. "I'll stay," Ryan said. "I'll work off the debt. I'll rebuild trust. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to make this right. Even knowing it might never be right? Even knowing I might never forgive you? Even knowing that." Victor picked up the gun and put it away. "Then we start over. No more lies. No more betrayals. No more running. Just work and consequences and the slow rebuilding of trust." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. This isn't mercy. This is you choosing the harder path. The path that requires actual change instead of just geography." Ryan understood. Going back to New York wasn't the end. It was the beginning of actually facing what he'd done, actually changing instead of just running, the beginning of being an adult instead of a child, being responsible instead of reckless, being someone who faced consequences instead of avoided them. It wouldn't be easy, might not even work. But it was the only path forward that didn't involve running forever or jumping off a bridge. It was the path of trying. And trying was all Ryan had left. Chapter 25. Sarah. January 26th, morning. Sarah woke to 5 days until opening night. 5 days until she'd stand on stage alone and expose every broken part of herself to strangers who'd paid $20 to witness her damage. She lay in bed trying to motivate herself to get up, to rehearse, to keep going. But exhaustion had settled into her bones, the kind that sleep couldn't cure because it wasn't physical. It was the exhaustion of fighting constantly, of being vigilant constantly, of refusing to rest because rest meant vulnerability. Her phone buzzed. "Paul, can we talk?" Sarah stared at the message. She wanted to say no, wanted to avoid the conversation, wanted to keep pretending she could do everything alone. But she also missed him. Missed his stability. Missed his belief in her even when she couldn't believe in herself. "Yes, when? Now, I can come over." "Okay." 20 minutes later, Paul knocked on the door. Sarah let him in, and they stood awkwardly in the apartment that had been their shared space until he'd left. "How are you?" Paul asked. "Tired, scared, not sure I can do this." "The play?" "Everything, the play. Investigating the thefts. Fighting against predators. Living in this city. All of it." Paul moved closer, not touching her but present in that way he was good at. "You don't have to do all of it. You can choose. You can prioritize. You can let some fights go." "Which fights should I let go?" "The investigation. Sarah, you got fired for it. You got threatened. Mrs. Weinstein got moved. The bad guys won. Sometimes they win. And continuing to fight when you've lost is just self-destruction. So I should just accept that predators get away with it? No, but you should accept that you're one person. You did everything you could. You documented. You reported. You fought. Now you need to focus on yourself. On your play. On healing instead of fighting. Sarah wanted to argue. Wanted to explain that fighting was healing, that silence was complicity, that letting go meant letting them win. But she was too tired, too exhausted to make Paul understand what she barely understood herself. I don't know how to stop fighting, Sarah said. I don't know who I am if I'm not fighting. Maybe that's what you need to figure out. Before the play. Before you expose yourself completely. Who are you if you're not fighting? I don't know, and that scares me. Paul took her hand. I came back because I love you. Because I'm worried about you. Because I want to support you through opening night, even if I think some of your choices are self-destructive. You think the play is self-destructive? I think the play is necessary. But I also think you're using it to avoid dealing with trauma. And I'm worried about what happens after. When the play is over and you don't have anything left to fight for. Then I'll find something else to fight for. I'll always find something. That's what I'm afraid of. They sat together on the couch, not talking, just being present. Sarah leaned against Paul and felt some of her exhaustion ease. Not disappear. Just ease enough that breathing didn't feel like work. Will you come to opening night? Sarah asked. Of course, front row, supporting you even when I don't understand you. That's all I can ask for. Paul left an hour later. They didn't discuss him moving back in. Didn't discuss their relationship or their future or anything beyond the immediate present. Just agreed he'd be there on opening night. That he'd support her through exposing herself completely. After he left, Sarah went to Ross Base for rehearsal. Meredith was already there, setting up lights, making final adjustments to the set. 5 days, Meredith said. Are you ready? No, but I'm doing it anyway. They rehearsed all day. Sarah running the play repeatedly, making small adjustments, perfecting timing, finding the emotional truth in each scene. The play was brutal, uncompromising, everything Sarah had wanted it to be. By evening, Sarah's voice was raw again, her body exhausted again, her emotional reserves completely depleted. But the play was ready as it would ever be. You're going to be brilliant, Meredith said. Controversial, probably, difficult, definitely, but brilliant. Or I'm going to fail spectacularly, expose myself completely, and have everyone decide I'm just a broken girl playing at art. Then you fail, but at least you tried. At least you put yourself out there. That counts for something. Sarah wanted to believe that trying counted. That effort mattered even when results were uncertain. But she'd spent her whole life trying and failing, trying to be safe and being raped. Trying to help Mrs. Weinstein and getting fired. Trying to make art and pushing everyone away. Maybe trying wasn't enough. Maybe trying was just another form of self-deception, a way to feel virtuous while everything fell apart. Walking home, Sarah thought about the surveillance photos, about the evidence she'd documented, about the envelope she'd left with the police. About how none of it had mattered. The predators were still there. Mrs. Weinstein was still displaced. The vulnerable were still vulnerable. Nothing she'd done had changed anything except making her life harder. At the apartment, she opened her journal. 5 days until opening night. Paul came over. Says he's worried about what happens after, when I don't have anything left to fight for. He's right to worry. I don't know who I am if I'm not fighting. Meredith says the play is ready. Says I'm going to be brilliant or fail spectacularly. Either way, I'm putting myself out there. Either way, I'm refusing to be silent. But I'm so tired. Tired of fighting. Tired of being vigilant. Tired of turning everything into a battle. What if Paul's right? What if I'm using fighting to avoid healing? What if all this effort, all this pain, all this determination is just another form of self-destruction? What if I'm not brave? What if I'm just scared of admitting that what happened to me in Boston broke something that can't be fixed? 5 days to figure out who I am if I'm not fighting. 5 days to decide if exposing myself completely is courage, or just another form of harm. 5 days until I find out if art can save me, or if I've been lying to myself all along. Chapter 26. Ryan. January 26th, afternoon. Ryan woke in Victor's apartment, back in his old room. Everything exactly as he'd left it, except nothing was the same. He was back physically, but not emotionally. The trust was gone. The relationship was transactional now. Work for forgiveness. Time for trust. Years for what had been destroyed in seconds. Victor was in the kitchen, drinking coffee, reading his newspaper. He looked up when Ryan entered. "Your parole officer called yesterday. You missed your meeting. There's a warrant out for your arrest." Ryan felt cold settle in his chest. "What? You violated parole by leaving the state. By missing your meeting. By stealing. The warrant's been issued. They're looking for you." "Why didn't you tell me this yesterday?" "Because you needed to decide to come back on your own. Not because you were afraid of consequences. Because you chose to face them." "What happens now?" "Now you turn yourself in. You face the consequences. You accept that running made everything worse." "I'll go back to Rikers." "Probably. For parole violation at minimum. Maybe longer depending on what other charges they file." Ryan thought about prison. About going back inside. About the 3 years he'd spent in Coxsackie, learning to survive through violence, learning to make his face blink, learning that vulnerability was death. About having to do it all again. Older now, more damaged, more broken. "Can I have one day?" Ryan asked. "Before I turn myself in. One day to say goodbye to Ashley. To walk the city one last time. To be free before I'm not." Victor considered this. "One day, but if you run, I'll help them find you. Understand?" "I understand. I won't run. I just need one day." Victor nodded. "Then take it. But tomorrow, you turn yourself in. Tomorrow, you face what you've been avoiding." Ryan found Ashley in his room, already awake, already dressed. She looked at him and understood without him saying anything. "We have to go back," she said. Not a question. A statement. "I have to go back." "You don't. You didn't violate parole. You're not wanted. If you go, I go." "Ashley, I'm going to prison. You can't come with me there." "Then I'll wait. However long it takes. I'll wait for you." Ryan wanted to tell her not to wait. That he wasn't worth waiting for. That she should find someone else, someone less broken, someone who could actually build a life instead of just surviving. But the words wouldn't come. Because he needed her to wait. Needed to believe someone would be there when he got out. Needed hope even when hope felt like delusion. "Okay," he said. "But only if you promise to live your life. Get a job. Find a place. Build something real. Don't just wait. Live." "I promise. But I'll still be here when you get out." They left the apartment, walking through the Lower East Side, taking in the city one last time. The neighborhood was changing fast. More coffee shops. More boutiques. More young white people moving in, pushing out the people who'd been there forever. Ryan thought about how he was part of the old neighborhood. Part of what was being displaced. Part of a world that was dying, being replaced by something cleaner and safer and completely foreign. They walked to the abandoned building where Ryan had hidden the gun. Climbed to the 3rd floor. Ryan checked the loose brick. The gun was still there, wrapped in its plastic and cloth, waiting for someone to use it. "What are you going to do with it?" Ashley asked. "Leave it. Let someone else find it. Or let it rust there forever. I don't care. You could sell it. Get money. I don't want money from a gun. I just want to forget it exists." They left the building without the gun. Ryan felt lighter somehow. Like leaving it meant leaving behind the temptation. The easy violence. The path that led to his brother's fates. They spent the day together. Ate cheap pizza. Walked through parks. Sat on benches watching people. Living a whole life in compressed time because that's all they had. At sunset, they ended up at the East River, watching the city lights come on, watching the world continue with or without them. "I'm scared," Ryan admitted. "Scared of going back inside. Scared of years in prison. Scared of coming out worse than I went in." "You won't, because you're choosing this. You're facing consequences instead of running. That means something." "Does it?" "Because it doesn't feel like it means anything. Feels like I'm just accepting inevitable punishment for being who I am." "You're accepting consequences for choices you made. That's different. That's being responsible." Ryan thought about that. About the difference between being punished for existing versus being punished for choices. About whether that distinction mattered when the punishment was the same. "What will you do?" Ryan asked. "While I'm inside." "Find work, get an apartment, maybe finish my GED. Build something real like you said. So when you get out, we have something to build on." "That could be years." "Then I'll wait years. I'm good at waiting." They sat by the river until dark. Until the temperature dropped and sitting outside became uncomfortable. Until reality couldn't be avoided anymore. Back at Victor's apartment, everyone was gathering. Sergei and Dmitri, Carlos and Tatiana, Alexei. A dozen others from the neighborhood, all coming to say goodbye to Ryan before he turned himself in. Someone had brought the silver revolver again. It sat on the coffee table like a centerpiece, like something to be admired, like something that mattered. "One last time," Sergei said, "for luck." He loaded a single bullet, spun the chamber, pointed it at the ceiling. Click, empty. Everyone cheered. The game continued. Dmitri, then Carlos, then Tatiana. Everyone playing with death because death felt abstract when you were young and drunk and convinced you'd live forever. Ryan watched them and felt old. Felt like he'd lived a whole lifetime in 22 years. Felt like he understood mortality in ways these kids didn't yet. "Let Ryan try," Ashley said. "One last time before he goes inside." Ryan took the gun. Felt its weight, its promise of oblivion or survival, random as coin flip, meaningless as chance. He spun the chamber, pointed the gun at his temple. Thought about his father, murdered in a bodega. About Patrick, killed in a robbery. About Sean, in prison for life. About his mother, lost in her own mind. About the Fleming family curse. About whether surviving this moment would mean surviving everything, or just delaying the inevitable. He pulled the trigger. Click, empty. Everyone cheered. But Ryan felt nothing. Not relief, not excitement. Just the understanding that he'd survive tonight, but maybe not tomorrow. Maybe not next year. Maybe not ever. But he'd survived this moment. And that was all anyone could ask for. The party continued without him. Ryan found a quiet corner and sat with Ashley, holding her hand, memorizing her face because he wouldn't see it for however long his sentence was. "I love you," Ryan said. "I don't say it enough. But I love you." "I love you too. And I'll be here when you get out. Don't wait if you find someone else. Someone better. Someone who can actually build a life instead of just surviving. There is no one better, just you. Broken and trying. Same as me." They sat together until the party wound down. Until people started leaving. Until it was just Victor and Ashley and Ryan, the three of them in the quiet apartment. "Tomorrow," Victor said. "You turn yourself in tomorrow." "I know, I'll be ready." But Ryan knew he'd never be ready. No one was ready for prison. You just survived it or you didn't. You came out harder or broken. You learned to live with what you'd done or you didn't. Tomorrow he'd face consequences. Tonight he'd try to sleep. Try to rest. Try to prepare for years of concrete and violence and making his face blank so no one knew he was screaming inside. Try to survive one more night of freedom before freedom ended. Chapter 27. Sarah. January 26, 11 p.m. Sarah stood behind the bar at the Velvet Room, her first real shift, 3 bands playing, the place packed with people drinking and dancing, and living their lives without the weight Sarah carried constantly. Paul was there, in a booth near the back. Emma had flown in early to surprise Sarah, arriving from Minnesota with stories about their hometown that felt like they belonged to someone else's life. Jake, another friend from Emerson, had made the trip from Boston specifically for opening night. They were all here, all supporting her, all believing in her even when she couldn't believe in herself. Sarah poured drinks mechanically, her hands efficient from practice, her mind elsewhere. 4 days until opening night. 4 days until she'd expose herself completely. 4 days until she found out if art could save her. "You look stressed," Sal said, working beside her. "First shift nerves?" "Something like that." "You're doing good. Fast hands. Pay attention. Don't get flustered. Exactly what I need." A man at the bar ordered 4 shots of tequila. Sarah poured them, watching the golden liquid catch the light. The man paid, left a decent tip, disappeared into the crowd. Simple transaction, simple work. No emotional complexity. No trauma processing. Just labor and money and the satisfaction of doing something concrete. Maybe this was what she needed. Not art, not fighting, just simple work that didn't require bleeding. But even as she thought it, she knew it was a lie. She needed art the way she needed air. Needed to make meaning from chaos. Needed to turn damage into something that mattered. Her shift ended at 1 a.m. Sal paid her in cash, $120 plus tips. More money than she'd made in a day at the senior center. Sarah pocketed it, understanding that she could survive on bartending. Could pay rent, could eat, could exist without her father's money or anyone's approval. Could be independent. Finally, Paul, Emma, and Jake waited for her outside. They walked through the Lower East Side, drunk on rum and possibility, pushing each other into snowbanks, laughing like people who believed things would work out. Emma linked her arm through Sarah's. "I'm so proud of you. Opening your own theater company. Surviving in New York. Making art that matters. The play hasn't opened yet. It might be terrible." "It won't be terrible. It'll be brilliant and difficult and exactly what you need it to be." Sarah wanted to believe that. Wanted to believe her play would matter. Would help someone. Would prove that survival was worth documenting. "Tell me about Minnesota," Sarah said. "How are Mom and Dad?" "Mom's painting again. Watercolors mostly. Dad's still running the company. Still worried about you. Still wishing you'd come home." "Is he still threatening to cut me off?" "He hasn't mentioned it in weeks. I think he realized that threats don't work on you. That you'd rather suffer than compromise." "That makes me sound stubborn." "You are stubborn. But that's not a bad thing. Stubbornness keeps you alive." They turned onto Hester Street, walking towards Sarah's apartment. The snow had been plowed into dirty piles, reflecting the amber streetlights in colors that reminded Sarah of old bruises. "Tomorrow's the big rehearsal," Sarah said. "Full run-through, final adjustments. Then 3 days of rest before opening night." "Are you nervous?" Jake asked. "Terrified." "Good. Terror means you care, means it matters." They walked past a bodega, still open despite the late hour. A group of young men stood outside, drinking from paper bags, watching Sarah and her friends pass. One of them said something crude. Sarah didn't respond, just kept walking, keys between her fingers, aware but not afraid. Not anymore. She'd stopped being afraid after Boston. Had decided that fear was worse than anything that could actually happen. Had decided that being vigilant was different from being afraid. At her building, they said goodnight. Emma and Jake were staying at a hotel nearby, would come to opening night, would support Sarah through exposing herself completely. Paul walked Sarah upstairs. At her door, they paused. "Thank you for coming tonight," Sarah said. "I told you I'd support you. I meant it. Even though you think I'm self-destructing. Especially then, because that's when support matters most." Paul kissed her forehead and left. Sarah went inside, her apartment quiet and empty, her mind racing with thoughts of tomorrow's rehearsal, opening night, everything that could go wrong. She went to her journal. First night bartending. Made good money. Emma and Jake are here. Paul is supporting me. Everyone believes in me even when I can't believe in myself. 4 days until opening night. 4 days until I expose myself completely. 4 days until I find out if art matters or if I've been lying to myself. Tonight I felt something I haven't felt in months. Joy. Walking with friends. Laughing. Being young and alive and not thinking about trauma for a few hours. Maybe that's healing. Not the big dramatic catharsis. Just moments of joy between the pain. Just connections that remind you that you matter to someone. But I'm scared the joy won't last. That opening night will destroy it. That exposing myself will leave me with nothing except the validation I've been craving or the rejection I've been fearing. 4 days to figure out how to survive either outcome. 4 days until everything changes. Chapter 28, Ryan. January 26, 11:30 p.m. Ryan couldn't sleep. Tomorrow he'd turn himself in. Tomorrow his freedom would end. Tonight was all he had left. He got out of bed, careful not to wake Ashley. In the kitchen, Victor was still awake, drinking vodka, watching Russian television. "Can't sleep?" Victor asked. "Too much to think about." "Tomorrow's going to be hard. Prison is hard. Surviving it requires becoming someone you don't want to be. I've already been to prison. I know what it requires. Juvenile detention isn't the same as adult prison. Adults are harder, meaner, more permanent. You'll need to be harder to survive." Ryan thought about Coxsackie, about the violence, about making his face blank, about becoming what he needed to be to survive, about how that version of himself had never fully left even after release. "I'll survive," Ryan said. "Will you? Or will you break? Will you come out worse? Will you join Sean in giving up?" "I don't know, but I'm going to try not to." Victor poured Ryan a shot of vodka. "To trying, the only thing people like us have." They drank together in silence. Two men connected by circumstance and betrayal, and the strange mercy of second chances. Around midnight, Sergei and Dmitri showed up, then Carlos, then Alexei, everyone gathering one last time before Ryan disappeared into the system. "Let's go out," Sergei said. "One last night. Make it memorable." Ryan knew this was a bad idea. Knew that going out, getting drunk, making trouble was the worst possible thing to do the night before turning himself in. But it was also his last night of freedom. His last chance to feel alive before years of feeling dead. "Okay," Ryan said. "One last night." They left the apartment. 8 of them. Ryan, Ashley, Sergei, Dmitri, Carlos, Tatiana, Alexei, and one of Alexei's friends. Walking through the Lower East Side, drinking from bottles and paper bags, loud and reckless and young. Someone had brought the silver revolver. Ryan didn't know who, didn't ask. Just knew it was there, passed from jacket to jacket, a talisman of power they all wanted to hold. They rode the J train to Brooklyn. No destination, just movement. Just the feeling of going somewhere, even when nowhere was the destination. In Brooklyn, they walked through dark streets, looking for something without knowing what. Looking for meaning, for significance, for proof that their lives mattered. They robbed a security guard. Ryan didn't plan it, didn't suggest it, it just happened. They saw him outside a building, white leather jacket, minimum wage salary, alone and vulnerable. And someone said, "Let's take his jacket." And someone else laughed. And then they were surrounding him. Alexei had the gun, and the security guard was on the ground bleeding from where Alexei had hit him with the revolver. They took his jacket, his wallet, his phone, everything he had. Because they could. Because they were young and drunk and high and feeling powerful when their lives made them powerless. Danny Chavez. That was his name, according to his ID. Just a man trying to make a living. Just a person doing his job. Just someone who'd made the mistake of being alone when a pack of young predators walked past. Ryan felt sick. Felt like he'd crossed a line he couldn't uncross. Felt like he'd become exactly what everyone had always said he'd be. A Fleming boy, following the family tradition. Perpetuating violence. "We need to leave," Ryan said. Now, they ran. caught the J train back to Manhattan. Moved through the city like ghosts, untouchable and temporary, living in the space between consequence and consequence, between choice and choice, between who they were and who they'd become. On the train, Ashley was excited. That was intense. That felt real. That felt like we mattered. We just hurt someone for no reason. That's not mattering. That's just being predators. He'll be fine. We didn't kill him. Just took his jacket. And traumatized him. And made him question whether the world is safe. And turned him into a victim. Ashley looked at Ryan with an expression he couldn't read. You sound like you care. I do care. That's the problem. I care, and it doesn't stop me from doing terrible things. Back in Manhattan, they walked through the Lower East Side. The crew was coming down from their high, realizing what they'd done, understanding that they'd crossed a line. We should split up, Sergei said. Safer if we're not all together. They dispersed. Pairs and singles. Disappearing into the night. Ryan and Ashley walked together, the white leather jacket carried by Alexei, evidence of violence they'd all participated in. Where are we going? Ashley asked. Nowhere, just walking, just existing for a few more hours. They walked without direction, past bodegas and bars, past people heading home from work or heading out to trouble, past the city living its life, indifferent to their existence. Around 2 a.m., Ryan wanted to go back to Victor's. Wanted to sleep before turning himself in. Wanted the night to end before they did more damage. But the crew was still restless, still wired, still looking for something to make the night meaningful. Let's keep going, Ashley said, just a little longer. They walked east on Rivington. Then Ashley heard something. Laughter. Pure, carefree laughter. The sound of people who didn't hurt, who didn't struggle, who lived lives that worked. Them, Ashley said, pointing. Those happy fucks. Take everything from them. Ryan saw 4 people. Just strangers walking home from a night out. Drunk and laughing and living lives Ryan would never have. Everything he resented. Everything that represented the world that had rejected him. No, Ryan said, we've done enough tonight. Just scared, Ashley said. Scared to prove you're serious. And Ryan, exhausted and drunk and hours away from prison, stepped in front of 4 strangers he'd never met. Never knowing one was named Sarah. Never knowing she'd survived rape. Never knowing she ran a theater company. Never knowing she'd investigated thefts and helped elderly women and refused to be a victim. Just another yuppie. Just another person living the life he couldn't have. Give me your wallets, Ryan said, the silver revolver suddenly in his hand, suddenly pointed at strangers, suddenly the line between before and after. Chapter 29, Sarah. January 27th, 2 a.m. Sarah, Paul, Emma, and Jake left the Velvet Room drunk on rum and possibility. The night had been perfect, work that paid, friends who cared, laughter that felt real. They pushed each other into snowbanks, laughing like children. Emma made snow angels in her expensive coat, not caring about the cold or the dirt. Jake documented everything on his phone, creating memories that would prove they'd been young and alive and happy. 4 days until opening night, Emma said. Are you ready? No, but I'm doing it anyway. That's the most Sarah answer possible. They walked through the Lower East Side, the neighborhood quiet at 2 a.m., most people either asleep or in bars, the streets belonging to them and the other late-night wanderers. Sarah felt free for the first time in months. Not free from trauma, that was permanent, but free from the constant weight of it. Free to exist in this moment without thinking about Boston, or Mrs. Weinstein, or opening night or anything except friendship and laughter and being alive. I love you all, Sarah said suddenly. I know I'm difficult, I know I push people away, but I love you. We love you too, Paul said. Even when you're difficult, especially then. They turned onto Hester Street. The snow had turned to slush, reflecting streetlights and dirty pools that reminded Sarah of old bruises. But even that couldn't diminish her joy. Even that couldn't make her feel unsafe. Not tonight. Tonight, she was invincible. Tonight, she was surrounded by people who loved her. Tonight, she was 3 days away from putting her trauma on stage and proving she'd survived. Tonight, nothing could hurt her. Tomorrow's the big rehearsal, Sarah said. Final run-through before opening night. You should all come watch. We'll be there, Emma said. Front row, supporting you. Behind them, Sarah heard footsteps. Multiple people walking fast. She turned slightly, not worried but aware. Saw a group of young people, maybe 7 or 8, walking together, drinking from bottles and paper bags. One of them wore a white leather jacket that looked new. Another was a young woman, Asian, looking at Sarah's group with an expression Sarah couldn't read. The group passed them. Sarah relaxed. Just other people walking home, nothing to worry about. They kept walking, laughing, being young and alive and happy. Then someone stepped in front of them. A young man, early 20s, face showing damage, eyes showing more. He had a gun, silver revolver, pointed at them. Behind him, the group gathered. 7 figures, watching, waiting. Sarah felt time slow, felt her body flood with adrenaline, felt every self-defense lesson she'd taken after Boston activate simultaneously. Paul tried to push past. The young man hit him with the gun. Paul went down, blood streaming from a gash above his eye. Sarah stepped forward instead of back. She recognized something in the young man's eyes. Trauma, desperation. The moment before everything goes wrong. She'd seen that look in her own mirror after Boston. The look of someone who'd stopped believing things would get better. You got what you wanted, Sarah said, her Minnesota accent cutting through the cold air. Behind the young man, the Asian woman's voice. Do it. Make them pay. Make them hurt. Sarah looked at the young man. Really looked at him. Saw pain and rage and fear mixed together. Saw someone drowning. Saw someone standing on a bridge deciding whether to jump. What are you going to do? Sarah asked, her voice steady despite the fear. Shoot us? The question hung in the cold air. Not a challenge. A genuine question. What are you going to do? What choice are you making right now? What person are you becoming in this moment? The young man looked at her. Sarah looked back. 2 strangers, 2 damaged souls. 2 people who understood trauma meeting at the worst possible moment. Recognition without knowledge. Connection without context. 2 lives intersecting by pure chance in a city of millions. The gun rose. Sarah didn't step back. Didn't beg. Didn't do anything except stand there, looking at this stranger, understanding something fundamental about violence and victims, in the moment when everything changes. After Boston, she'd promised herself she'd never be powerless again. Would never be afraid. Would fight back against anyone who tried to hurt her. But standing here, gun pointed at her chest, Sarah realized she wasn't afraid. She was curious. Curious what this young man would choose. Curious whether he'd pull the trigger. Curious what it would feel like if he did. Curious whether dying while refusing to be afraid was its own kind of victory. Behind her, Emma was crying. Paul was bleeding. Jake was frozen. The city was silent. Time stopped. The young man's finger on the trigger. Sarah's eyes locked on his. 2 strangers about to destroy each other. Chapter 30. Ryan. January 27th, 2:45 a.m. Ryan and the crew walked back through Manhattan. The robbery in Brooklyn had satisfied something, but also made everything worse. They'd hurt someone. Taken his things. Made him a victim. For no reason except they could. Ryan felt sick. Felt like he'd crossed a line he couldn't uncross. Felt like tomorrow when he turned himself in, he'd be confessing to more than parole violation. They exited the subway at Delancey, Essex. Walked east on Rivington. Everyone coming down from their highs. Everyone realizing what they'd done. Everyone understanding consequences were coming. Ashley was angry, frustrated. The night hadn't given her what she wanted. Ryan didn't know what that was, just knew she hadn't found it. Then she heard laughter, pure, carefree, privileged laughter, the sound of people living lives that worked. People who didn't hurt. People who had everything Ashley wanted and would never have. Them, Ashley said, pointing at 4 strangers walking ahead of them. Those happy fucks, take everything from them. Ryan saw 4 young people. Drunk, laughing, living their lives. Nobody special. Nobody who deserved this. Just people in the wrong place at the wrong time. No, Ryan said. We've done enough. You're scared, Ashley said. Scared to prove you're serious. I'm exhausted. I'm done. I'm turning myself in tomorrow. I'm not doing this. Then you're weak. Then you're just like everyone else. Pretending to be hard but actually soft. The words hit Ryan like physical blows. After everything he'd done tonight. After the robbery, the violence, the choices that had led him here. Ashley still thought he was weak. Still thought he needed to prove himself. The crew gathered around him. Sergei, Dmitri, Carlos, Tatiana. Alexei. Everyone watching. Everyone waiting to see what Ryan would do. The silver revolver was in his waistband. He'd taken it after the Brooklyn robbery, wanting to make sure no one else used it, wanting to be responsible for once. But now everyone was watching, waiting, testing. Ryan pulled out the gun. Stepped in front of 4 strangers. The man tried to push past. Ryan hit him without thinking. The gun connected with his head. Blood. The man went down. A woman stepped forward. Blonde, mid-20s. Should have been scared but wasn't. Looked at Ryan with eyes that saw everything. You got what you wanted, she said. Minnesota accent. Calm voice. No fear. Ryan didn't know what he wanted. Didn't know why he was doing this. Didn't know these people. Just knew Ashley was watching. The crew was watching. Everyone was waiting to see if he was serious or just pretending. What are you going to do? The woman asked. Shoot us? Ryan looked at her. Really looked at her. Saw trauma in her eyes. Saw someone who understood violence. Saw someone who'd been hurt before and refused to be hurt again. Saw someone like him. Damaged but trying. Broken but still standing. The recognition felt like being punched. This woman wasn't just a stranger. She was him. Same damage. Different details. Same refusal to give up even when giving up would be easier. The gun felt heavy in his hand. Heavier than it had been all night. Heavy with meaning. Heavy with consequence. Heavy with the understanding that pulling the trigger would make him exactly what his brothers had been. A Fleming boy, following the family tradition. Perpetuating violence until it killed him. Behind him, Ashley's voice. Do it. Prove you're serious. Prove you're not weak. Ryan's finger on the trigger. The woman's eyes locked on his. Not afraid, just watching. Just waiting. Just refusing to beg or plead or do anything except stand there with dignity. Refusing to be powerless even when powerless. Ryan thought about his father, about Patrick, about Sean, about everyone in his family who'd chosen violence and been destroyed by it. Thought about tomorrow, about turning himself in. About facing consequences. About trying to be better. Thought about this woman who reminded him of himself. This stranger who understood damage. This person who deserved better than to die on Hester Street at 3 a.m. because Ryan needed to prove something to people who didn't matter. The gun rose. Time stopped. Ryan's finger on the trigger. The woman's eyes on his. 2 strangers. Connected by trauma. Separated by choices. About to destroy each other or not. About to become statistics or survivors. About to mean everything or nothing. Ryan pulled the trigger. Chapter 31. January 27th, 3:10 a.m. The sound echoed off the buildings. Bounced between brick walls. Traveled up fire escapes and through windows where people slept or didn't sleep. Where lives continued or stopped continuing. Where the city kept breathing because cities always do. Sarah felt the impact before she heard the sound. Felt her body pushed backward. Felt something hot and wrong spreading through her chest. Felt her legs stop working. She fell. The snow was cold against her back. The sky above was dark except for one street light creating a halo of amber light. Like the parking lot in Boston. Like every moment of violation. Like every time she'd been powerless. Except this time she'd stood her ground. This time she hadn't begged. This time she'd looked her attacker in the eyes and refused to give him what he wanted. Refused to be afraid. Paul was screaming. Emma was crying. Jake was running. The city was indifferent. Sarah looked up at the young man who'd shot her. He stood frozen, the gun still in his hand, his face showing shock and horror and understanding of what he'd done. Their eyes met one last time. "I'm sorry," he said. But Sarah couldn't hear him. Couldn't hear anything except a ringing that filled her head. Couldn't feel anything except cold and the certainty that this was the end. This was how she'd die. On Hester Street. Shot by a stranger. 3 days before opening night. 3 days before exposing herself completely. 3 days before finding out if art could save her. She thought about her father in Minnesota. About her mother. About Paul and Meredith and everyone who'd worried about her, who'd said she was self-destructing, who'd begged her to be careful. They'd been right. Her refusal to be afraid had killed her. Or maybe her refusal to be afraid was the only thing that had kept her alive as long as it had. Maybe standing here, dying with dignity, was its own kind of victory. Sarah's vision narrowed, the street light above becoming a tunnel. Darkness closing in from all sides. She thought about the play, about the monologue where the protagonist stands over her abuser's body without remorse. About how Sarah would never perform that monologue now, would never put her trauma on stage, would never find out if art could save her, would never know if trying mattered. The darkness closed completely. Sarah Hartley, 24 years old, artist, survivor, fighter, died on Hester Street at 3:12 a.m. on January 27, 2005. 3 days before her play was supposed to open. 3 days before proving she'd survived. 3 days before mattering. Ryan stood over the woman he'd shot. The gun felt impossibly heavy now. Heavy with consequence. Heavy with the understanding that he'd just killed someone. Behind him, the crew was running. Scattering. Disappearing into the night like they'd never been there. Like they weren't complicit. Like Ryan had done this alone. Ashley grabbed his arm. "We need to go. Now." But Ryan couldn't move. Couldn't stop looking at the woman on the ground. At her friends crying over her. At the blood spreading across snow turned to slush. At the life he'd just taken. "Ryan, we need to go." Ryan let Ashley pull him away. They ran. Through alleys. Down streets. Away from what he'd done. Away from consequence. Away from the understanding that he'd just become exactly what everyone had always said he'd be. A murderer. A Fleming boy. Following the family tradition to its logical conclusion. They ended up at the abandoned building. Ryan's hands were shaking so hard he could barely climb the stairs. On the 3rd floor, he collapsed, his back against the wall where he'd hidden the gun weeks ago. Where everything had started. Where everything had ended. "You shot her," Ashley said. Not an accusation. Just a statement. "I killed her. I killed someone." "She was going to report us. You had to." "She wasn't going to report us. She was just standing there, not even afraid. Just standing there." Ryan thought about the woman's eyes. About the recognition he'd seen there. About how she'd looked at him and understood his damage and he'd killed her for it. Killed her for seeing him. Killed her for not being afraid. Killed her because Ashley had questioned whether he was serious, and he'd needed to prove something to people who didn't matter. "We need to leave the city," Ashley said. "Get rid of the gun, never talk about this again." "I'm turning myself in tomorrow anyway. They'll add murder to parole violation." "Only if they can prove it. Only if someone identifies you. Only if you admit it." Ryan pulled the gun from his waistband. Looked at it. Silver revolver. Object that had killed his father. Killed Patrick. Put Sean in prison for life. and now had killed a stranger on Hester Street. The Fleming family curse. Violence breeding death. "I need to turn myself in," Ryan said. "I need to confess. I need to face what I did." "You'll go to prison for life. For murder, is that what you want?" "I don't know what I want, but I can't run from this. Can't pretend it didn't happen. Can't be like Sean, dead-eyed and accepting. Or like Patrick, dead because of stupid choices." "Then what?" Ryan thought about the woman. About her Minnesota accent. About her eyes showing trauma. About how she'd refused to be afraid even when she should have been. About how her courage had gotten her killed. About how Ryan's weakness had killed her. "I turn myself in," Ryan said. "I tell them what I did. I face life in prison. I accept that I'm exactly what everyone always knew I'd be." Ashley stood up, angry now. "You're giving up. Just like your brothers. Just like your whole family. You're giving up and calling it responsibility." "What else can I do? I killed someone. An innocent person. Someone who didn't deserve to die." "Everyone dies. She just died tonight instead of 50 years from now. That's not your fault." "It is my fault. I pulled the trigger. I chose to do this. I'm responsible." Ashley left. Walked away without saying goodbye. Ryan heard her footsteps on the stairs. Heard the door slam. Heard silence settle like snow. He was alone. With the gun. With the memory of a woman falling. With the understanding that his life had been leading to this moment. This choice, this consequence. All those times he'd wanted to die. All those times he'd begged to be killed. All those times he'd stood on bridges or held guns to his own head. And now he'd killed someone else instead. Someone who'd wanted to live. Someone who'd been fighting to survive. Someone who'd reminded him of himself. Ryan put the gun to his temple. Felt its weight, its promise, its finality. Thought about pulling the trigger. About joining the woman he'd killed. About ending the Fleming family curse by ending himself. Thought about whether that was justice or cowardice. Whether there was a difference. His finger on the trigger. The woman's eyes in his memory. "I'm sorry," he whispered, and pulled the trigger. Click, empty chamber. The gun had been spinning chambers all night. Playing Russian roulette. The bullet that had killed the woman was the only bullet. The chamber was empty now. Ryan couldn't even kill himself properly. He sat in the abandoned building, holding an empty gun, crying for the first time since Rikers. Crying for the woman, for himself, for everyone the Fleming family curse had destroyed. Crying because he was still alive when she wasn't. Crying because he'd have to live with what he'd done. Crying because suicide was too easy and prison was inevitable, and nothing would bring her back. At dawn, Ryan walked to the police station, turned himself in, confessed to everything. Parole violation, robbery, murder. Accepted life in prison. Accepted that he'd been right all along. That he'd end up just like his brothers. Dead or destroyed. Part of a cycle that never ended, just repeated, generation after generation, until everyone involved was gone. The Fleming family curse. Finally fulfilled. Chapter 32. 3:11 a.m. Paul pressed his hands against Sarah's chest, trying to stop the bleeding. But there was too much blood. Too much damage. Too much life pouring out onto dirty snow. "Stay with me," Paul said. "Please, Sarah. Stay with me." But Sarah's eyes were already glazing over. Already leaving. Already understanding that this was the end. Emma was on the phone with 911, her voice shaking, trying to give the address through tears. Jake was standing frozen, his phone in his hand, recording everything, unable to process what was happening. The shooter stood there for a moment, just watching, his face showing shock and horror. Like he hadn't meant to do this. Like he'd pulled the trigger by accident. Then a girl grabbed him, Asian, early 20s, pulled him away. "We need to go. Now." They ran. The whole group. Disappearing into the night like ghosts. Like they'd never been there. Like Sarah's death was just bad luck, random violence, the kind of thing that happened in cities and didn't mean anything. Paul held Sarah, watching the life leave her eyes, understanding that the woman he loved was dying and he couldn't stop it. Understanding that all his warnings had been right. That Sarah's refusal to be careful had gotten her killed. That her courage had destroyed her. "I love you," Paul said. "I'm sorry I left. I'm sorry I wasn't enough. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you." Sarah's lips moved. Paul leaned closer, trying to hear. "Not your fault," Sarah whispered. "I chose this." "Chose what?" "Not to be afraid." Sarah's eyes closed. Her breathing stopped. Her body went still. Paul held her, feeling her warmth fade, feeling her become a body instead of a person. Feeling the moment when Sarah Hartley stopped being Sarah and became just another statistic. Another victim. Another cautionary tale about young women who refused to be careful. The ambulance arrived at 3:22 a.m., 10 minutes too late. The paramedics tried anyway. CPR, defibrillator. Everything they had. But Sarah was gone. Had been gone since 3:12 a.m. when a bullet had torn through her chest and stopped her heart. When a stranger's choice had ended her life. The police came, asked questions. Paul tried to answer, but his voice kept breaking. Tried to describe the shooter. Young, early 20s, damaged looking, carrying a silver revolver. Tried to describe the girl who'd pulled him away. Asian, black fingernails, cold eyes. Tried to explain that Sarah had stepped forward instead of back. Had refused to be afraid. Had looked the shooter in the eyes and challenged him. Had chosen dignity over survival. "That was brave but stupid," the detective said. Not unkindly, just factually. "She didn't know how to be anything except brave," Paul replied. They took Sarah's body away, zipped into a bag. Loaded into a van. Transported to the morgue where they'd cut her open and document everything, every wound, every piece of evidence, every detail that would help catch whoever had done this. Paul called Sarah's father. Had to tell Tom Hartley that his daughter was dead. That the violence he'd warned her about had finally caught her. That all his predictions had been right. "I told her to come home," Tom said, his voice breaking. "I told her the city was dangerous. I told her she was going to get hurt." "I know, she knew too, but she wouldn't leave. Wouldn't let fear control her choices. And now she's dead, because of pride. Because of stubbornness. Because she'd rather die than admit she needed help." Paul wanted to defend Sarah. Wanted to explain that her refusal to be afraid wasn't pride, it was survival. That after Boston, after being raped, she decided that living in fear was worse than dying with dignity. But maybe Tom was right. Maybe Sarah's courage was just another form of self-destruction. Maybe refusing to be careful was just slow-motion suicide. Paul hung up and sat on the curb, the blood still on his hands, watching the sun rise over a city that didn't care that Sarah Hartley had died. That would keep going, keep breathing, keep living while Sarah became a memory. Emma sat beside him. She hadn't spoken since the ambulance left. Just sat there, shock settling into her bones. "She was going to open a play," Emma said finally. "In 3 days, a one-woman show about surviving trauma." "I know. She won't get to perform it now. Won't get to prove she survived. Won't get to make meaning from her damage. No. That's cruel. That's the cruelest thing. Not just that she died, but that she died before she could show everyone what she'd created." Paul thought about the play. About the script Sarah had written. About the monologues where the protagonist refuses to forgive, refuses to heal, refuses to be a good victim. About how Sarah would want the play to go on. "We'll perform it anyway," Paul said. "We'll do the play. Opening night as scheduled. We'll make sure her work survives even if she didn't." "How?" "I don't know, but we'll figure it out. Because that's what Sarah would want. For the work to matter. For the art to survive. For her trauma to mean something even after she's gone." Emma nodded. They sat together on the curb, watching the city wake up, watching people head to work, Watching life continue with or without Sarah Hartley. Watching the sun rise on a day Sarah would never see. On a play Sarah would never perform. On a life Sarah would never live. Chapter 33. 3:12 a.m. In the second between Ryan's finger on the trigger and the gun firing, everything slowed. Time became elastic, stretched, gave Sarah and Ryan one final moment of connection. They looked at each other. Two strangers. Two damaged souls. Two people who understood trauma meeting at the worst possible moment. Sarah saw in Ryan's eyes pain, desperation, the moment before everything goes wrong. She recognized it, had seen it in her own mirror after Boston. The look of someone drowning, someone standing on train tracks, feeling the vibration before seeing the light. Ryan saw in Sarah's eyes trauma, defiance, refusal to be victim. He recognized it, had felt it in himself every day since his father's murder. The determination to fight back even when fighting back cost everything. They were the same. Different details. Same damage. Both trying to survive in a world that kept hurting them. Both refusing to give up even when giving up would be easier. In that stretched second, Sarah understood what was happening. This young man wasn't a monster. He was broken. Pressured by the people behind him. Trying to prove something to people who didn't matter. Making the worst choice of his life because he didn't see another option. She could beg, could plead, could try to connect, could try to save them both. But begging felt like betrayal. Like becoming the victim she'd refused to be after Boston. Like letting fear make her small. So instead she asked a question. What are you going to do? Shoot us? Not a challenge. A genuine question. What choice are you making right now? What person are you becoming? Can you live with this? In that stretched second, Ryan understood what he was doing. This woman wasn't just a stranger. She was a person. With a life. With dreams. With trauma she'd survived. With people who loved her. He could walk away. Could lower the gun. Could choose differently. But walking away felt like weakness. Like proving Ashley right that he wasn't serious. Like admitting he was just pretending to be hard when he was actually soft. So instead, he pulled the trigger. The bullet traveled the distance between them in less than a second. But in that second, everything changed. Sarah stopped being a person and became a victim. Ryan stopped being a struggling ex-con and became a murderer. The city stopped being indifferent and became the site of tragedy. Two lives intersecting by pure chance in a city of millions. Two people whose paths had probably crossed dozens of times without meaning anything. Two strangers who'd lived parallel lives in the same neighborhood until one random moment when everything collided. The bullet entered Sarah's chest, tore through tissue and bone, stopped her heart, ended her life. Sarah fell. Ryan stood frozen, understanding what he'd done. Understanding that he'd just killed someone. Understanding that his life was over. That he'd become exactly what his family had always been. That the curse had finally consumed him completely. Behind him, voices screaming, the crew running. Ashley pulling him away. But Ryan couldn't move. Couldn't stop looking at the woman he'd killed. At her blonde hair spreading across dirty snow. At her blood dark against white. At the life he'd taken. "I'm sorry," he whispered, but Sarah couldn't hear him. Sarah was gone. The moment passed. Time resumed its normal flow. The city kept breathing, and on Hester Street, Sarah Hartley's body lay cooling in the snow while the man who'd killed her disappeared into the night. Two strangers who'd never known each other's names, who'd never understood their connection, who'd destroyed each other without ever knowing who the other really was. The ultimate urban tragedy. Intimately violent. Completely impersonal. Random and inevitable simultaneously. Just another Friday night in the Lower East Side. Just another life ended too soon. Just another story that would mean everything to the people who loved them, and nothing to a city that had seen it all before. Chapter 34. 3:12 and 1 second a.m. The moment the gun fired, reality split. In one reality, Sarah stepped back at the last second. The bullet missed. She survived, went home, opened her play, lived her life. Everything continued. In another reality, Ryan lowered the gun, walked away, turned himself in the next day, faced consequences. Everyone survived. Everything continued differently. In another reality, police arrived before the trigger was pulled. Arrested everyone. Sarah lived. Ryan went to prison. Justice was served, sort of. In infinite realities, infinite outcomes. Infinite possibilities branching from that moment. But in this reality, the one that mattered, the one that was real, Ryan pulled the trigger, and Sarah died. In this reality, consequence was final. Choice was irrevocable. The bullet couldn't be recalled. The death couldn't be undone. The tragedy couldn't be prevented. In this reality, Sarah's play would never be performed by her. Her investigation would never be completed. Her justice for Mrs. Weinstein would never be achieved. Her healing would never be found. In this reality, Ryan would go to prison for life. Would join Sean behind bars. Would become another Fleming boy destroyed by violence. Would spend decades thinking about the woman he'd killed and never known. In this reality, Tom and Linda Hartley would bury their daughter. Paul would grieve someone he'd loved but couldn't save. Meredith would finish a play written by a ghost. Mrs. Weinstein would hear the news from Queens and understand that fighting back costs everything. In this reality, Ashley would disappear. Would never face consequences. Would live with the knowledge that she'd pushed Ryan to do this. Would move on to someone else, some other broken boy she could manipulate into proving himself. In this reality, Sergei and Dmitri and Carlos and Tatiana and Alexei would scatter. Would pretend they weren't there. Would lie to police. Would get away with it because getting away with it is what happens when enough people lie. In this reality, the city would barely notice. One more shooting. One more victim. One more statistic. One more cautionary tale about young people in dangerous neighborhoods making dangerous choices. In this reality, Sarah's father had been right. The city was dangerous. She should have come home. Should have been careful. Should have let fear guide her choices instead of courage. In this reality, Victor had been right. Ryan would end up just like his brothers. Dead or destroyed. The Fleming family curse fulfilled. In this reality, everyone who'd worried had been right. Everyone who'd warned had been vindicated. Everyone who'd seen the tragedy coming could say, "I told you so," without satisfaction. In this reality, Sarah and Ryan's paths had crossed at the worst possible moment, in the worst possible way. Two damaged people destroying each other without ever knowing who the other was. Without ever understanding their connection, without ever realizing they were the same. In this reality, the gun fired and everything changed and nothing changed. The city kept breathing. The sun kept rising. Life kept continuing for everyone except Sarah. In this reality, there were no do-overs. No second chances, no rewinds. Just consequence. Permanent, final, irreversible. Just the understanding that choices mattered. That moments mattered. That 1 second, one decision, one trigger pull could end everything. Just the tragedy of randomness. The cruelty of chance. The horror of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, with the wrong person making the wrong choice. Just Hester Street at 3:12 and 1 second a.m. on January 27, 2005. Where Sarah Hartley died. Where Ryan Fleming became a murderer. Where two lives collided and destroyed each other. Where the light ended. Chapter 35. 3:12 and 2 seconds a.m. The sound echoed. Bounced off buildings. Traveled through windows. Entered dreams. Woke sleepers. Made people wonder if they'd heard a gunshot or a car backfiring or fireworks or nothing at all. Made people decide it was nothing. That it didn't concern them. That involvement was dangerous. That calling police was someone else's responsibility. Made people roll over. Pull pillows over heads. Go back to sleep. Ignore the violence happening outside their windows. because acknowledging violence meant acknowledging vulnerability, meant acknowledging that the same thing could happen to them. The sound echoed and faded and disappeared into the city's ambient noise. Just another sound. Just another moment. Just another Friday night in the Lower East Side. On the street, Sarah's body lay still. Blood spreading. Heart stopped. Life ended. Paul held her, crying, screaming, begging her to stay. But Sarah was gone. Had been gone since the bullet entered her chest. Was cooling now. Becoming a body instead of a person. Becoming evidence instead of someone loved. Emma stood frozen, her phone in her hand. 911 on the line. A voice asking for information Emma couldn't process. Address, injuries, status. Words that didn't mean anything because Sarah was dead, and words couldn't change that. Jake recorded everything. His phone capturing Sarah dying. Capturing Paul holding her. Capturing evidence that would help catch the killer. Capturing tragedy for posterity. Because that's what people did now. Documented. Shared. Made tragedy into content. The crew ran. Scattered into alleys and shadows and places the city provided for people fleeing. Separated. Divided responsibility. Spread guilt so thin it might disappear. Might become unattributable. Might let everyone escape except the one who'd pulled the trigger. Ryan stood frozen, the gun heavy. His hands shaking. His mind unable to process what he'd done. Unable to accept that he'd just killed someone. Unable to understand how the night had led here. Unable to rewind. Unable to undo. Unable to be anything except a murderer now. Ashley grabbed him. We need to go. Now, Ryan, we need to go. But Ryan couldn't move. Couldn't stop looking at the woman falling. At her friends crying. At the blood dark against white snow. At the life he'd taken. Ryan! Ashley's voice sharp. Desperate. Move! We need to move! Ryan let Ashley pull him away. Let her guide him through alleys. Let her make decisions because he couldn't anymore. Could only walk. Could only follow. Could only exist in the space between before and after. Before he was a murderer. After he was a murderer. Nothing else. Just that transition. Just that permanent change in identity. They ended up at the abandoned building. Climbed 3 flights. Collapsed in the room where Ryan had hidden the gun weeks ago. Where everything had started. Where everything had ended. You shot her, Ashley said, stating fact. No emotion. No judgment. Just acknowledgement. I killed her. You had to. She was going to report us. She was just standing there, not even scared. Just standing there. Ryan pulled out the gun. Looked at it. Silver revolver. Object that had destroyed his family. His father, Patrick, Sean. And now had destroyed a stranger who'd looked at him with eyes that understood his damage. Who'd seen him. Really seen him. And he'd killed her for it. We need to get rid of the gun, Ashley said. Throw it in the river. Never talk about this again. I'm turning myself in. What? Tomorrow. Like I planned. But now I'm confessing to murder too. To everything. To all of it. You'll go to prison for life. I killed someone. An innocent person. Someone who didn't deserve to die. I need to face that. Ashley's expression hardened. You're giving up, just like your brothers. I'm accepting responsibility. Same thing. Ryan thought about that. About whether accepting responsibility was giving up or growing up. Whether facing consequences was weakness or strength. Whether the distinction mattered when the outcome was the same. I need to face what I did, Ryan said. I need to confess. I need to tell her family I'm sorry, even though sorry doesn't change anything. Sorry won't bring her back. No, but it's all I have. Ashley left. Walked away. Ryan heard her footsteps receding. Heard the door slam. Heard silence. He was alone. With the gun. With the memory of a woman's eyes. With the understanding that his life had been leading here. To this moment. This choice. This consequence. Ryan put the gun to his temple. Felt its weight, its promise, its finality. Thought about ending it. About joining the woman in death. About stopping the pain before it became permanent. His finger on the trigger. The woman's eyes in his memory. Her voice. "What are you going to do?" Ryan pulled the trigger. Click. Empty chamber. The bullet that had killed her was the only bullet. The gun was empty now. Had been empty since 3:12 a.m. when it had taken Sarah Hartley's life. Ryan couldn't even kill himself properly. He sat on the cold floor holding an empty gun, understanding that he'd have to live. Have to face what he'd done. Have to accept life in prison. Have to carry the weight of killing someone for the rest of his life, however long that was. Have to be Ryan Fleming, murderer. Forever. The sun rose, the city woke up. Life continued. And Ryan walked to the police station to turn himself in. To confess. To begin the rest of his life as the person he'd become at 3:12 a.m. on Hester Street. The person who'd killed a stranger. The person who'd ended a life. The person who'd pulled the trigger.